This was the convenience of the large lizard house gu. The large lizard house gu was a rank 3 gu, advanced from the rank 2 lizard house gu. The lizard house gu was already as big as a bus, and its appearance was a 4-legged lizard. The lizard house gu had a passageway inside, with several rooms on both sides. The large lizard house gu was like a 2-story building, 5 times the size of the lizard house gu. It had 2 floors with more rooms and more space. It was given to Feng Yuan by He Lulan after he joined He tribe. This was where he usually cultivated and lived his daily life. Other than Feng Yuan, there were 6 rank 3 gu masters guarding the surroundings. They took turns to change shifts, and were equipped with special investigative gu to target almost all stealthy gu masters. If Shadow Sword Expert attacked again, he would be discovered by the gu masters before he could even get within 100 steps, and his whereabouts would be exposed. This was the arrangement made after Feng Yuan was assassinated. At this moment, Feng Yuan looked down from the window, and saw large numbers of gu masters and mortals nervously setting up defenses. Some were digging ditches, some were growing trees, erecting watchtowers, and some were building mud walls. The outline of a tight defensive line was gradually forming. This was already the 3rd line of defense. The terrain of northern plains was mostly flat grassland. There were no obstacles, it was a flat plain. Thus, a long time ago when 2 forces fought in northern plains, if they lost, they could not even escape, and would be chased by the victors. If a battle was lost, it usually meant that the situation was set, and a tribe would quickly decline, or even be exterminated. But with a defensive line it was different. Once the battle was lost, be it retreating or escaping or hiding, or waiting for a chance to counterattack, these defensive lines would play a huge role. War was a matter of life and death, and related to the rise and fall of a tribe. It was extremely dangerous and hard to predict. There was a high chance that a small accident or a mistake on one side would lead to failure. At this time, the tribe would retreat and defend according to the defensive line. After taking a breather and stabilizing their footing, they could regroup. This was the world of gu, and individuals possessed mystical powers. It was not difficult to build a defensive line that was as long as Earth's Great Wall. People soon realized the huge benefits of such a defensive line. Thus, the battle in northern plains was not a decisive battle, where groups of riders would charge and kill, but a battle of attrition. According to reports, Dongfang tribe is already setting up the 4th defensive line. Right now, we are 3,000 li away from them. According to tradition, they will stop every 800 to 1,000 li, and set up a new defensive line. Feng Yuan recalled. These days, he had been cultivating in seclusion, but he kept track of the outside world's information. He was a higher-up in He tribe's alliance army, and gu masters would send him information every day. Looking at the time tomorrow, our vanguard will come into contact with the enemy's vanguard and start fighting. But there is still some time before I make my move. Feng Yuan and He Lulan were currently overseeing the central army. A few days ago, He Lulan had sent someone to pass on a plan to show weakness. In summary, it was to beat them at their own game, and lure out Dongfang Yuliang's arrangements in advance, and let Feng Yuan gain the upper hand by striking later. Feng Yuan sneered inwardly at this. He had the Night Wolf Emperor, and the Night Wolf group was easy to replenish, but He Lulan gave up on this cannon fodder. Of course, there were elements of targeting Dongfang Yuliang, but more of it was to suppress Wolf King Chang Shanin. Feng Yuan portrayed Chang Shanyan's arrogance to a great extent. He Lulan was unhappy because of this. The alliance army was newly established, and all the forces were competing with each other. Especially in the current situation, He tribe's side was clearly stronger, so every gu master had the intention to fight for battle merits, suppress others, and snatch more benefits. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, in order to snatch the position of the vanguard general, stood motionless in front of the main tent and blocked the entrance for 3 days, clamoring for battle. After defeating over 10 competitors, he finally got what he wanted. Cunning Gentleman started his plan, and in order to stand out, he took the initiative to side with He Lulan, and temporarily obtained the position of the Alliance Army's #1 strategist. This was internal strife. Any organization or system would have internal strife. Chang Shanin had a proud and aloof personality, and he had 500,000 wolves, thus he was ostracized by everyone. You are so strong, if you make a move all the battle merits will basically be yours, then what are we supposed to do? He Lulan agreed to Cunning Gentleman's plan. It was also to maintain her position and protect the system. You Wolf King are so strong now, I can't even eat or sleep in peace. I need to maintain balance and suppress you. Fang Yuan could see through these things and these people's thoughts. His situation was different. The contest for the imperial court was just a springboard. His ambition was huge, it was not known to outsiders. With who immortal blessed land, his need for these battle spoils was greatly reduced. Since they don't want me to make a move, then I need time to cultivate, isn't that better? What Fang Yuan lacked now were not these ordinary resources, but rare resources and a large amount of time. A day later, Water Demon Hao Jilu led the vanguard army and engaged in battle with the Dongfang Alliance Army's generals. Before the battle, Hao Jilu was extremely brave. He killed the enemy's general and 3 assistant generals. The enemy army was like a group of dragons without a leader. Their morale was low. Hao Jilu led his army and attacked, obtaining a great victory. But in the process of pursuing them, he was ambushed by Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian, suffering heavy injuries. Hao Jilu could only stop his attacks and set up camp, recuperating as he waited for the main army to arrive. 3 days later, He Lulan led the middle army to the front line. 5 days later, the left and right armies converged. The two sides were only a few hundred li apart. Flags were erected and tents were everywhere. The battle was about to begin, the atmosphere was heavy. Late at night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed, activating Space Thought Goo. Space Thought Goo was a rank 5 goo, obtained from Jewel Yellow Skies. Through Moving Perspective Cup Goo, it was sent to Fang Yuan from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Under the effect of Space Thought Goo, Fang Yuan produced translucent thoughts that were like bubbles, slowly approaching the Brain Explosion Goo in his head. Brain Explosion Goo was only a rank 4 goo. Fang Yuan had used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to forcefully subdue it on the day he obtained it. But he still kept the Brain Explosion Goo in his head. These days, Brain Explosion Goo had been sucking his brain juice, and was constantly being corroded by space thought. It was finally time for a qualitative change. In an instant, Brain Explosion Goo broke apart, turning into a lump of black light, a puff of white smoke, as well as a fist-sized space thought. The reverse refinement succeeded. Seeing this, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, his heart filled with endless joy. He moved the black light and white smoke out of his head, turning them into 2 rank 3 goo. These goo were all ordinary goo. Fang Yuan placed them aside and ignored them. The crucial point was that space thought. Fang Yuan placed the space thought into his head, reading the information inside. Soon, his body shook lightly, and his pupils dilated. His face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Chapter 513. The creator of Soul Path, the legendary Goo Master at the peak of rank 9, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, had once commented, "The world is huge. Danghun Mountain is the best choice for soul strengthening, and Luopa Valley is the best choice for soul refinement. If you can obtain one mountain and one valley, you will definitely reach great success in Soul Path and roam the world unhindered." Thus, Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were known as the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation. How much help these 2 sacred lands could bring to Goo Masters, Fang Yuan had experienced it deeply ever since he gained control of Danghun Mountain. His 1,000-man soul was cultivated by using the Guts Goo on Danghun Mountain. Guts Goo was the number 1 goo used to strengthen the soul. It directly increased one's foundation without any side effects and had extremely high efficiency. Ordinary Goo Masters, if they wanted to accumulate their soul to 1,000-man level, they would need around 20 years. Some geniuses, with the support of their clans and the care of their elders, could shorten the 20 years by half. As for Fang Yuan, he used the Guts Goo on Danghun Mountain to strengthen his soul to 1,000-man level in less than half a year. Don't forget, this was under the condition that Danghun Mountain was corroded by the Gruel Mud Immortal Goo and was dying. Fang Yuan easily accumulated his soul to 1,000-man level because of Danghun Mountain. His speed was like a rocket soaring into the sky. But soul cultivation, besides strengthening the soul, also needed to refine and purify the soul. In this aspect, Fang Yuan's progress was much slower. Compared to the speed of soul strengthening, his soul refinement speed was like a turtle crawling. Fang Yuan had always used Wolf Soul Goo to refine the soul, and transform it into a wolfman soul. But the wolf soul goo he used had never reached rank 5, the highest was rank 4. Rank 4 wolf soul goo's 1000-man soul was like a bottle of ink being poured into a lake. To dye the whole lake, the rank 4 wolf soul goo's efficiency was too low. Earlier, Feng Yuan had tried to find the rank 5 wolf soul goo, but unfortunately, he did not succeed. Without rank 5 wolf soul goo, there was actually another method. That was to use second watch goo or third watch goo to increase the flow of time, or directly enter the blessed land to increase his cultivation speed. Others could use this method, but Feng Yuan could not. Feng Yuan's first vital goo, Spring-Autumn Cicada, was slowly recovering with time. Before Feng Yuan became a goo immortal, it was like a blade that took his life, floating around Feng Yuan's neck. My 1000-man soul is completely benefiting from Danghun Mountain. Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain are on par, if I can obtain it. At once, Feng Yuan even had the urge to cultivate Soul Path. If I can save Danghun Mountain and control Luopa Valley, with the 2 sacred lands of Soul Path, changing to Soul Path is a wise move. My future is even brighter than cultivating Blood Path in my previous life. This is even more promising than cultivating Blood Path in my previous life. According to the instructions in the thought, Luopa Valley is very far away. The most important thing now is to save Danghun Mountain. Now is not the time to go to Luopa Valley. With the help of enslavement and enslavement path, Feng Yuan had become an influential figure in Northern Plains. With his enslavement and strength path cultivation, Feng Yuan had become an influential figure in Northern Plains. But with his current strength, he was still far from being invincible in the mortal world. Just Shadow Sword Expert was enough to make him lose face. Although he had the second aperture, dual cultivation of enslavement and strength path, and rank 5 peak stage cultivation, Feng Yuan was still minuscule in the situation of the Imperial Court contest. This was a whirlpool of war that affected the whole of Northern Plains. As long as one was careless, even a rank 5 Gu master would be in danger of dying. Now that I have success in enslavement path, I can influence the whole situation. But I am clearly strong in offense and weak in defense. In terms of strength path, I can't protect myself. Once people like Mo Shiquang and Bian Xixian get close to me, it will be troublesome. I need to be cautious in the battle with Dongfang tribe. Thinking of the impending battle, Feng Yuan's battle intent did not surge like others. Cunning Gentleman could be said to have helped him a little, allowing him to stay behind the scenes and have more time to cultivate and increase his battle strength. In the following days, Feng Yuan nurtured his second aperture, while refining the nauseating infant Sobgu. At the same time, he communicated with Little Hu Immortal and handled all the matters in the Blessed Land. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain's situation continued to worsen. The whole mountain was shrinking day by day. Little Hu Immortal would clear out large amounts of gruel mud from Danghun Mountain every day. She would do her best to delay Danghun Mountain's survival. The starry cloud covered the eastern part of the Blessed Land, and the starlight firefly group scale had increased by 3 times. According to Little Hu Immortal's initial estimation, there were 50 to 60 more starlight firefly goo. To be able to produce so many starlight firefly goo in such a short period of time, it was all thanks to air bubble fish. These air bubble fish were gradually showing their effects. Previously, Feng Yuan had frequently entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land and maintained Stargate goo for a long time, causing the starlight firefly goo's numbers to fall to rock bottom. Now that the starlight firefly goo's numbers had increased, the pressure was greatly alleviated. And in the western part of the Blessed Land, the pink rabbit was breeding in large numbers. Feng Yuan had transferred all the wolf groups from before to Northern Plains. The pressure on the pink rabbits was greatly reduced, thus the rabbit group scale increased rapidly. After Little Hu Immortal reported this situation, Feng Yuan immediately transferred most of the water wolves from the eastern lakes to the western part to fill the gap in the food chain. But even so, the rabbit group scale was still increasing. To prevent a rabbit disaster, a few days ago, Little Hu Immortal had sold a large group of pink rabbits to Jewel Yellow Skies at a low price. The hairy men that Feng Yuan was most concerned about were temporarily residing in the southern part of the Blessed Land. This was originally the Rockman's homeland, but now that a group of hairy men had appeared, the two sides fought for living space, causing several small-scale conflicts. Under Feng Yuan's instructions, Little Hu Immortal secretly helped the hairy men to defeat a Rockman tribe and sold the Rockman captives to Crane Gate. Crane Gate had repeatedly proposed a deal for Guts Gu, but Little Hu Immortal had rejected them all. Fang Zheng, as the negotiator, had requested to meet Fang Yuan several times, but was also rejected. As for Jewel Yellow Skies, Little Hu Immortal had sold Gruel Mud again, and obtained the second Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's recipe. After so many days, Fang Yuan had sold all the remnant recipes related to Immortal Gu. Little Hu Immortal had sold them again, and obtained 11 pieces of Immortal Yuan Stone. The more the same Gu recipe was sold in Jewel Yellow Skies, and the more Gu Immortals obtained it, the lower the treasure light would be. Thus, it could not be used as a long-term profit. This was like a gold mine that had already been mostly mined, and the profits would gradually decrease in the future. It was not worth looking forward to. After another 3 days of confrontation, Dongfang Yuliang personally sent a challenge letter to He Lulan. This made He Lulan stunned. She asked, "Has Dongfang tribe's rear army already arrived?" Cunning Gentleman Sun Shirhan answered, "The enemy's rear army is 5,000 li away. They are currently constructing the 5th defense line." He Lulan smiled sinisterly. "Dongfang tribe's military strength is lower than ours to begin with. They still dare to split up." Sun Shirhan also smiled. "Dongfang Yuliang is playing with fire. We might as well wait for a while. When the rear army gathers, our military strength will greatly surpass the enemy. At that time we can suppress them in one fell swoop and kill them all." He Lulan's eyes flickered with a fierce light. He had a personal grudge with Dongfang Yuliang. When he was young, he had traveled the world and gained experience, and had been drooling over Dongfang Qingyu's beauty. But he was taught a lesson by Dongfang Yuliang, and suffered greatly. Although he wanted to take revenge, he was not someone who would be easily controlled by his emotions. Even an idiot can see Dongfang lad's intentions. He wants to fight, but I won't give him the chance. How long until our rear army arrives? He Lulan asked. About 3 days, the Wang family patriarch answered. Good. I will write a letter to challenge Dongfang Yuliang to a battle in 4 days. He Lulan laughed loudly. After Dongfang Yuliang received the letter, he passed it to the civil and military officials to read. The higher-ups of the Dongfang alliance were furious. He Lulan's letter was full of nonsense and arrogance, claiming that he was merciful and gave Dongfang Yuliang 3 more days, hoping that Dongfang Yuliang would not let him down and enjoy the last moments of his life. The generals all asked for permission to fight, but Dongfang Yuliang smiled calmly. Everyone, please calm down. This letter is within my expectations. I have calculated many times over the past few days, and have come up with a plan. Please listen to me in detail. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the decisive battle, the weather was sunny, and the sky was cloudless. The grass was knee-deep, and both sides were in formation, stretching for hundreds of miles. The banners were like a forest, the soldiers were like ants. The twin-headed rhinoceros was like a small mountain. In the main tent on its back sat He Lulan, Fang Yuan, Hao Ji Lu, Wang tribe leader, Fang tribe leader, Yi tribe leader and other experts. Fang Yuan's seat was naturally the first on the left. As for Cunning Lord's descendant Shirhan, he stood behind He Lulan with a loyal expression, as if he had already become He Lulan's confidant. The wind howled in his ears, causing the war banners to flutter. Fang Yuan sat calmly, looking into the distance. He saw that the other side's army was organized. The main tent was standing on a white cloud, floating in the air. Inside the main tent, Dongfang Yuliang could be seen sitting in the center, with all the civil and military officials sitting on his left and right. In terms of aura, they were not any weaker than He Lulan's side. At this time, He Lulan's laughter resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Ha ha ha, today's battle is the first step for my He tribe to move unhindered in northern plains, and take the throne of the imperial court. Everyone who wants to go up with me and challenge the first battle. The moment he finished speaking, a group of Gu masters stood up and left their seats, shouting loudly or patting their chests, requesting to go up. He Lulan's gaze moved back and forth, landing on one of them. Pan Ping, you will go up. Pan Ping was tall and strong, his hair alternating between red and yellow, with a silver hilt and golden edge on his waist. He was overjoyed and was about to answer when he heard someone shouting in front of the formation, I am Tang Miao Ming, I have long heard of your Wolf King's illustrious name. I have come to experience it. Dongfang Yuliang is quite daring, actually challenging the battle first. The newcomer is Little Fox Commander Tang Miaoming. Rank 4 middle stage, she actually challenged Wolf Wangda. This person definitely has a scheme. Chapter 5:14. The two armies faced off. He tribe was about to send Pan Ping to challenge, but Dongfang Yuliang was prepared and sent Tang Miaoming first. Tang Miaoming was an enslavement path female Gu master specially nurtured by Tang tribe. She was at rank 4 middle stage, liked foxes and had exquisite control over them, but she had never had any outstanding battle achievements. But Dongfang Yuliang sent her to challenge Wolf King. It was clear that Dongfang Yuliang had a plan to deal with Fang Yuan. Tang Miaoming was only the first part of it. Wisdom Path Gu masters were like this. They dealt with their enemies one after another. People targeted by Wisdom Path Gu masters might not feel it at the start, but when they realize it, it would be too late. Tang Miaoming's public challenge made everyone's gazes gather on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a leisurely attitude. He drank a mouthful of wine and slowly put down the wine cup in his hand. Looking at He Lulan, alliance leader, I will accept the challenge? He Lulan laughed heartily. He was quite satisfied with the other party's action of asking him before the battle. Let's see Brother Shanin display his might and awe everyone. Fang Yuan slowly stood up and activated his Gu worm, shouting towards the outside. Little girl, your courage is praiseworthy for challenging me, but you are not my match. Moreover, it is getting late. In front of the army, Tang Miaoming's hands were covered in sweat as she tightly gripped the reins. After hearing Fang Yuan's reply, her delicate body slightly trembled as thoughts flashed in her mind. Wolf King replied. He is indeed very arrogant, as expected by Dongfang Alliance leader. Then I will act according to his plan and use words to pressure him, making him use only 100 beast group to fight against my fox group of the same size. But what did his last sentence mean? Dongfang Yuliang, who was sitting in the main tent, had been paying attention to the situation. Tang Miaoming was an enslavement path expert that he had accidentally discovered not long ago. After Dongfang Yuliang understood, he found that Tang Miaoming was extremely proficient in controlling small-scale fox groups. Her attainment in this aspect was quite deep, especially with her set of supplementary Gu worms. She could even match an enslavement path master. Dongfang Yuliang immediately thought of using Tang Miaoming to plot against Wolf King Chang Shanin. The Wolf King's prestige was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. If they could humiliate him in front of everyone, it would definitely boost their morale. What was even better was that Wolf King Chang Shanin was very arrogant, and Tang Miaoming was only his junior and a girl. As long as she kept a low profile, Chang Shanin would not be able to bully her in front of everyone. Chang Shanin, you are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. As long as you fight, Tang Miaoming will definitely give you a big surprise. Dongfang Yuliang was secretly excited, but at the same time he was a little confused. It's getting late? What does he want to say? Not only was Dongfang Yuliang confused, but the others were also confused. But Fang Yuan's next sentence was the answer to the question. It's getting late. Let's hurry up and start the battle. After that, I still want to have lunch. Come, those who want to challenge me, come on stage. Saying so, he stood in the main tent and waved his hand. Howl! 500,000 wolves howled at the same time. The huge wolf howls resounded in the sky. The majestic aura caused the wind to stop for a moment, and the crowd was shaken. Brother Shanin, you are. He Lolan's hand shook, and the wine in her cup spilled on her pants. Don't tell me Wolf King wants to? Dongfang Yuliang's pupils shrunk, and his expression changed. Next, the 500,000 wolf group was like a tsunami, like a huge wave, grand and majestic, charging towards the enemy's army. My heavens! Wolf tide, this is a wolf tide. Chang Shanin is attacking directly. He sent out all his wolves. Dongfang Alliance army was in chaos. The huge aura of the charging wolf group intimidated them. Many people screamed in fear, and countless defensive Gu worms were activated. At once, Dongfang army lit up with countless light barriers of different colors. Some only covered a single person, some covered a large area. Some wore armors, and some quickly rose up from the ground, forming mud walls. Tang Miaoming's expression was as white as paper. She was in the middle of the two armies, and as the wolf group charged, she was the first to bear the brunt. Facing the wolf tide that stretched for 1,000 li, she was like a small boat in a vast ocean, facing the devouring of a monstrous wave. Damn it, Wolf King is not abiding by the rules. I only brought 1,000 beast group to challenge him. Tang Miaoming was shocked and furious. Normally speaking, when two armies fought, they would challenge each other before the battle. This had always been Northern Plains tradition. The battle between Gu Master experts was not only to raise the morale of their side after victory. Moreover, they could understand some details of the other party, and be on guard against them in the future. At the same time, the challenge was also to forge friendships. Once the battle ended, the Gu masters of the losing side would have a way out when they surrender. But what about the challenge? The moment Fang Yuan made his move, he mobilized all his wolf group, skipping the challenge and directly pouncing over. Wolf King, are you still abiding by the rules? At once, be it friend or foe, countless people screamed and questioned in their hearts. The two armies were not far from each other. The wolf group ran like they were flying, quickly crossing this distance and starting an intense battle with Dongfang army. Quickly attack, don't stare blankly, the wolf group is pouncing over. Kill, slaughter these damned wolves. Brothers, let's attack together and fight side by side. A cacophony of battle cries erupted from the eastern army. 9 colored lights shone, rolling rocks, golden light, wooden thorns, water vapor, wind blades and so on fell into the wolf group, instantly causing huge casualties to Fang Yuan's wolf group. He tribe army, on the other hand, was still standing on the spot, blankly looking at the intense battle. Brother Shanin. In the main tent, He Lulan stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled at the black fatty. Dongfang Yuliang is a rank 5 wisdom path Gu master. If we carry out the challenge, we will definitely gather more information for him and help his deduction ability. In the end, Alliance leader is a great genius, directly ordering me to attack. He Lulan's eyes opened even wider. He had ordered Fang Yuan to attack, but not to make such a big fuss. Clearly, Fang Yuan was purposely distorting his meaning, but at this crucial moment, he could not argue with Fang Yuan. Attack! Attack, attack, attack! He Lulan swallowed his resentment and turned to face the front, fiercely waving his hand and shouting loudly. Alliance leader has ordered attack. Alliance leader has ordered attack. The orders were passed down layer by layer. The army slowly moved. Hundreds of thousands of people followed behind the wolf group and charged towards the other side. Tang Miaoming relied on the fox group in her hands to change the formation, firmly protecting herself. She was worthy of being the person that Dongfang Yuliang favored. Under the attack of the wolf tide, she only relied on 1,000 beast group to change the formation and forcibly held on. Beside her, the foxes surrounded her, forming a circular formation. The formation continued to rotate smoothly, like moving clouds in flowing water, like a millstone or reef. The wolf group outside was like the tide, attacking wave after wave, but could not break the fox group's circular formation. But Tang Miaoming did not have a trace of happiness. She was screaming crazily in her heart, "Damn Wolf King! He's like a madman! Damn it, although I can hold on for now, I'm trapped here, unable to move. Who can save me? Who can save me?" Suddenly, Tang Miaoming's body stiffened. Her face suddenly turned pale. Her eyes filled with panic and despair. In front of her, He tribe army slowly moved, rapidly accelerating. Under the cover of the wolf group, they launched an overwhelming attack. Tang Miaoming's mind lost control. The fox group's circular formation instantly collapsed. The twin-headed rhinoceros trampled like thunder. He Lulan looked down from above. Tang Miaoming's beauty slightly moved his heart. Who can capture this woman for me? He had just opened his mouth when Pan Ping shot out like lightning. He moved and jumped, suddenly charging to Tang Miaoming's side, attacking at lightning speed. In just a few moves, Tang Miaoming was successfully captured alive. Seeing this, He Lulan nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to the front. Dongfang lad. He laughed sinisterly, his eyes burning with the joy of revenge. A moment later, the two armies officially engaged in battle, and the chaotic battle unfolded. With Fang Yuan's help, this battle had just started, but it had already entered a white-hot stage. Bastard! Facing the pouncing night wolf, Tang Fang roared furiously. mobilizing the primeval essence in his aperture and pouring it into the pill fire goo. Whoosh! A fist-sized fireball flew out, creating a gust of wind. This orange-red pill fire directly hit the night wolf's body. The night wolf whimpered as it was knocked to the ground, its whole body burning with flames, not moving at all. Kill! Tang Fong breathed roughly, wanting to charge forward, but was stopped by a Tang tribe elder. Third young master, don't charge forward. Tribe leader orders you to return quickly. But big sister has been captured alive. Tang Fong stared, unwilling to turn around. His big sister was Tang Miao Ming. But third young master, you won't be able to charge forward like this. You will only be sending yourself to death. The elder hurriedly persuaded. Damn it. Tang Fong gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, feeling a wave of powerlessness. He was a genius of Tang tribe, only 22 years old, but already had rank 3 cultivation. But in the past, the rank 3 battle strength that could control the situation was now weak and insignificant in this great battlefield. Normally it was rare to see rank 3 battle strength, but here one could see them with just a casual sweep of the area. Rank 3 Gu Masters were already reduced to the core strength, and above them were those rank 4 Gu Master experts. And above them there were rank 5 experts. Sister, wait for me, I will definitely save you. Tang Fong calmed down and swore in his heart, retreating. If you want to leave? Leave your life behind. Right at this time, a Wang tribe rank 3 Gu Master pounced. It's Wang Jiang. Third young master, leave quickly, I will block him. Tang tribe's elder immediately recognized the person's identity. Wang Jiang's fiancée Luo Yufeng was snatched away by Tang tribe. Their hatred was very deep. Now that the battle was going on, it was the best opportunity for him to take revenge. He naturally would not let it go. Similar situations like this were not rare. With people there would be society, and with people there would be gratitude and grudges. Chapter 5:15. Tang Clan. Today, I will return the humiliation I suffered back then in double. Wang Zhang's expression was malevolent as he shouted. His whole body suddenly expanded like a black bear, fiercely charging towards Tang Fong. Tang Fong saw his ferocious momentum, and in his anger, his killing intent rose even more. Pillfire Goo. He pushed with his right palm, and an orange-red flame shot towards Wang Jiang. The flame drew an arc of light in the air, quickly approaching Wang Jiang's face. Before it hit its target, Wang Jiang felt a burning sensation. But he laughed sinisterly, and had no intention of dodging, directly opening his mouth. Whoa! He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill fire. This is rank 4 Swallow Fire Goo. Tang Fong was shocked. Swallow Fire Goo was not an offensive goo, but a storage goo. But when Goo Masters use goo, it depended on their will. Who said storage goo could not be used in battle? Tang Clan's goo worms were mainly fire path goo worms. Wang Jiang spent a huge price to purchase a rank 4 Swallow Fire Goo, to deal with Tang Clan one day. Wang Jiang, we are here to help you. At this time another 2 Goo Masters rushed over, both rank 3. The expressions of Tang Fong and the 2 elders of the Tang family instantly changed. Swallow Fire Goo was extremely effective against them, and now that they were fighting 3 against 2 they had a huge advantage. Third young master, leave quickly, I will block them. Tang Clan elder saw the situation was dire, and took the initiative to stand up, giving Tang Fong a chance to retreat. Tang Fong was not a wastrel. He gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Elder, hold on, I will bring reinforcements immediately. Chase! Wang Jiang and the other 2 naturally did not want Tang Fong to retreat safely, but they did not expect this Tang Clan elder to be a defensive goo master, and also had a rare rank 3 goo called Slow Step. This goo, as the name suggested, could slow down a goo master's speed for a period of time. Wang Jiang and the other 2 were held up, and could only give up on Tang Fong, and attack the Tang Clan elder with all their might. Tang Clan elder was outnumbered, and although he had slow step goo, he could not block them. First, he was hit by Wang Jiang's fist, and then a wind blade breaking his arm. In the end, he was turned into a popsicle by a snowball and died on the spot. Clan elder. Tears welled up in Tang Fong's eyes. By the time he arrived with reinforcements, he could only collect the corpse of this clan elder. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely in his chest, but he couldn't find his enemy for the time being. The battlefield was in chaos. A large number of wolves were rampaging about. In addition, there were also fox packs, battle crabs, foxes, bats, and so on. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness. All sorts of attacks tore through the sky and landed on the ground. Some of them smashed the earth, some of them ignited flames, some of them spread frost, and some of them were dazzling lightning. The Goo Masters shouted and screamed, some were attacking, some were retreating, some were rescuing, some were defending with their lives. The chaotic battle of hundreds of thousands of people filled an area of several thousand li hualala. Suddenly, a majestic blue wave that carried a monstrous momentum smashed down like a ferocious dragon. Large numbers of wolf groups and Goo Masters were engulfed by the huge wave. The battlefield was cleared in an instant, and the damp grassland formed several large puddles of water. A Goo Master laughed wildly, proudly standing at the center of the battlefield. It's Water Demon Hao Ji Lu. Tang Feng's pupils shrunk, recognizing this person. Retreat, this is a rank 4 upper stage expert, an old demon with a terrible reputation. Many of the surviving rank 3 Goo Masters wisely chose to retreat. Water Demon's tyrannical gaze quickly swept around, before landing on Tang Feng, who had the most people. These rank 3 Goo Masters were a bunch of battle merits in Water Demon's eyes, representing the generous rewards after the battle. Water Demon stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his dry lips, his face filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. You are unlucky to have met me. Water Demon laughed loudly, pushing his palms forward. Rank 4 Waterfall Goo. Bam! In an instant, a huge torrent of water gushed out, charging towards Tang Feng and the others with incomparable momentum. Facing such a majestic attack, Tang Feng felt like he was alone, facing a tsunami. He had a feeling of a great calamity, but he was alone and helpless. Third young master, we will hold them back, quickly retreat. The accompanying elders gritted their teeth, protecting Tang Feng behind them. They worked together and finally managed to block the waterfall. Quickly leave, the elders urged, causing Tang Feng to feel stifled. Hold on, I will find father to save you. He gritted his teeth, but had no choice but to leave in the end. Water Demon laughed maniacally as he fought with the few elders of the Tang family. His attacks were fierce, the majestic water pressure pressuring others. Although Tang tribe's elders had the advantage in numbers, they were at a disadvantage and could hardly resist. After a few rounds, some elders lost their lives in Water Demon's hands. After more than 10 rounds, only one elder was left, the rest had lost their lives. Water Demon laughed malevolently, and was about to attack again, when suddenly a piercing killing intent assaulted him. Hao Ji Lu's rich battle experience had already developed an intuition towards danger. He did not even look, immediately retreating, giving up on the battle merits he was about to obtain without any hesitation. Whoosh! With a soft sound the moment he retreated, a 4-leaf wind blade tore through the air, brushing past him. The wind blade spun endlessly. After missing its target, it drew a long arc on the battlefield. Wherever it went, be it humans or beasts, they were all cut, blood splattered, limbs fell everywhere. The light green wind blade drew a long arc in the air, flying back to its original owner's hand. It's you? Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng. Water Demon's maniacal laughter gradually faded, a trace of seriousness appearing in his eyes. Tan Wu Feng and him were known as the Wind and Water Twin Demons, both having rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Once, Water Demon rampaged in the eastern part of Northern Plains, while Wind Demon rampaged in the western part of Northern Plains. But later Dongfang Yuliang used a scheme to capture and subdue Wind Demon. Tan Wu Feng became Dongfang Yuliang's follower, attached to Dongfang tribe. Water Demon, your maniacal laughter is too piercing. Young master has ordered me to end your life here. Lord Tribe Leader, let me lead the troops and kill them all. Dongfang she could not hold back and requested to fight. Dongfang Yuliang slowly shook his head, not allowing it. Dongfang she was the commander of Dongfang tribe's Feather Arrow elite troops. He had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. But as long as He tribe's Black Banner elite troops did not move, this Feather Arrow elite troops could only suppress the situation. Dongfang Yuliang slowly looked around the battlefield. Looking at the whole situation, he consoled Dongfang Shi. Elder Shi, don't be impatient. You are not needed at this moment. The current situation is already within my expectations. Saying so, he lightly smiled and turned to the other side, saying to the 3 enslavement path Gu masters, "You 3, it is time to show your strength." Chapter 5:16. Hearing Dongfang Yueyang's instructions, Yi Xianming, Zhang Wanshan and Wei Xian looked at each other and nodded, activating their Gu worms together. Rank 3 Giant Spirit Heart Gu, strengthening the soul. Rank 2 Heart Sound Gu, activating the inner voice. Rank 2 Harmony Voice Gu, resonating the inner voice. Rank 3 Flying Soul Gu, soul leaving the body. Rank 3 Soul Chain Gu, linking the chains. Rank 4 Merge Soul Gu, 3 souls joining together, soul and body fusing into one. Killer Move 3 Hearts Combination Soul. Boom! With an indistinct explosion, the 3 Gu Masters' souls flew out of their bodies and temporarily fused into one in the air above their heads. At once, within a radius of 200 li, all the Gu Masters with at least 500-man soul level felt the majesty of the soul spreading and pressing down on their hearts. And those Gu Masters below 500-man soul level did not sense it at all. This pressure has already reached 1,400-man soul level, as expected of 3 Hearts Combination Soul. Fang Yuan immediately sensed it and looked towards the direction of Dongfang tribe's main tent. He was originally a 1,000-man soul, but after suffering from the soul explosion earlier, although he avoided most of the impact, he was still injured. At first, he had fallen to 800-man soul, but after recuperating, he had recovered to 900-man soul level. 900-man soul naturally could not compare to the enemy's 1,400-man soul. Unfortunately, there are too many people in the Alliance army. I can't get away. Otherwise, I can enter Danghun Mountain and use Guts Gu to easily heal my soul's injuries. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly and mobilized the wolf group under him. Large numbers of night wolves, water wolves, wind wolves and turtleback wolves gathered into a huge army and charged towards the enemy's main tent like a vast river. Wolf King, let us experience your great move today. Wei Xian, Yi Xianming and Zhang Wanshan spoke at the same time. Because their souls had temporarily fused together, their every action was synchronized. Under their mobilization, large numbers of steel pincer crabs, crystal drill crabs and big air crabs swarmed out and quickly formed a sturdy defensive line in a few breaths of time. The charging wolves slammed into the defensive line like a flood crashing into a dam. The sturdy crab shell clashed fiercely against the sharp wolf fangs and claws. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He stood on the back of the twin-headed rhinoceros and gazed into the distance. Under his exquisite command, the entire pack of wolves charged forward in waves, and the front line formed by the crab swarm soon became precarious. This is the 9-fold wave charge. Quick, support me. My crab swarm can't hold on any longer. As soon as Wei Xian had this thought, the other 2 sensed it. Under the effects of the 3 Hearts Combination Soul, it was as if they were one person. All of their thoughts could be heard by the others at the same time. There's no need to worry. My crocodile horde is here. Yi Xuanming's expression was steely, his eyes filled with excitement and fighting spirit. The other party was the famous Wolf King. Being able to exchange blows with such an existence was truly a worthwhile life. Under his control, a large number of 6-legged crocodiles, lava crocodiles, rock crocodiles, and shadow crocodiles soon appeared on the defensive line. The defensive line that was on the verge of collapsing became somewhat indestructible with the injection of these new forces. Be it crabs or crocodiles, they are all wild beasts with outstanding defense. At the same time, under the effects of the 3 Hearts Combination Soul, they are like 3 people fusing into one. Their ability to control beast groups has risen sharply, reaching the level of an enslavement master. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He did not show any impatience after attacking for a long time without success. Since his fierce attacks could not take them down, he wisely slowed down his attacks. He did not wholeheartedly focus on controlling the beast groups, but split half of his attention to observe the whole battlefield. His enemies were not just Jiang Wei and Yi. As a crucial figure, he had the battle strength to influence the whole situation. It was extremely likely that he would be assassinated by Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian. Since the start of the battle, Shadow Sword expert had not shown herself. It was very likely that she was secretly observing Fang Yuan, trying to find a good opportunity to assassinate him. But beside Fang Yuan stood the rank 5 Gu Master expert He Lulan. Maybe because of this, Shadow Sword expert did not show herself. Right at this time, above the wolf group, a large group of blood-red bats appeared. These bats had 4 wings that were as sharp and hard as blades. Under the attack of the bat group, the wolf group suffered a large number of casualties. The crocodile group and crab group took the chance to counterattack, pushing the front line forward by 100 steps. As expected, it is Zhang Wanshan's blade-wing blood bat group. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, but he was not surprised. With the help of He tribe's information, he had a good understanding of the enemy Gu Master experts. He had guessed earlier that Dongfang Yuliang did not have any enslavement master. To contend against him, he would naturally have to use 3 hearts combination soul. And the key people to use this killer move were very likely the 3 strongest enslavement Gu Masters. Now under Fang Yuan's probing, sure enough they were Zhang Wanshan, Wei Xian and Yi Xianming. The Bladewing Bloodbat group's attacks were extremely fierce. Once they joined in, they changed the direction of this small battlefield. The wolf group, which had the upper hand, retreated step by step. Meanwhile, the crocodile group and crab group took advantage of the situation to launch their assault. Mudwater crab, small air crab, big air crab, steel pincer crab, crystal drill crab, 6-legged crocodile, lava crocodile, rock crocodile, and plunder shadow crocodile formed a mixed army. Like an extended iron fist, they defeated the wolf group along the way and charged straight towards He tribe's main tent. According to common sense, it was hard for enslavement Gu Masters to cooperate. The mixed beast group instead hindered each other. 1 + 1 was less than 2. But Wei, Jiang and Yi under 3 hearts combination soul. Their souls fused as one, forming a mixed effect where 1 + 1 was more than 2. Brother Shan Yin. Seeing the strong attack of the mixed beast group, He Lulan's expression sank as he felt the pressure. If he let this group of beasts charge over, he would have to use the Black Banner elite troop in advance. But this way, Dongfang Yuliang would still have an arrow elite troop and would not be able to restrain them. The scales of victory would gradually tilt towards the other side. Fang Yuan lowered his voice and said to He Lulan, "The other side has a Bladewing Bloodbat group with fierce attacks. My wolf group will not be able to fight them in the air. More importantly, the other side used 3 hearts combination soul. Their soul is at 1,000-man soul level, causing the mixed beast group to be controlled by one person. If we can break this killer move, the mixed beast group will collapse without a fight." He Lulan frowned deeply. An ominous glint flashed in his eyes as he made up his mind. "Brother Shanin, pay more attention. I will end this battle quickly." He suddenly stretched out his thigh-thick arm, his right hand forming a claw with his palm facing upwards. Rank 5 aura suddenly rose. The primeval sea in his aperture rapidly fell as large amounts of primeval essence were instilled into the 4 Gu. Dongfang tribe has 3 hearts combination soul. My He tribe also has dark vortex. He Lulan laughed malevolently, an intense killing intent surging in his chest. Whoosh, a pitch-black undercurrent appeared out of nowhere, lightly spiraling in the air before flowing into the palm of his right hand. Next, a second, a third, a fourth. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of undercurrents were produced one after another, converging towards He Lulan's right claw like rivers flowing into the sea. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless undercurrents were produced rapidly, fusing with each other and actually creating the sound of howling winds. These finger-thick undercurrents squeezed together, first forming a black speck of light. Then, as large amounts of undercurrents continued to pour in, the black speck gradually expanded, forming a black ball the size of a fist. The black ball was deep and unfathomable, as if it was condensed from the dense night sky. Even one's gaze would be sucked in, causing people to feel fear. But when He Lulan looked at the black ball in his hand, he revealed extreme excitement, as well as an insane killing intent. "Dongfang brat! Take this!" He Lulan suddenly shouted, his body suddenly disappearing from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the enemy's main tent. "Die!" He Lulan let out a maniacal laugh. He flipped his right wrist, as if he was carrying 1,000 caddies of weight. He strenuously pushed the black ball in his hand towards Dongfang Yuliang. Following his movement, that small black ball's size crazily expanded, and in a few breaths of time, it became the size of a small mountain. The pitch-black giant ball seemed to be moving slowly, but was actually moving very quickly. It covered the radiance of the sun, casting a huge shadow on the ground. The giant ball had not even smashed down, but all the Gu Master experts in the main tent felt a sense of panic, as if doomsday was approaching. They looked up at the giant ball pressing down, their bodies as heavy as lead. They wanted to retreat, but it was difficult for them to move. Damn it, it is He Tribe's killer move, Dark Vortex. Retreat, retreat quickly. The Gu Masters cried out. They simply could not muster up any will to resist. Despair appeared on the faces of Wei Xian and the other two. They were under 3 hearts combination soul to dispel this killer move. They would need at least 5 minutes. But the corners of Dongfang Yuliang's lips curled up slightly. He looked at the sky. In his vision, the black ball was getting bigger, but his expression was indifferent. As I expected, He Lulan, I have been waiting for this move of yours for a long time. He slightly raised his right leg, and lightly stepped on the white clouds below him. The originally quiet white clouds started to boil like boiling water, and in the blink of an eye, the clouds and mist rolled and formed a huge vortex. The vortex slowly moved upwards, like a giant opening its mouth, swallowing the black ball. This is... He Lulan was shocked and furious seeing this scene. How could he not know that he had fallen into Dongfang Yuliang's trap? The latter had meticulously set up this trap, waiting for He Lulan to fall into it. Let me tell you, this is the killer move Cloud Vortex that I have meticulously designed for 3 years. It is specially used to deal with your Dark Vortex. He Lulan, you have lost, just like many years ago. Dongfang Yuliang declared the victor. Damn it. He Lulan gritted his teeth. His forehead was covered in sweat. He wanted to stop, but the Cloud Vortex was firmly sucking in his Dark Vortex. The smile on Dongfang Yuliang's face became wider. He called out, Dong Pa Kong Bien Si Xian. His voice was not loud, but under the effect of the Gu worm, it clearly resounded in everyone's ears. Hearing his command, Shadow Sword Expert, who had been hiding for a long time, turned into a shadow and slithered on the ground, arriving at the feet of the twin-headed rhino in the blink of an eye. And at the same time, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, piercing through the battlefield and arriving in front of the twin-headed rhino. The lightning dissipated, turning into a valiant man in the air, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. Flying Lightning Dong Pa Kong. Shadow Sword Expert Bien Si Xian. Chapter 517. Dongfang Yuliang was worthy of being a Wisdom Path Gu Master. He had accurately deduced He Lulan's reaction. The killer move 3 hearts combination soul was only a bait to lure He Lulan to attack. Next, Dongfang Yuliang casually revealed his trump card. A killer move specialized in restraining dark vortexes, trapping He Lulan. He Lulan was originally in the main tent, but now that he was trapped, the guards around Fang Yuan fell by a large margin. Taking this chance, Shadow Sword Expert Bien Si Xian launched an attack and charged into the main tent, attempting to assassinate Fang Yuan again. As long as Fang Yuan died, the wolf group would immediately disperse and the scales of victory would tilt towards Dongfang Alliance army. To ensure the success of this decapitation tactic, He Lulan had not only arranged for Shadow Sword Expert, but also an even stronger Gu Master. He was Dong Pa Kong, known as Flying Lightning. He was one of the few flying masters in Northern Plains, a Lightning Path Gu Master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Even in the chaotic battle earlier, he did not make a move and had been enduring until now. Only now did he reveal his true intentions and amaze the world. Protect Wolf King. Scoundrel, don't even think of succeeding. Wolf King, leave quickly. The 6 rank 3 Gu Masters around the main tent jumped up and attempted to block Dong Pa Kong and Bien Si Xian. Scram! Dong Pa Kong shouted coldly. The lightning around him suddenly intensified. The 3 Gu Masters in front of him were struck by the lightning and their defensive Gu worms were instantly destroyed. 2 died and 1 was injured. Bien Si Xian chuckled and turned into a black shadow, rapidly shuttling around the Gu Masters, blocking her like a venomous snake. And in a few moments she was behind them. What? This speed? Is this the true strength of Shadow Sword Expert? The three Gu masters were horrified. They turned around and could only see Bian Xixian's graceful back. They wanted to chase but found they could not move. Their hands and feet were all tied up with black shadows, as if they were tied up by ropes, firmly restraining them. Facing the pincer attack from Dong Pokong and the shadow swordsman, Fang Yuan's expression changed. Panic appeared in his eyes. He hurriedly retreated and shouted at the same time, "Quick! Someone come and protect me! Don't worry, Wolf King. He Shui is on standby." The last person standing next to Fang Yuan was a black-robed man with a steely expression on his face. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Fang Yuan. "You're courting death." Dong Pekong shouted loudly. Lightning surged around his body, forming a spear that fiercely stabbed at He Xiui. Bian Xixian coldly snorted. With a light flick of her wrist, a flurry of sword shadows instantly poured out. He Shui's expression did not change in the face of the combined attack of the two powerhouses. He suddenly put his palms together in front of his chest and madly mobilized his true essence. Boom! In the next moment he activated all his defenses. 56 flying bone shields flew out at the same time and blocked in front of him. An emerald green halo flew above his head and illuminated the area within 100 steps. The black light emitted a steel-like luster and formed an incomparably thick armor that covered his entire body. 9 ghostly faces of different colors let out sobs and wails as they hovered around him. At the same time, there was a dark brown oily wind blowing between the flying bone shields. Dong Pekong's lightning spear pierced through 7 flying bone shields and pierced through the dark brown oily wind, but was blocked by the black light armor. Bian Xixian's sword shadows bombarded the shields, shattering all 18 of them. But being obstructed by the oily wind, the sword shadows seemed to have sunk into mud and lost their momentum, no longer posing any threat. He Shui was He Lulan's right-hand man, and also one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner elite troop. He was most proficient in defense. Dong Pekong and Bian Xixian faced He Shui, who was focused on defense and were actually entangled for a while, unable to break through. He Shui had suffered a crushing defeat against Mo Shikuang earlier. But this did not mean that his strength was low, but rather that the opponent was too strong. In this imperial court contest, he was the #1 fierce general of Northern Plains. Now facing the joint attack of Flying Lightning and Shadow Sword expert, he blocked left and right, and after a dozen rounds, firmly protected Fang Yuan behind him. His combination of goo worms was extremely reasonable. It focused on defense and was meticulous in consideration. Dong Pekong and Bian Xixian tried to break through several times, but all returned without any success. The aftermath of the intense battle stung the twin-headed rhinoceros they were riding. The giant rhinoceros cried out in pain and spread its hooves, not distinguishing between friend and foe, rampaging and trampling everywhere in the battlefield. He Shui's expression became increasingly heavy. The intense battle had caused his primeval essence to be consumed at an extremely fast rate, and had already reached rock bottom. But the opponents were 2 people, and their primeval essence consumption was only half of He Shui's. He Shui was now facing a difficult choice. The first choice was to continue defending to the death, disregarding primeval essence consumption, and hope for He Lulan to return, or other reinforcements to arrive in time. But now that the twin-headed rhinoceros was running around wildly, it was already far away from its original location, and the reinforcements had to pass through the battlefield. How high was the possibility of them arriving in time? The second choice was to conserve primeval essence consumption. But this way his defense would weaken, and the possibility of being penetrated by the enemy would increase sharply. Once his defense was broken, Fang Yuan behind him would fall into a dangerous situation. What should he choose? Hesitation flashed in He Shui's eyes, but he quickly made up his mind. His defense began to gradually shrink, and he was no longer so proactive against the enemy's strong attacks. Dong Pekong and Bian Xixian immediately sensed the changes in He Shui, and broke through several times. It was extremely dangerous, and they almost succeeded. Even if Wolf King's identity was important and related to the overall situation, even if He Shui was appointed by He Lulan to protect Changshanin, but at this critical moment with his own life at stake, He Lulan could not risk his life to fight. If the person behind me was Lord He Lulan, I would definitely risk my life to protect him. But Chang Shanin is an outsider. He is normally very arrogant and looks down on me. Why should I sacrifice myself for such a person? Even if Wolf King is dead, we still have the Black Flag Army, we are still evenly matched. I need to preserve my useful body and continue to serve the clan. He Xiui's thoughts churned as he tried to extricate himself from the situation, and gradually felt at ease. He originally wanted to protect Fang Yuan behind him, but now he only cared about himself, and his primeval essence consumption immediately fell. This is the moment. Overlapping shadow goo. Suddenly, a flaw appeared in Bian Xixian's eyes, and her eyes shone with brilliance as she grabbed this opportunity, activating the goo worm she borrowed from Dongfang Yuliang. This overlapping shadow goo was a rare rank 4 goo. It was very difficult to buy in the market, and its price was not inferior to most rank 5 goo. Originally, Bian Xixian and Dongfang Yuliang had an agreement that if they succeeded in assassinating Fang Yuan, this goo would be her reward. But Bian Xixian's assassination failed, and the brain explosion goo she planted was also dealt with by Fang Yuan. With her pride, she was naturally unwilling to accept this overlapping shadow goo. But before this battle, Dongfang Yuliang was cautious and lent this goo to her. Overlapping shadow goo to other people might only be a rank 4 goo, but to Bian Xixian it could sharply increase her battle strength, and was much more valuable than a rank 5 goo. Under the effect of overlapping shadow goo, Bian Xixian's multiple sword shadows overlapped one after another, and in a few blinks of an eye, only one sword remained of the sky full of sword shadows. This sword shadow was eerie and profound, as if it had substance, overlaying all the attacks together. Bian Xixian thrust her sword forward with astonishing effect, easily piercing through the defense like a knife cutting through tofu, and charging towards Wolf King. The defense line that had not been broken for a long time was finally broken. Seeing this, Dong Pekong let out a sigh of relief, and quickly tangled with He Xiui, fighting for an opportunity for Bian Xixian. But He Xiui saw that the situation was hopeless, and already had the intention to retreat. Now that Shadow Sword expert was charging towards Chang Shanin, this was a good opportunity for him to retreat. How could he not grab it? Thus he quickly retreated and jumped off the thick back of the twin-headed rhino. Dong Pekong looked at He Xiui's escape in astonishment, and hesitated for a moment, feeling that he should quickly kill Wolf King, and could only let He Xiui go. But when he turned around, he saw that Bian Xixian's shadow sword had already pierced into Chang Shanyin's chest. Bian Xixian had pierced so deeply that only the hilt of the shadow sword was left, sticking to Fang Yuan's chest. And the blade of the sword was protruding out of Fang Yuan's back. Wolf King, remember. The one who killed you is shadow sword expert Bian Xixian. Bian Xixian's eyes were red, and her face was filled with excitement. The famous Wolf King, whose name had spread throughout northern plains, had died in her hands. This kind of glory, this kind of glorious battle record, made her tremble with joy. Success! Dong Pekong was also overjoyed at this scene. With Wolf King's death, our army will have the upper hand. Victory is not far away. Far away, Dongfang Yuliang, who had been observing the battle using investigative goo, clenched his fists in excitement. He raised his head and looked at He Lulan, who was contending with the cloud whirlpool above him, and showed a calm smile. He Lulan, Chang Shanin has already been beheaded. If you stop now and admit defeat, I will allow you the position of general, and you will still have a chance to enter the imperial court. But to his surprise, not only did He Lulan not fly into a rage out of humiliation, she instead showed a sinister smile. Dongfang Yuliang, open your dog eyes and take a good look. At the same time, Bian Xixian and Dong Pekong's exclamations came from the twin-headed rhino's back. Dongfang Yuliang immediately had a bad feeling, and quickly used investigative goo to look back. He saw that Chang Shanin had already turned into a puddle of water, and several goo worms flew out. A water image goo was left in the water. It was almost cut into two by the shadow sword. Its head and tail were only connected by a layer of skin. This water image goo belonged to water demon Hao Ji Lu. Back then, at the heroes' assembly, he had used water image goo to deceive everyone and kill fire prodigal Chai Ming. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had taken a liking to this method, and found He Lulan to conspire with him. To prevent this arrangement from being leaked, only the three of them knew about it. Fang Yuan's true body had not been in the main tent, but was hidden in a corner of the battlefield. He used wolf care gu to observe the battlefield and command the beast groups to fight. The conversation with He Lulan earlier was also an illusion created through a series of gu worms. Damn it, this is fake. Where is the real Changshan Yin? Chapter 518. Standing on the twin-headed rhino's back, Shadow Sword expert in flying lightning were patrolling the surroundings. The battlefield was in chaos. 3 out of the dozen or so rank 4 gu master battles had already decided the victor. Among them, He Tribe 1-2 and Dongfang Tribe 1-1. Several elite troops were still entangled with each other. Because of Dongfang Yuliang's scheme, He Tribe was at a slight disadvantage in this aspect. The wolf group, crocodile group, crab group and bat group were also in a deadlock. Fang Yuan was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where he was hiding. Bian Xixian and Dong Pekong's expressions darkened even more after their search failed. Dongfang Yuliang quickly accepted this defeat and laughed heartily. This is a bit interesting. But I had already expected this. As long as Wolf King continues to command the wolf group, his soul fluctuations will not be able to be concealed, and he will be found sooner or later. He Lulan, your defeat is only a temporary delay. Ha ha. He Lulan raised his head and laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain. Dongfang lad, do you really think I am restrained by you? Saying so, his skin turned pitch black like the night. At the same time, black smoke rose from the pores all over his body. The black smoke surged and quickly shrouded his whole body. In a short moment, He Lulan turned into a human-shaped black smoke. The smoke curled up in spirals and from outside, only a pair of bloodthirsty red eyes could be seen. In Dongfang Yuliang's heart, a strong sense of foreboding arose. The thought of retreating immediately flashed across his mind. But although the cloud vortex restrained the dark vortex and restrained He Lulan, however, from another perspective, wasn't it also the dark vortex that restrained the cloud vortex? The next moment, the black smoke that He Lulan turned into entered the dark vortex. Not good. Dongfang Yuliang immediately felt his blood run cold. But it was too late. The huge black ball was as big as a hill, and was originally being slowly swallowed by the cloud vortex. But now the dark vortex was shrinking again. The cloud vortex could not react in time and quickly retracted. However, in the next moment the dark vortex suddenly expanded violently. No, it's more like an explosion than an expansion. Dongfang Yuliang was shocked. There was no sound. It was a soundless explosion. The cloud vortex only lasted for 3 breaths before it was broken by the dark vortex. The dark sphere continued to expand, like a prehistoric monster opening its mouth to devour everything, including humans and beasts. Only when the entire battlefield within a 10-mile radius was completely covered did the semicircular ball of black light suddenly disappear. There were no sound waves produced by conventional explosions, nor were there any waves of air. This strange and tyrannical explosion possessed a mighty corrosive power, as well as an insidious poison that could melt everything. After the vortex dissipated, the battlefield within a 10-mile radius was completely cleared, leaving only He Lulan in the air and Dongfang Yuliang in the deep pit. The others were all corroded into nothingness by the explosion of the dark vortex. He Lulan looked down at Dongfang Yuliang below him. He was gasping for breath. He was extremely exhausted and his whole body was bathed in black-red blood. But his lips curled into a crazed and sinister smile. Ha ha ha, Dongfang Yuliang could think of the killer move Cloud Vortex to counter the Dark Vortex for you. Then I can also modify the original killer move. How does the feast I prepared for you taste? This is a method that I have always kept hidden. I did not even tell my kin. He Lulan laughed loudly, his laughter resounding throughout the battlefield. At once, his aura suppressed the surroundings. Even the Gu masters in battle could not help but pay attention to him. When they saw He Lulan gaining the upper hand, He Tribe's Gu masters' morale soared. On the contrary, Dongfang Tribe's Gu masters felt heavy pressure. The general was the soul and courage of the soldiers. The contest between He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang was extremely crucial. It was not only a matter of life and death, but it would also affect the entire battlefield. Cough, cough, cough. He Lulan's wild laughter came to an abrupt stop as he spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Although this move was extremely powerful, to kill 1,000 enemies he suffered 800 losses. It was a self-harming move no matter the result. Once it was activated, most of the goo worms that formed the Dark Vortex killer move would die. When the goo worms died, the goo master would naturally suffer a backlash. However, this was already a huge gain. He Lulan not only broke free and suppressed Dongfang Yuliang, he even killed Wei Xian, Jiang Wanshan and Yi Xianming, who were in the Three Hearts combination soul state. Once these three died, the mixed beast group immediately lost a unified leader and started an intense internal conflict. Just like what Feng Yuan had said earlier, they collapsed on their own. The mixed beast group that ran around and attacked randomly caused the battlefield to become even more chaotic. Dongfang Yuliang's expression was solemn as he slowly rose up. He Lulan had done a good job in keeping this secret. He did not have any relevant evidence. The killer move that had such terrifying destructive power was beyond his expectations. In fact, he had secretly prepared a means of escape for Yi Xianming, Wei Xian and Jiang Wanshan. He could directly transport the three of them to the rear of the battlefield from where they were. But when He Lulan modified the killer move Dark Vortex, he had added space path goo worms. When the Dark Vortex exploded, the surrounding space was locked and Dongfang Yuliang's method lost its effect. Dongfang Yuliang, it is not too late for you to surrender now. As long as you surrender, I can let bygones be bygones, and let bygones be bygones, I can appoint you as the first military advisor. He Lulan said, asking Dongfang Yuliang to surrender in front of everyone. Dongfang Yuliang sneered. He Lulan was famous for being lustful. He had long coveted his sister Dongfang Qingyu's beauty. Even if Dongfang Yuliang surrendered to other forces, he would not choose to submit to He Lulan. He Lulan, you are too optimistic. Even if you have the upper hand now, you are still far from victory. Come, let us have a good contest. 7-star lanterns. Dongfang Yuliang lightly shouted, and 7 lanterns appeared beside him. These 7 lights were of different colors. They circled around his body, drawing beautiful trails of light in the air. This was Dongfang Yuliang's signature killer move. The 7 lanterns had different effects. Under their support, Dongfang Yuliang activated Star Thought Goo. Swish, swish, swish. Countless thoughts gushed out. Starlight shined brightly. Even in the daytime, the brilliance of these star thoughts could not be concealed. A vast number of star thoughts rose into the sky. In just a few breaths of time, Dongfang Yuliang had produced tens of thousands of star thoughts. In the sky, the starlight connected and formed a large nebula. It was grand and magnificent. He Lulan, take this. Dongfang Yuliang shouted. The star thoughts around him shot towards He Lulan like lightning. The huge scale caused the howling of the wind. The aura was extremely shocking. A trace of wariness flashed in He Lulan's eyes. Wisdom Path Goo Masters were not defenseless people. Every Goo Master path, since it existed, it definitely had offensive methods. Paths without offensive methods would be eliminated, vanishing in the long river of history. Many years ago, He Lulan had fought with Dongfang Yuliang. At that time there were only a few thousand star thoughts, but they made He Lulan suffer greatly. Star thoughts had astonishing speed. They directly attacked the enemy's mind. It was a different path and hard to defend against. So many star thoughts, it seems Dongfang Yuliang is really risking his life. Creating star thoughts without restraint like this is not as simple as damaging the soul or body. No matter what the result of this battle is, Dongfang Yuliang will lose at least 2 years of his lifespan. My current condition is not good, it is better for me to avoid it for now. He Lulan saw such a scale of star thoughts and immediately had the intention to retreat. With a whoosh he vanished on the spot, and when he reappeared he was already 1,000 steps away. But the star thought speed was astonishing. They were as fast as lightning, chasing after He Lulan relentlessly. He Lulan snorted coldly, using healing goo while dodging. The star thoughts gathered into a large nebula, chasing after He Lulan on the battlefield. Everywhere they went, people were thrown off their feet. Some Goo Masters with weak wills were directly attacked by the majestic star thoughts and turned into idiots. Most of the Goo Masters felt dizzy after the star thoughts entered their minds. They could not stand stably. Only those few Goo Master experts with strong wills could use their thoughts to destroy the incoming star thoughts. But because of this, these Gu Master experts were resisting the star thoughts. The intense battle slowed down. Rank 4 Gu Masters could move unhindered on the battlefield, but Rank 5 Gu Masters could influence the entire battle once they showed their might. Dongfang Yuliang attacked with all his strength. He Lulan was suppressed. The majestic star thoughts formed into a nebula, becoming the number 1 force in the battlefield. Although star thoughts were expended quickly, Dongfang Yuliang's creation speed was also very shocking. As time passed, the nebula's size did not decrease, but instead increased slightly. In the whole battlefield, almost everyone's attention was gathered on the nebula. As the nebula rushed over, most Gu Masters chose to escape in all directions, afraid of becoming idiots. However, there was no joy on Dongfang Yuliang's face. Instead it was shrouded in worry. He Lulan's movement Gu was very outstanding. Star thoughts could not catch up to it. Dongfang Yuliang was well aware that the two most important people in He tribe army were He Lulan and Changshan Yin. Right now, He Lulan was running faster than a rabbit, while Changshan Yin was hiding in the dark, suppressing his soul and only using 10% of his strength to control the wolf group. The hope of digging him out from this chaotic battlefield was extremely slim. In that case, I will exterminate your elite troops. I want to see if you can still endure this. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes shined with a cold light. The star thought cloud in the air suddenly turned and charged towards the elite troops. These elite troops had at least rank 2 cultivation. Among them, there were rank 3 Gu Masters who were the leaders. They had the advantage in numbers, but they were not Dongfang Yuliang's match alone. Under the special care of the star thought cloud, He tribe's blue butterfly elite troops immediately collapsed, with countless casualties. My clan's elite soldiers. Seeing this scene, the Yi clan leader cried out in pain. Still not coming out. Dongfang Yuliang's eyebrows slightly rose. He activated the star thought cloud again, and attacked the battle dog elite troops. The war dog elite soldiers immediately fell to the ground. The surrounding elite soldiers seized the opportunity and besieged them. In just a few moves, the elite soldiers were killed. My battle dog elite troops. Wang tribe leader's body trembled with pain. To nurture such elite troops, Wang tribe had expended a lot of resources and expended a lot of energy of the current generation. But such precious battle strength was lost in one day. Still not going to save them? Dongfang Yuliang frowned deeply. After destroying 2 elite troops, his star thoughts were greatly depleted. If not for him continuously creating new star thoughts, the star thought cloud would have been used up long ago. Even with the support of the killer move 7 star lights, Dongfang Yuliang still felt a strong sense of weakness. Strands of white hair began to appear on his originally dark blue hair. Go on and kill. I want to see how long you can last with this killer move of yours. Fang Yuan, who was hiding in a corner, sneered through wolf Kergu as he admired the battle. To him, the more people that died, the more souls he would obtain after the battle. Anyway, as long as he won in the end, he could enter the imperial court. As long as Fang Yuan made a move, he would be able to accurately find Fang Yuan's location through soul fluctuations. But no matter how long he waited, Fang Yuan did not make a move. The Wolf King's display of coldness and heartlessness caused Dongfang Yuliang to feel a chill. Instead, He Lulan saw that his Black Banner elite troops were showing signs of not being able to hold on, and quickly appeared. Dongfang Yuliang die. He shouted with great vigor. Evidently he had already recovered from the internal injuries caused by the backlash. Dongfang Yuliang snorted coldly. Large amounts of new star thoughts emerged from his mind and charged towards He Lulan. The two fiercely collided in the air, entangling with each other without a clear victor. With He Lulan's interference, the star thoughts that were troubling Black Banner elite troops and Gu tribe dissipated after wreaking havoc for a while without the support of reinforcements. The battlefield was chaotic for a while, before returning to a deadlock. Among the dozen or so rank 4 battles, a small half had already decided the victor. Rank 4 experts were either dead or injured. Among them, Wind Demon and Water Demon were still entangling with each other. Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian and Flying Lightning Dong Pekong were moving around the battlefield. These two had powerful movement Gu. Even if they were intercepted by rank 4 Gu masters, they could easily escape. They continued to search for traces of Fang Yuan, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan had been hiding and did not make a move, causing their search to be fruitless. At the same time in Inayu Blessed Land, 2 Gu immortals, 1 male and 1 female, were sitting opposite each other, sipping tea while looking at the smoke image at the center of the stone table. The smoke image moved endlessly, displaying the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe clearly. Every detail could be observed. The female Gu immortal Tanbaya retracted her gaze and smiled at the male Gu immortal Dongfang Naganori. It seems this battle still depends on the outcome of the battle between Dongfang Yuliang and He Lulan. Whichever side won would gain the upper hand. Dongfang Yuliang is a good young man. His army is clearly weaker than He tribe, but he can fight to such a deadlock. It seems Brother Chongfan's teachings are quite effective. Dongfang Naganori wore a tall hat and had an ancient face. His eyes flickered with hundreds and thousands of colored glazed lights. As the only wisdom path Gu immortal in Dongfang tribe, he lightly shook his head and said with a cold tone, "In fact, the guidance I gave to Dongfang Yuliang was only 2 or 3 sentences. But this young man is not bad, he has his own ideas. After returning, he spread the news and used my influence to rise up. He has some talent and knows how to work hard. I have already promised him that as long as he can enter the imperial court, I will treat his sister's illness and nurture him as one of my successors." Enter the imperial court. Tanbaya was slightly startled, then smiled lightly. "Please forgive me for speaking bluntly, but in this imperial court contest, Dongfang tribe does not have much hope. Among the hot favorites this year, Yilui tribe's Yilui Sang is widely favored. This time Yilui tribe's supreme elder Yilui Lai secretly entrusted an immortal Gu to Yilui Sang. This is already a well-known secret in the circle. Although Yilui tribe has the Huangjin bloodline, and is one of the few super tribes in northern plains, they have not entered the imperial court for 8 consecutive times. Precisely because of this, Yilui Lai was ridiculed by He tribe's He Cheng in public. This time he used an immortal Gu to get back at them. Dongfang Naganori finished speaking and laughed lightly. His laughter seemed to contain disdain. Tanbaya took a sip of tea and said, Speaking of He Cheng, He Lulan is his 27th wife's son. This was his son, so it was reasonable for him to support him from behind. Thus, He Lulan is also one of the hot favorites. Historically, the contest for the imperial court is just a competitive game between the Huangjin tribes. Whoever can become the lord of the imperial court, the support of the force behind them is extremely important. In my opinion, He Lulan's chances of winning are much higher than your Dongfang Yuliang. Dongfang Naganori shook his head slowly. Tanbaya saw this and a trace of interest flashed in her eyes. What? Did Brother Chongfan secretly give Dongfang Yuliang an immortal Gu to protect himself? Or do you have some arrangements to ensure that Dongfang Yuliang enters the imperial court? The scheming ability of wisdom path Gu masters was something that Gu immortals had either experienced personally or heard of. There were very few wisdom path Gu masters, and Dongfang Naganori was a famous wisdom path Gu master in northern plains. If he secretly made arrangements, as long as he did not openly break the rules of the contest for the imperial court, Dongfang Yuliang would have a great chance of winning. But Dongfang Naganori denied Tanbaya's guess. No. In this contest for the imperial court, Ma tribe has great influence and can be said to have one foot in the imperial court lord position. How can I, Dongfang Naganori, do useless things? He, Dongfang Naganori, was already old and did not have much time left. He had also calculated that his death was near, thus for the tribe and to ensure his inheritance did not end, the urgent matter at hand was to choose and nurture a successor. As for the imperial court lord, that was secondary. Not all Gu masters could become wisdom path Gu masters just by having a set of wisdom path Gu worms. Dongfang Yuliang's talent made Dongfang Naganori very satisfied, and even slightly fearful. And what made him even more satisfied was that Dongfang Yuliang had a weak and sickly sister who was unable to cultivate. This was Dongfang Yuliang's weakness. As long as he grasped this point, he would not need to worry about his loyalty. The contest for the imperial court was only a trap he had set for Dongfang Yuliang. After Dongfang Yuliang failed, for the sake of his sister, he would definitely come to ask for help. This was the same as handing his weakness to him. If Dongfang Yuliang succeeded, it would be an unexpected surprise. Although he had promised Dongfang Yuliang to save his sister, the result was definitely not to be. Tan Baiya was very surprised. What? Brother Chongfan, you are actually optimistic about Ma tribe? Ma tribe might be a large tribe, and their military might is indeed impressive, but they do not have a Gu Immortal Supreme Elder. Dongfang Naganori had been waiting for her to ask this question. He slowly replied, Little sister Baiya, you might not know, but Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has already secretly contacted Ma tribe and are secretly supporting them. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Those demonic path Gu immortals. Tan Baiya's expression sank. This news had a huge impact on her. She stared at Dongfang Naganori. Brother Chongfan, how did you know this? Dongfang Naganori smiled proudly. I deduced this myself. You are the first person to know about it. Tan Baiya immediately believed him. Dongfang Naganori was a wisdom path Gu immortal. The results of his deductions were almost equivalent to the truth. Tan Baiya was also well aware of his situation. He had no motive to deceive her. Moreover, those demonic path Gu immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had always coveted 88-point Jinyang Tower. This time they were secretly supporting Ma tribe to attack Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance. Such matters had already happened many times before. Thinking of this, she could no longer sit still. She was Lu tribe's external supreme elder, secretly supporting Lu Wenwu. Once Lu Wenwu obtained the position of imperial court, it would be extremely helpful to her position in Lu tribe. Ma tribe's existence had seriously destroyed her plans. She naturally could not tolerate it. She stood up. Brother Chongfan, this matter is extremely important. Demonic path Gu immortals are all jackals and wolves, but the others are still in the dark. I will go inform them now. Please forgive me for taking my leave. Go. Dongfang Naganori slowly nodded, at the same time opening the Blessed Land's door. After Tan Baiya left the Blessed Land, Dongfang Naganori's expressionless face finally revealed a trace of a smile. This conversation was only a trap he had set up for Tan Baiya. Tan Baiya was also an astute Gu immortal, but she was in the middle of a trap and had a request, so she was easily tricked. Dongfang Naganori shifted his gaze to the smoke. The battlefield had already changed. Dongfang Yuliang gradually could not hold on after a long battle, and could only choose to retreat. Once the main commander retreated, the army's morale plummeted, and under Dongfang Yuliang's command, they also began to retreat. The retreat was panicked but not chaotic. It was clear they had undergone a lot of training. Dongfang Yuliang had already expected this, thus he had spent a lot of effort in the aspect of retreat. Dongfang army slowly retreated, and from time to time, many He tribe Gu masters lost their lives due to their carelessness. Wind Demon, you cowardly rat, you want to run now? Water Demon Hao Ji Lu roared. His body was riddled with injuries and dripping with blood. Wind Demon snorted coldly, but did not reply, instead retreating in silence, persistently executing Dongfang Yuliang's command. The defensive line set up by the army was several hundred li behind them. As long as they retreated into the defensive line and rested for a while, Dongfang Alliance Army's battle strength would quickly recover. By then, it would be He tribe army's turn to have a headache, and the initial disadvantage was only a small matter. Chapter 520. In a short period of time, Dongfang army suffered disastrous losses, leaving behind a large number of corpses as they retreated. Run! Run, it will be too late if we don't run. The situation that Dongfang Yuliang was most worried about appeared. Dongfang Alliance army suffered a huge defeat. The soldiers had no fighting spirit and only wanted to escape. He tribe army saw an opportunity and charged forward, starting a merciless slaughter. Dongfang Yuliang gritted his teeth and quickly mobilized rank 4 Gu master experts to suppress the situation. The experts turned around and attacked, greatly restraining He tribe army's pursuit. But good times did not last long. As He tribe's rank 4 Gu master experts attacked, Dongfang tribe's Gu master experts were stalled one by one. Dongfang Yuliang attacked again, but was also restrained by He Lulan. Seeing his own soldiers catching up to the enemy and starting a merciless chase, Fang Yuan retracted his hand and gathered the wolf group to his side. His action immediately won the good impression of the Black Banner Army commander beside him. In his opinion, Wolf King had a good opportunity to gain battle merits, but he gave it to someone else. The great commander spoke, praising Fang Yuan a little. Fang Yuan knew the other party's intention of expressing goodwill. He Xiuyi had originally been Fang Yuan's bodyguard, but he had escaped. If not for the water image Gu, Fang Yuan would have died long ago. But Fang Yuan had never counted on other people's guards. He had always relied on himself. Moreover, He Xiuyi was He Lulan's beloved general, so he could not do anything to He Xiuyi. Even if he could, Fang Yuan was not willing to see such pointless internal friction. Immediately, he said some perfunctory words, hinting to the commander that he would not take this matter to heart. The commander heaved a sigh of relief, thinking, Wolf King might be arrogant, but he is truly magnanimous. He is indeed not an ordinary person. Finally, Dongfang army crazily escaped into the first defense line. They paid a disastrous price for this. 20% of the entire army died in the previous battle, while 50% died in the pursuit of Gu Masters and the Wolf Group. The remaining 30% of the soldiers fled into the defensive line. Among the rank 4 experts, there were 2 who lost their lives because they intercepted He Tribe's army. He Tribe army did not stop and charged forward, but they were shot down by the elite archers on the city walls, leaving behind hundreds of corpses as they fled back pathetically. This was a troop that the Dongfang family had painstakingly nurtured. The blood, sweat and resources they had invested were not the slightest bit inferior to the Black Flag elite troops. He Tribe's Gu Masters charged 3 more times, but were repelled by the elite arrows. He Lulan mobilized the rank 4 Gu Masters under his command to charge forward, but because of Dongfang Yuliang's scheme, 3 of them lost their lives. Alliance Master, the other side is relying on danger to defend and has the geographical advantage. Our side has fought for a long time, and we do not have enough true essence. It is difficult for us to continue fighting. Why don't we retreat and make further plans? The elites returned to the king's tent, and cunning gentleman's son Shirhan suggested. On the side, Fang Yuan frowned. He had the memories of his previous life, and he knew that Dongfang Yuliang was the best at dealing with the aftermath, and he was good at defeating the strong with the weak. The longer this dragged on, the more information he would gather, and the more disadvantageous it would be for He Tribe. Although Fang Yuan's interference caused He Tribe to have a greater advantage than in his previous life, Dongfang Yuliang's battle strength was not damaged, and he was a huge threat. The best way to deal with Dongfang Yuliang was to kill him in one strike, and not give him any chance to scheme. He Lulan listened to cunning gentleman's suggestion and did not speak. He had interacted with Dongfang Yuliang before, and was familiar with Dongfang Yuliang's methods. But he did not want to let go of this opportunity, thus he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled proudly and said to He Lulan, He Tribe leader, don't worry, I only need 15 minutes to break this defensive line. Everyone looked at him and cunning gentleman sneered, feeling that Fang Yuan was exaggerating. He Lulan was overjoyed. Let's see Wolf King's methods. The wolf group swarmed out again, and gathered together, launching an unending assault on Dongfang Tribe's first defensive line. Dongfang Tribe defended with all their might, and in just a moment, the city walls were filled with wolf corpses. He Tribe's soldiers were moved. Fang Yuan's method of fighting without regard for the sacrifices, he was simply sending the wolf group to their deaths. Especially the Feather Arrow elite troop, which was most proficient in long-range attacks. They stood on the city walls and showed off. The rank 4 experts took on the role of firefighters, providing support everywhere. Whenever a dangerous situation appeared, they would take turns to take action and avert the danger. Dongfang Tribe's defensive line was simply impregnable. Fang Yuan sneered and continued to activate Wolf Howl Gu. The momentum of the charge changed continuously, making it difficult for the eyes to follow. Every change brought a huge threat to the defensive line. The high intensity caused the wolf group to sacrifice a lot, and in a short period of time 280,000 wolves died. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he stood on the twin-headed rhinoceros back, commanding from afar. Everyone in the main tent, however, had a change in their gazes towards him. Wolf King's ruthlessness made people feel fearful. Such a majestic and ferocious wolf tide made them feel even more insignificant. Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, you have such a ruthless heart, Are you trying to exterminate all of us? Dongfang Yuliang's expression was grim. The wolf group's large number of sacrifices was exchanged for Dongfang tribe's intense primeval essence expenditure. He was extremely regretful. If he had known this, he would have rather sacrificed He Lulan to take Chang Shanyan's life. Finally, Dongfang tribe's Gu masters could not hold on any longer. They did not have time to recover their primeval essence. The wolf group's attacks made them exhausted and had no time to breathe. Retreat. Without a choice, Dongfang Yuliang could only give this order. Just as Fang Yuan said. A moment later, Dongfang tribe's first defensive line was broken. Dongfang Yuliang left behind a group of injured Gu masters to bring up the rear, and led the remaining soldiers to retreat to the second defensive line at the fastest speed possible. The wolf group is exhausted. It is not suitable to continue chasing. Fang Yuan retracted the wolf group and opened up a path, giving He tribe army a chance to move again. This action won him the favor of almost everyone. My injuries are not light. Chase after them and try your best to kill them. But be careful, Dongfang lad must have made some arrangements. He Lulan did not move from the main tent, sending Hao Jilu, Panping, Wang tribe leader and others to chase after them. The generals excitedly crossed the broken defensive line and chased after them. But just as the pursuing army was about to cross the defensive line, an intense explosion occurred. Boom, like the sound of thunder, dozens of Gu masters were blasted into the sky. And what fell on the ground was a pile of rotten flesh and broken limbs. Bam bam bam. Next, a large number of explosions occurred one after another, piercing through the entire defensive line. The pursuing army suffered heavy casualties in an instant and fell into chaos. It is charred thunder potato Gu. Dongfang Yuliang buried a large number of charred thunder potato Gu under the defensive line. The investigative Gu master returned and reported to the main tent. I saw it. He Lulan's expression was extremely gloomy. He waved his hand and ordered the investigative Gu master to leave. He was not stupid. He immediately understood that Dongfang Yuliang had schemed against him. Burying such a large number of charred thunder potato Gu required a lot of time. This time was actually given by He Lulan. Before the battle, Dongfang Yuliang took the initiative to issue a challenge, purposely asking for a battle. In the end, cunning gentlemen spoke up and He Lulan delayed for a few days, only starting the battle when the rear army gathered. This gave Dongfang Yuliang a chance. Explosions occurred continuously, causing many casualties to He tribe army. Most importantly, the pursuit was stopped, and He tribe army could only watch as Dongfang tribe retreated safely. Charred thunder potato Gu. Although it was only a rank 2 Gu and had limited power, there were a lot of them. Other than that, there were also many rank 3 muffled thunder potato Gu, and a small number of rank 4 thunderclap potato Gu. Even if the Gu masters used defensive Gu to preserve their lives, their primeval essence would be greatly expended. Gu masters who had flying Gu worms were few in number after all. Even if these Gu masters chased after them, they were too weak and would instead give Dongfang tribe a chance to kill them. The Gu masters who were excited and eager to make contributions eventually returned to the main army with their faces covered in dirt and their bodies full of injuries. We have already won today. That Dongfang lad is just struggling at death's door. It is not too late to kill him after this. He Lulan consoled them, before starting to manage the post-battle work. Cleaning up the battlefield, healing the injured, organizing the battle merits. These were all troublesome tasks that required a lot of energy and time. Fang Yuan naturally did not want to waste his precious time here. He found an excuse and left the main tent, returning to his large lizard house Gu to continue cultivating. In this battle he was a great contributor, although he only fought a few times. Each time was crucial. With his battle achievements and strength, even cunning gentlemen had to shut up, and no one dared to say anything. The explosion did not injure the Wolf King. Dongfang Yuliang had been paying attention to the battle situation, and after hearing the investigative Gu master's report, he felt some regret. In this battle he had made Fang Yuan his number 1 enemy. His threat level was even higher than He Lulan's. Chang Shanyin was too crafty and ruthless. He did not care about Gu tribe's life or death. Although he was only rank 4 peak stage, he was much more difficult to deal with than He Lulan. Dongfang Yuliang had estimated that Chang Shanyin had the highest chance of using the wolf group to chase after them. But his meticulously arranged trap did not kill a single wolf. Instead it killed a large number of He tribe Gu masters. Gu masters' lives were much more precious than wild wolves. But Dongfang Yuliang was not happy. To a wisdom path Gu master who was good at scheming, a strong enemy was not difficult to deal with. But even though the Wolf King was strong, he did not rely on his strength and was calm to the point of being unfeeling. That was quite troublesome. It was because of Fang Yuan's several attacks that caused Dongfang army to go from a slight loss to a complete defeat. The gap between the two sides widened. He tribe had the clear advantage while Dongfang army was at a disadvantage. The situation was terrible. Seeing that this battle had come to an end, in Niu blessed land, Gu immortal Dongfang Naganori retracted his gaze and waved his hand, collecting the smoke on the stone table into his sleeve. He did not need to deduce to know that after this battle, Dongfang Yuliang had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Unless He Lulan made a huge mistake, there was basically no hope of advancing into imperial court. But in the entire battle, Dongfang Yuliang's performance was remarkable. He resisted with a weak army and the battle was in a stalemate. It could be said that he had made full use of his strength, especially when he purposely protected his tribe's strength. Not a single feather arrow elite soldier was lost. This is his loyalty to the tribe. Next, it will be a test of his handling of the situation. Dongfang Naganori slowly closed his eyes. He was most satisfied with this point. Other tribes suffered heavy casualties, that was their problem, as long as Dongfang tribe did not suffer much losses. Chapter 521. In the air the fiery red smoke rolled and evaporated, giving Fang Yuan a scorching feeling. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed, but his mind was already in the fiery cloud. It's about time. He calculated the time in his mind, as he slowly opened his eyes and took out a wine jar. The wine jar was filled with an eerie blue liquid, giving off the luster of seawater under the moon. Descend! Fang Yuan lightly shouted, and the fiery cloud in the air slowly descended, pouring into the wine jar. At once water and fire fused, producing thick black smoke. The black smoke quickly spread, filling the whole room. Fang Yuan could not even see his fingers, as if he was in the middle of the night. He willed, and a suction force came from the wine jar, and in a few breaths of time, all the black smoke was sucked into the jar. The room was clear again, and there was a hint of sweetness left. Fang Yuan flicked his fingers, throwing goo worms into the wine jar. The wine jar began to tremble slightly, and it only calmed down after the time it took to drink half a cup of tea. Fang Yuan looked at it, and saw only black soil left in the wine jar. The goo worms that he had thrown in had already fused together perfectly, forming a half-finished product, hiding in the middle of the black soil. Rise! Fang Yuan carefully injected primeval essence. The surface of the black soil broke open, and a thin sprout appeared. The sprout was green like oil, growing rapidly, and in a short while it had become a small sapling. The sapling could be seen with the naked eye, thickening and growing taller. On the contrary, the black soil in the wine jar decreased rapidly. When the black soil was reduced by 80%, the sapling stopped growing, and the entire tree crown gathered together, like a tightly clenched jade-green fist. Open! Fang Yuan shouted and at the same time, poured in a large amount of primeval essence. The emerald green fist slowly opened, revealing a goo worm in its palm. This goo had a long oval-shaped body with an armor-like shell on its back, and a dark brown spine arched out. On its head there was a strong horn looking heavy and mighty. It had 4 pairs of long legs, all strong and powerful, and its whole body gave off a shiny metallic luster. With one look, one could tell that this goo was not an ordinary item. A hint of joy flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. This goo was the all-out effort goo. He had failed 3 times before and only succeeded on his 4th attempt. Fang Yuan observed carefully, tasting the differences between the all-out effort goo and the refinement process. The rank 3 all-out effort goo only had 3 pairs of legs, and because it came from southern border, it was suppressed by the region and only had a rank 2 aura. And the rank 4 all-out effort goo had 4 pairs of legs. His body had become bigger, more than twice the size of a rank 3. Because it was refined in northern plains, it became a northern plains goo worm and was no longer suppressed by the other region. It emitted a genuine rank 4 aura. With this rank 4 goo, my strength path battle strength has recovered by more than half. However, he still had to prepare the 5th grade recipe. Fortunately, I now have a blessed land and can communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, so I still have some connections with Langya Blessed Land. There is still hope to get the rank 5 recipe of the all-out effort goo. Fong Yuan stored the newly obtained all-out effort goo in his aperture, and cleaned up before leaving the large lizard house goo. Outside the house, the scenery was bright and beautiful. Large numbers of goo masters were moving between countless tents, busy with their own matters. Some were going to the supply camp to exchange for goo worms, some had just returned from cleaning up the battlefield, and some were constructing defensive structures. 8 days had passed since the battle with Dongfang Alliance Army. In these 8 days, He Tribe Army did not move, cleaning up the battlefield every day, tallying the battle merits and healing the injured. The complicated and heavy matters caused the army's higher-ups to be extremely busy. On He Lolan's table, there was a mountain of documents. Cunning Gentleman was entrusted with an important task. He was so busy that he did not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. His face was pale. All the tribe leaders were even more busy, rushing around for the tribe's benefits. As a superior, they naturally had the responsibilities of a superior. During this period, Gu Guang had also looked for Fong Yuan several times, hoping that Fong Yuan would help Gu tribe's benefits, but Fong Yuan ignored him and only cultivated, refusing to see him. At this time, those demonic Gu masters appeared to be free and unfettered. Most of them were not burdened by any forces, they only needed to take care of themselves. Other than checking if their battle merits were deducted, they also needed to heal their injuries and use battle merits to exchange for new goo worms, preparing for war. This world's healing ability was much stronger than Earth's. On Earth, a severed arm or leg could only be considered a cripple. Even if a finger was severed, the finger had to be preserved and replanted within a specified time. Replanting a severed finger might not even succeed, there was a chance of failure. But in this world, even if the limbs were severed, they could grow back under the healing effect of goo worms. Basically, as long as the goo master's injuries were not too troublesome, they could recover. Thus, although only 8 days had passed, He Tribe Army's casualties had already decreased by 80%, and most of them had recovered their battle strength. The closer they got to the supply camp, the greater the flow of people. These days, large numbers of goo masters came here, exchanging their battle merits for resources. The supply camp became the busiest place in the entire army. They had set up 15 large tents, each of them occupying at least 6 hectares of land, with over 1,000 goo masters serving them. But even so, it was crowded like a marketplace and the tents were extremely crowded. Subordinate greets Lang Wangda, please come this way. When Fong Yuan arrived at the supply camp, a female goo master immediately led him into a goo house with a smile. As long as it was an organization, there would be relationships between the upper and lower levels, there would be differences in treatment. Fong Yuan was the upper echelon of the entire army. The treatment he received was naturally different from ordinary people. Lang Wangda, you are amazing in this battle, you are number 1 on the battle merit board. The young and beautiful goo master handed a scroll to Fong Yuan with a gaze of worship. Fong Yuan slowly opened the 2 ends of the scroll, seeing the 3 words Chang Shan Yin at the beginning. Behind the name was the battle merits, a series of numbers written in Northern Plains language, amounting to over 100,000. Fong Yuan glanced at it, but did not look at it carefully. In this world, battle merits were very easy to calculate, because there were large numbers of goo worms that could monitor or record. Every time there was a battle, all the forces would use large numbers of goo worms to record the entire process. Other than the convenience of calculating battle merits, the most important thing was to gain experience, gather information and probe the enemy's actual situation, to understand their own shortcomings. Besides this, many goo masters would also prepare their own goo worms to record their own battles. With these images from all aspects and angles, the battle merits could be calculated repeatedly and confirmed. Fong Yuan opened the scroll, and under his name was He Lulan. He had over 80,000 battle merits. He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang fought intensely, restraining the enemy's strongest expert. At the same time, he killed Wei Xian, Yi Xianming and Jiang Wanshan in 3 Hearts combination soul state, and destroyed the mixed beast group. This was a huge amount of battle merits. Under He Lulan were Water Demon Hao Ji Lu Wang tribe leader, Pan Ping and others, with tens of thousands of battle merits. The further they went, the lesser the battle merits of the Gu Master. After the top 10, there were only over 9,000 battle merits. After the top 20, the battle merits were around 7 to 8,000. The scroll recorded a total of 106 people. Most of them had around 3,000 battle merits. Evidently, this was the highest part of the battle merit board. The complete battle merit board was erected in those 15 large tents. It was as big as a city wall, and a large number of swim-word gu were used. Thus, on the surface of the board, the words flickered, and the battle merit numbers changed from time to time. Since the start of the battle merits had been continuously tabulated. Some gu masters exchanged for gu worms, causing their battle merits to decrease. Some gu masters' battle merits were rising rapidly. Especially healing gu masters, they often had huge gains after the battle. Fang Yuan placed the scroll to the side, and the female gu master observed his expression and immediately handed over a gu worm. This gu worm was shaped like a ladybug. It had a fangzheng carapace with protruding edges and a concave center, like a window frame. This was a rank 4 East window gu. It was an information path gu used to store information. Back when Fang Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land, when he inquired about 88-point Jinyang Tower, the land spirit of Langya had given him an East window gu. Fang Yuan took the East window gu and held it in his hand, injecting his primeval essence. As the East window gu shined brightly, a huge amount of information entered his mind. Large amounts of resources including gu worms, wild beasts, plants, yuan stones, variant humans, gu recipes and so on. These resources were provided by all the large tribes, among which He tribe as the alliance leader, contributed the most, taking up more than half of the resources. Soon Fang Yuan found a lot of things he needed to buy in this place. Although Fang Yuan could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies through Little Hu Immortal, the transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies were all large transactions, and needed immortal yuan stones. It was not suitable for Fang Yuan's current situation. At the same time, there was also the mysterious force represented by Old Man Inkstone, who coveted Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel gu in the dark. If Fang Yuan wanted to buy rank 5 gu to raise his battle strength, he had to buy gu worms from Northern Plains. This way, Wisdom Path gu immortals would be left with huge evidence. Thus, the supply camp was more suitable for the current Fang Yuan than Jewel Yellow Skies. Among my Strength Path gu worms, All Out Effort gu has already advanced to rank 4 and is suitable for Northern Plains. But there are still rank 3 Strength Chi gu, Tusita Flower, Primeval Elder gu, Self-Reliance gu, as well as rank 4 Bitter Strength gu, Expend Strength gu and Charging Crash gu. These gu worms originate from southern border and are suppressed in Northern Plains. To get rid of the suppression, I can only refine gu in Northern Plains and raise these gu to a higher rank. But if I do that, I will have to invest too much. There was a probability of success in gu refinement. Even if Fang Yuan was close to a refinement master, he could not avoid this probability. He had failed several times in refining the rank 4 all-out effort gu. He had failed more than 10 times in refining the nauseating infant sob gu, but he still did not succeed. Chapter 522. If Fang Yuan wanted to advance Bitter Strength gu, Expend Strength gu and Charging Crash gu to rank 5, it would be a huge project. He would need large amounts of materials and gu worms. Thus, only gu immortals with blessed lands would have the capital to gather a complete set of rank 5 gu. To mortals, this was a price they could not afford. Thus, in the mortal world, many rank 5 gu masters did not even have a single rank 5 gu. Only people like He Lulan or Dongfang Yuliang, who had the support of a force behind them, had 1 or 2 rank 5 gu. And in the East Window gu's information, there was only a Dark Path rank 5 gu that could be exchanged with battle merits. My Enslavement Path gu worms came from Changshanin. They are almost all rank 4 gu. It is too difficult to advance them to rank 5 in a short period of time. Thus, I can only collect goo recipes to be prepared. And my strength path goo worms come from southern border. Rather than refining goo, I might as well purchase them. After all, these goo worms are not my vital goo. If the refinement fails, they will be destroyed. If I want to refine goo again, I will have to start from scratch. Fang Yuan's plan was also a wise choice made by many goo masters of other regions in the chaotic world. He chose them one by one. Among the resources, there was only one rank 5 goo. But there were many rank 4 goo, among which were bitter strength goo, Tusita flower and primeval elder goo. But there was no rank 4 charging crash goo. Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best, choosing 2 pairs of rank 3 horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, preparing to refine them himself. Self-reliance goo was a perfect match for strength path goo masters. It was a rare goo. Among He tribe's enormous resources, there was a self-reliance goo. Unfortunately, it was rank 2 lower than Fang Yuan's original one. Rank 3 self-reliance goo. It was worth 45,000 yuan stone. The corresponding battle merits were 4,500. If it was a rank 4 self-reliance goo, its value was comparable to a rank 5 goo. The chances of it appearing in the resources were very low. Fang Yuan thought about it and bought this rank 2 self-reliance goo. If there was no other way, he could only try to refine goo. Self-reliance goo was like this, so there was no need to mention strength chi goo. Strength chi goo was already extinct in the mortal world. Fang Yuan's strength chi goo was extremely rare. He had obtained it through reverse refinement of rank 4 wind goo. But atmosphere goo was only rank 4, it was an unorthodox goo and was rather rare. If Fang Yuan wanted to obtain strength chi goo, he could only use Northern Plains atmosphere goo to reverse refine it into rank 3 strength chi goo. He had rank 5 cultivation now. Even if he obtained rank 3 strength chi goo, it would not be useful. Rank 3 goo were of little help to him. Forget it if I can't buy expend effort goo. After all, this goo is used to restrain strength path and has few uses. If I don't have the strength chi goo, that would be terrible. Like this, I would lack long-range methods. I have once again fallen into the most common predicament of strength path goo masters. Although strength chi goo was not a core goo, it was extremely crucial to a strength path goo master. In this case, I can only do my best to collect rank 4 and 5 strength chi goo recipes. Chi path had long been extinct. Even if there was one in jewel yellow skies, it was impossible to find one. It was also expensive. Perhaps Langya blessed land was their greatest hope. But land spirit of Langya was not easy to deal with. I will have to pay a huge price to obtain the recipe. Just as Fang Yuan was feeling vexed over this problem, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That's not right. His heart shook. Even if I do not have long-range methods in strength path, I can make up for it in enslavement path. The situation now is different. I have 2 apertures. I cultivate both enslavement and strength path. I can use their strengths to make up for my weaknesses. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan suddenly saw the light. Although he was a person who had been reborn and had meticulous thoughts, he could not help but fall into habitual thinking. In his previous life, he only had 1 aperture. Even if he touched upon other paths, it was only after he became a goo immortal. But now he was still immortal, but he already cultivated 2 paths. Enslavement path goo masters are most afraid of beheading the leader. I can use strength path to protect myself. Conversely, the weakness of strength path can also be made up for with enslavement path. I can give up on strength chi goo. Because he cultivated 2 paths, this problem that troubled strength path goo masters was easily solved. Next, Fang Yuan used his battle merits to exchange for many space path goo, as well as a large number of goo refinement materials. These space path goo worms and materials were prepared to enter Luopa Valley in the future. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had set up a method to seal Luopa Valley. To enter, ordinary methods were not enough. He needed a rank 5 open door goo. Open door goo could allow fated people to enter Luopa Valley. But to close the tunnel, he needed to refine a rank 5 closed door goo to prevent the tunnel from being exposed and others entering. Wolf Wangda actually exchanged for many strength path goo, a large number of space path goo worms, and such a large number of goo refinement materials. The resources that Fang Yuan mentioned made the female goo master inwardly surprised. Exchanging for strength path goo worms was understandable. After all, although strength path was declining, it expended little primeval essence. Once primeval essence was about to be exhausted, it was the last thing a Gu master could rely on. Thus, in northern plains where battles were frequent, almost all Gu masters had some strength path cultivation. But why would Wolf Wangda want these space path Gu worms? Maybe he wanted to use space path Gu worms to protect himself? After all, enslavement path Gu masters were often countered by beheading the leader tactic. And this astonishing number of Gu refinement materials, was Wolf Wangda interested in refinement path? Or was he researching a brand new enslavement path Gu worm? The female Gu master had her doubts, but she did not ask them. She knew that rashly inquiring about these secrets was a huge offense to Gu masters. Thus, she did not show any curiosity on her face, and only focused on handling her matters. Soon, Fang Yuan saw that his battle merits had been deducted by more than half on the battle merit board, immediately falling from first place to middle. Lord Wolf King, the resources you requested will be delivered to you one by one today. They will all be sent to you by dawn, the female Gu master said warmly. Fang Yuan nodded and was about to leave, but at this time the female Gu master said in a low voice, Wolf Wangda, please wait for a moment. There is a Gu recipe here that is extremely suitable for you. Lord Tribe Leader specially asked me to secretly keep it for you. Oh! Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. The female Gu master in front of him. There was no need to guess to know it was He Tribe's Gu master. The supply camp was such an important position. He Lulan definitely wanted to place her own people there. Only then could he be at ease. Hearing the female Gu master's words, Fang Yuan realized that this was He Lulan's goodwill. It was extremely likely that it was because of He Xiuyi's desertion, and Fang Yuan letting bygones be bygones, so she was secretly repaying him. Fang Yuan immediately showed some interest, and after understanding it, he found that this Gu recipe was extremely suitable for him. This was a Gu recipe related to Lurking Soul Coat Gu. Lurking Soul Coat Gu's effect. There was only one, and that was to conceal soul fluctuations. Earlier, Fang Yuan was hiding in a corner of the battlefield, and to prevent being detected, he did not mobilize the wolf group with all his strength. If he had this Gu, he could completely conceal his soul fluctuations, and while hiding his tracks he could also control the wolf group with all his strength. This Gu recipe, from rank 1 to rank 5, thus its price was not low. Fang Yuan used all his remaining battle merits to barely exchange for it. He opened the Gu recipe and browsed through it, finding that it was not difficult to refine this Gu. But the quantity required was extremely huge. Moreover, the cost was not low, especially one of the requirements, which required large amounts of fresh beast skin as the main material for the Gu refinement. Tribe leader personally instructed that if Wolf Wangda feels the Gu refinement is too complicated, he can hand it over to refinement path Gu masters. He only needs to pay the other party. Just pay the corresponding battle merits. If Wolf Wangda doesn't have enough battle merits, he can borrow 500,000 first. The female Gu master timely suggested. Yuan stone was usually used as currency. It was also used as currency, but during battles, because Gu masters needed to use large amounts of Yuan stone to quickly recover primeval essence, as well as to refine new Gu and so on, Yuan stone was scarce in large amounts. At this time, battle merits were often used to act as currency. This was not only in northern plains, it was also the same in southern border and other places. Borrowing battle merits was naturally not the treatment of ordinary people. But Fang Yuan was a crucial battle strength. Fang Yuan's strength alone could directly raise the strength of the entire He tribe army. Thus, He Lulan actively promoted this in secret, and was happy to see this happen. Fang Yuan nodded, immediately borrowing 500,000 battle merits. This time his battle achievements became negative, and his ranking directly fell from first place to last place on the leaderboard. In the 15 large tents, the Gu masters saw this and gasped in shock. On the battle merit board that was as large as a city wall, the negative 500,000 bright red number was extremely glaring. From the first place he directly fell to the last place. Such a huge drop was enough to make one's jaw drop. Clamorous discussions rose before gradually calming down. Wolf King's strength and status made them have no choice but to accept this fact. Soon after, the Wolf King announced a few missions, which caused the discussion that had quieted down to become lively again. capturing wild wolves, collecting souls, peeling off the wolf skin for initial processing, as well as a large number of Gu refinement missions. Once completed, they could obtain a lot of battle merits. These missions quickly aroused everyone's passion. In the next few days, Fang Yuan continued to cultivate, mainly focusing on strength path. Because of the turtle jade wolf skin Gu, his body could bear even more strength. Several days later, when Fang Yuan's strength broke through the 100 June barrier, he had already obtained over 10,000 rank 1 lurking soul coat Gu. But to push to rank 5, these numbers were far from enough. He tribe army rested for another 7 days before breaking camp and advancing towards Dongfang tribe's defensive line. The battle started again. Dongfang Yuliang relied on the tall and sturdy city walls to defend themselves, and came up with many strange schemes, delaying the battle to a large extent, giving He tribe a lot of trouble. But his activity could not make up for the huge gap created in the first battle. Dongfang army's 5 defensive lines were broken through by He tribe. Eventually, Dongfang army retreated to the final defensive line, and was surrounded by He tribe at the center of Chaofu. Dongfang Yuliang, you have no way out, your defeat is certain. But I still say, a wise man submits to circumstances. As long as you admit defeat, my army's strategist position is still yours. On the twin-headed rhino's back, He Lulan stood with his head held high, his loud voice resounding throughout the battlefield. Chapter 523. Facing He Lulan's surrender, Dongfang Yuliang remained silent. He stood on the city wall, looking at the black mass of enemies in front of him. The wind blew his long hair and his clothes swayed along with the wind. He sighed softly. Even though he was intelligent and often planned ahead, the gap between the two sides was too big. He still reached this final step. Wisdom path was not an invincible path. Throughout history, Gu master paths had emerged endlessly. Even Chi path, strength path and others had flourished for a time, but they were not able to destroy the others and dominate the Gu master world. Every path had its own strengths and weaknesses. Especially Gu master paths, they were built on the foundation of resources. When times changed and the environment changed, the resources that Gu masters needed to cultivate decreased, the path's vitality would also deteriorate. Any Gu master who was slightly familiar with history would know that countless paths had been buried in the long river of time. Speaking of which, Wisdom Path had been popular since the remote antiquity era and had been passed down until today. Even though Wisdom Path Gu masters were few in number, such a long-lived path could be said to be unique. In this world there had never been an invincible path, only invincible Gu masters. But in the whole of history, there were only 9 who could reach the realm of invincibility. Dongfang Yuliang was only a rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu master. Even though he was at the peak of the mortal world, he was still far from invincible. Even though he had his own killer move 7-star lamp, his primeval essence consumption was huge. It could not last long. Facing a colossus like He tribe, he had already felt that it was hard for him to do anything alone. He had the feeling of being alone. If I were an enslavement path Gu master, maybe I would have a chance to turn the tide. But even enslavement path has to worry about beheading the leader. Even Wolf King Changshan does not dare to lead the wolf group alone and leave the group. Thus, only by advancing to a Gu immortal can I stand above the mortal world. Dongfang Yuliang sighed in his heart. At this time, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stepped forward. Wind Demon, come out and die, he shouted, pointing out Hao Ji Lu's name. Wind Demon was furious, shouting, Hao Ji Lu, don't be so insolent. Saying so, he jumped down from the city wall, activating his Gu while he was still in the air. 2 4-leaf wind blades were formed. A shot out. Why are you only using these old tricks? Water Demon laughed and didn't dodge. Instead, he brazenly went up to meet the attack. Boom boom boom. The twin devils of wind and water had already fought more than 10 times, so they were very familiar with each other. Now that they were exchanging blows, the intensity of the battle reached a climax. The wind blades and water bullets collided in midair and exploded. Wind Demon's attacks were sharp. He was good at weaving and moving, while Water Demon's moves were wild and unrestrained. It was majestic and mighty. These two people had been famous for a long time. For a moment their figures were entangled. Their auras were magnificent, but there was no clear victor. The Gu masters of the two armies focused their attention on these two people. Although many people had experienced the strength of a rank 4 Gu master before, they still felt a sense of fear when they saw it again. After a while, Water Demon gradually gained the upper hand. Wind Devil wasn't in a good state. A Gu master's battle strength had its ups and downs. Like now, the situation was set. Dongfang tribe's morale was low after being heavily surrounded by He tribe. Wind Demon was naturally affected. Seeing his old opponent, who was originally evenly matched, being suppressed by him, Water Demon shouted in joy and attacked even more fiercely. The general was the soldier's courage. Seeing this, He tribe army's morale rose even higher, while Dongfang Alliance army on the city wall fell into an even deeper silence. In the main tent, He Lulan laughed heartily and sent out another rank 4 expert to join the battle. Dongfang Yuliang sent another person to deal with it. But the battle between these two rank 4 Gu masters was far less intense than the battle between the twin devils of wind and water. Not only was the thunder loud but the rain small, they were also chatting during the battle, even talking about a certain ancestor of the two tribes, and even having a marriage relationship. Dongfang Yuliang's expression turned even more unsightly, while He Lulan's smile became even more intense. Dongfang Alliance army's morale was low. Their hearts were already scattered. Almost all the allied forces were already looking for a way out. He tribe army's morale was high. Rank 4 Gu master experts requested to join the battle. He Lulan smiled and agreed to all of them. Soon, 12 battle circles were opened in front of the two armies. I am Pan Ping, who will fight me? Pan Ping was aggressive, and after getting He Lulan's permission, he became the 13th person to fight. Dongfang Yuliang, however, was silent. From the start of the battle until now, many of the rank 4 Gu masters under him had died. Many experts were overcautious and had already slacked off, pretending to obey but secretly opposing. When the alliance was established, all the leaders and famous experts used poison vow Gu. But the content of the poison vow was not harsh. There were still many loopholes that could be exploited. As the alliance leader, the tribe hoped to tie the other large tribes to their own war chariot. But the other forces were not fools. Thus, the content of this poison vow had been passed down for many years, and was obtained through the coordination of countless generations. Now that Pan Ping challenged him, Dongfang Yuliang found that he had no generals to use. He pondered for a moment before giving an order. What? Dongfang Alliance leader actually ordered my father to fight. In the tent behind the city wall, Tang Fong looked at the messenger in front of him with an ugly expression, his eyes almost spewing fire. In the previous battle, Tang tribe leader was attacked by two rank 4 Gu masters from He tribe in order to cover his tribesmen's retreat, and was heavily injured. Afterwards, he was bedridden and did not recuperate well. This is the alliance leader's order. Does your Tang tribe want to disobey it? I know your tribe leader is heavily injured and bedridden. However, there are many bedridden clan leaders, but didn't they all go and participate in the battle after receiving the alliance master's orders? The emissary's tone was unyielding, and his gaze towards Tang Fong was filled with undisguised disdain. You! Tang Fong was furious, growling. They are all pretending to be sick. My father is truly injured. Alright, little San, don't say anymore. In this battle, I, as the Tang tribe leader, have to fight personally. It is our duty to participate in the battle personally. At this time, the pale-faced Tang family patriarch walked out. Good. Dongfang tribe's messenger snorted coldly. He flicked his sleeves and left. But father, your body. Tang Fong was very worried. It will be fine. Tang tribe leader lightly patted his son's shoulder. I have been recuperating these days, my injuries are almost healed. Today's battle is very likely to be the final battle between the two sides. If I don't fight, the situation will not be good. And to the entire tribe, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Tang Fong gritted his teeth. Then father, you have to be careful. Sister is still in the enemy's hands, if there is a chance. I will do my best. Tang tribe leader frowned. He walked out of the tent. He came to the city wall and met with Dongfang Yuliang, Before going down to the battlefield and fighting with Pan Ping, Tang Feng stood on the wall. His gaze was fixed on his father. Young tribe leader. It will be fine. Although Lord Tribe Leader still has poison in his body, today's battle is different from the past. Everyone is holding back. A Tang tribe elder consoled. When Tang Feng saw that his father and Pan Ping were locked in a stalemate, the worry in his heart lessened by a lot. But at this time, Pan Ping suddenly erupted, pulling out the scimitar that was hanging on his waist. In everyone's eyes, a bright white light flashed and disappeared. When they looked again, Tang tribe leader's head was separated from his body. A father. Tang Feng was stunned for a while before crying out in grief. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. Both sides were stunned for a few breaths of time before a noisy discussion broke out. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu has been taken by me, Pan Ping. Pan Ping's eyes shined with a bloodthirsty light. He raised Tang tribe leader's head and shouted excitedly. Tang Feng's vision darkened. He fainted on the spot. What was that? I only saw a flash of light. It was too fast. I could not see it clearly. I wonder what goo it is. Or is it Pan Ping's killer move? Pan Ping suddenly killed an expert of the same rank. For a moment, he was in the limelight. Even Feng Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at him. Northern Plains was vast. It was a battlefield of hundreds of battles. Countless battles had tempered countless experts. These experts might have some trump cards that they had been hiding all along, not letting anyone know about them. Although Pan Ping was a rank 4 Gu master, he was not famous. Among all the rank 4 Gu masters, he was not famous. But after this battle, he stepped on Tang tribe leader's corpse and became famous. Pan Ping's face was full of joy. He returned victorious. He Lulan laughed heartily. He ordered his men to bring his wine cup and rewarded it to Pan Ping. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader, for your reward. Pan Ping stood upright in the main tent. He drank the wine in his cup and looked around. He was in high spirits. He obtained this goo worm purely by accident. Once, several tribes opened a market. He saw that this scimitar was exquisite and bought it to play with. But he did not expect to discover the secret of this scimitar when he played with it. There was a cold light on the scimitar's blade. This cold light was actually a mysterious goo worm. Pan Ping spent a lot of effort to refine this goo worm. Although he did not know the name of this goo, it had killed many strong enemies for him. Its attacks were extremely sharp. He had been looking forward to the upcoming battle for the imperial court. Originally, during the first battle between He tribe and Dongfang army, he had requested to be the first to fight. At that time, he wanted to use this goo to kill a strong enemy under everyone's watchful eyes. He wanted to become famous in one battle. But Tang Miaoming named him and challenged Wolf King Changshanin. This made Pan Ping very depressed. What made him even more depressed was that Feng Yuan did not act according to common sense. He directly attacked and skipped the challenge round, causing the two armies to fight. The chance that Pan Ping had been waiting for was gone just like that. Although there was an intense battle afterwards, it was not the environment that Pan Ping wanted. However, today's battle finally gave me a chance. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu is a famous person. After this battle, my status will rise sharply, and I can almost become He tribe's #1 battle general. After all, although Water Demon Hao Ji Lu is more famous, he has not been able to take down Wind Demon. As for Wolf King Changshanin, he is an enslavement path Gu master. I will not compete with him. Pan Ping looked around and felt that everyone's gaze towards him had changed. The pleasure in his heart became even more intense. Chapter 524. In Ayu Blessed Land, a slender jade corridor extended on the surface of the lake, leading to a lone pavilion. Outside the pavilion it was drizzling and a cool breeze was blowing. Different from the outside world, the rain here fell from the bottom to the top. The name Inayu came from this. After the female Gu immortal Tam by Ya, the Blessed Land welcomed a new guest. Junior He by greets Senior Dongfang. The newcomer had the appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man, but he was a genuine rank 6 Gu immortal. You and I have not met for 70 years. At that time, I remember you were still He tribe leader and almost entered the main imperial court. The white-haired Dongfang Naganori chuckled, gesturing with his gaze. Please sit. Heibai sat on the stone stool, slightly bowing. I am ashamed to say this, Junior was supported by the tribe at that time, but ultimately lost to Lu tribe. Dongfang Naganori laughed. That's right, the Lu tribe leader at that time was Lu Yifeng, a peerless talent, a genius rarely seen in 100 years. Senior's memory is not bad, Junior is in admiration. Dongfang Naganori slowly shook his head. We wisdom path Gu masters, since we need to make deductions, we will pay attention to the collection of every piece of information. But although Lu Yifeng was dazzling, he failed to advance to Gu immortal realm in the end. Among the geniuses of that generation, the one who had the last laugh was you, the one known as He Tribe Rockman. Senior is overpraising me, Junior was just lucky. You don't need to belittle yourself, becoming a Gu immortal is as hard as ascending to heaven. Often among 10,000 rank 5 Gu masters, there might not even be one who succeeds. Sai, I won't hide it from you. Over the past few years, I've investigated many of the younger generations. Now my hope lies on this kid. Dongfang Naganori said, pointing his right index finger, and a colorful smoke rose from the center of the stone table, reflecting the battle situation in Northern Plains Chaofu. Coincidentally, the two Gu immortals saw Pan Ping brandishing his curved blade and killing Tang tribe leader in one move. Heibai raised his brows lightly, exclaiming, this is interesting if I am not wrong. This Gu should be a Soul Blade Gu. The Soul Blade Gu's power was unique. Once activated, it could ignore the defense of the same rank. It was created by Gu Immortal Blade Demon. It had a special shape. It was just a cold blade light that had to reside on the blade. This Gu feeds on sabers, and the sabers that it parasitizes will gradually shrink. In the end, it disappeared into thin air. Dongfang Naganori nodded. That's right. The highest single blade Gu could reach was rank 6. Back then, Blade Demon relied on the rank 6 Soul Blade Gu to stand alone and no one dared to provoke him. But in the end, she was defeated by the Butterfly Sword Fairy. The Saber Demon was killed on the spot, and the Blessed Land was devoured by the Butterfly Sword Immortal. The Gu recipe of the rank 6 Soul Blade Gu was not passed down. However, right now there were still many Lone Blade Gu in the mortal world. These were all gifted by Blade Demon when he was touring the world while disguised as a mortal. Looks like this lucky junior received one of the gifts from the Saber Demon. Senior's knowledge is vast. Today I've learned something new. Heibai said with heartfelt admiration. Dongfang Naganori was a famous wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. He had countless battle achievements in his life, and many Gu immortals were schemed against by him. When he was just born, Dongfang tribe was already on the decline. It was after he became a Gu immortal that he single-handedly supported and schemed from many sides, making enemies fight against each other. His methods were superb and ingenious, allowing Dongfang tribe to regain its former glory. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal, a fully deserving giant of Northern Plains, and the pillar of Dongfang tribe. But now, his lifespan was almost up, and he did not have much time left, thus he was anxious to leave behind his inheritance. Previously, Dongfang Naganori had high standards, and chose a few Gu immortals, but none of them caught his fancy. Now, although Dongfang Yuliang did not meet all of his standards, he was still a rather satisfactory candidate. Lifespan Gu were hard to find, even though Dongfang tribe was a super tribe, one of the largest forces in Northern Plains. Of course, this was also because the Righteous Path Gu immortals had privately banded together and prohibited the sale of Lifespan Gu to Dongfang Naganori. Similarly, the Demonic Path Gu immortals who had been schemed against by Dongfang Naganori hated Dongfang Naganori to the bone. Dongfang Naganori had schemed against countless people, and at the final juncture of his life, he was schemed against by countless people. He himself was clear that he had offended too many Gu immortals. Even the Righteous Path did not want to see him continue living. Heibai understood that this meeting with Dongfang Naganori would be the last time he would see this legendary Gu immortal of Northern Plains. Thus he was filled with admiration and nostalgia. The colorful smoke on the stone table continued to surge, showing the situation of the battlefield to the two without leaving out any details. Dongfang army originally had a disparity in terms of formation, and after Pan Ping killed Tang tribe leader, Dongfang tribe's disadvantage became even greater. Eventually, Dongfang Yuliang directly invited He Lulan to battle, and personally went to battle. He wanted to rely on his own strength to struggle for a trace of hope. But in the end, he and He Lulan fought to a draw. When night fell, He Lulan gave the order to launch an all-out attack. As night fell, the Night Wolves' battle strength rose sharply. Wave after wave of wolf tides, under Fang Yuan's command, attacked Dongfang Army's final defensive line. Dongfang Army's morale was low, and their hearts were in chaos. Even though Dongfang Yuliang had made many arrangements, the defensive line only lasted for a few minutes before it was broken. Dongfang Yuliang had no choice but to admit defeat. At this point, the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe came to an end. The personal grudge between He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang also came to an end with He Lulan's victory. This junior Dongfang Yuliang has no other problems, but he is too concerned about his sister. In order to protect his sister, he actually divided a portion of the army and formed a rear army, placing his sister inside. Dongfang Alliance Army's military strength was originally weaker than He tribe's. This division caused the difference in military strength to become even greater. If not for this, the first battle's outcome would not have been so great. Hey bye, I've let you see a joke. Dongfang Naganori calmly looked at Kai Yan, smiling faintly. After He tribe army stabilized the situation, the supply camp slowly entered the broken defensive line and began to receive the captives and clean up the battlefield. Victory and defeat are common in military affairs. If this time is not successful, there is still the next time. In my opinion, Dongfang Yuliang is already very outstanding. He preserved the tribe's strength. He did it even more meticulously than me. His love for the tribe is already very valuable. This is already extremely valuable. Heibai said. That's right. Dongfang Naganori sighed. If other tribesmen die, they die. But we both have the bloodline of Giant Sun ancestor. Back then, when the ancestor established the imperial court, wasn't one of the goals to weaken other tribes and protect the bloodline? Unfortunately, even a grand existence like Giant Sun Immortal died from the exhaustion of his lifespan. In this world, how can there be anything that is eternal and indestructible? Heibai did not speak. He only listened quietly. Dongfang Naganori restrained his emotions and chuckled, stretching out his hand towards Heibai. Alright, now it is time to talk about the proper matters. Yes. Heibai took out a list from his storage goo and handed it to Dongfang Naganori. The list was filled with densely packed contents. It was a vast amount of resources. Dongfang tribe had lost in this imperial court contest. They had become He tribe's captive. According to the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal back then, Dongfang tribe could pay a certain amount of resources to redeem themselves. Dongfang tribe and He tribe were both super tribes. They had more than one Gu immortal. The battle between the two behemoths was nothing more than a game called the Battle for the Royal Court. The main goal, it was to weaken other tribes through war, expand one's own tribe, select and absorb talents. This grand scheme that enveloped Northern Plains was naturally not Dongfang tribe's doing, or He tribe's Gu immortals' doing. Rather, it was the doing of one of the 9 invincible sovereigns, Giant Sun Immortal. Dongfang Naganori received the list. He carefully looked through it. The resources on the list were not only huge in scale, many of them also involved Dongfang tribe's unique Gu worms, or newly developed Gu recipes. But Dongfang Naganori did not have the slightest reluctance. He lightly nodded and agreed. Winner takes all. Since we failed, we should pay the price. Let's do it like this. Losers pay the price. This was originally the rule set by Giant Sun Immortal. In history, there were several times when some tribes were unwilling to pay this kind of war reparations, and all of them ended up in the miserable state of being exterminated. By now, not a single tribe dared to not abide by it. This was the game rule of Northern Plains' righteous path. If any tribe did not abide by it, they would be ostracized and become the target of everyone else. In the night sky of the battlefield, a huge ring of light suddenly appeared. The ring of light stabilized and formed a giant light door that was over 60 meters tall. The light door shone for 1,000 li. It slowly opened and formed a jade light path. From the door, a young female Gu master walked out. She held the token and under everyone's gaze, she slowly landed in front of He Lulan. I am the envoy. I am here to welcome Dongfang tribe. She was expressionless and her voice was cold. The two completed the handover on the spot. After looking at the war reparations, He Lulan was overjoyed. He had made a fortune. With so many resources, he would be able to equip even more Gu masters. Especially after taking in the surrendered tribes. His military strength would increase by at least 50% from his original foundation. We will meet again. Chapter 525. Facing He Lulan's surrender, Dongfang Yuliang remained silent. He stood on the city wall, looking at the black mass of enemies in front of him. The wind blew his long hair and his clothes swayed with the wind. He sighed softly. Even though he had countless schemes and often planned ahead, the gap between the two was too big. He still reached this final step. Wisdom path was not an invincible path. Throughout history, Gu master paths emerged endlessly, blossoming like 100 flowers. Even Chi path, strength path and others were popular for a time, but they did not destroy the others and dominate the Gu master world. Every path had its own merits and flaws. Especially Gu master paths, they were built on the foundation of resources. When times change and the environment changes, the resources Gu masters need to cultivate decrease, the vitality of the path would also age. Any Gu master who was slightly familiar with history would know that countless paths had been buried in the long river of time. Speaking of which, Wisdom Path had been popular since the remote antiquity era and had been passed down to this day. Even though Wisdom Path Gu masters were few in number, such a long-lived path could be said to be a unique one. In this world there had never been an invincible path, only invincible Gu masters. But in the whole of history, there were only 9 who could reach the realm of invincibility. Dongfang Yuliang was only a rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu master. Although he was at the peak of the mortal world, he was still far from invincible. Even though he had a unique killer move 7-star lamp, his primeval essence consumption was huge and could not last for long. Facing a colossus like He tribe, he had already felt that it was hard for him to do anything alone. He had the feeling of being alone. If I were an enslavement path Gu master, I might have a chance to turn the tide. But even enslavement path has to worry about beheading the leader. Even Wolf King Changshan does not dare to lead the wolf group alone and leave the group. Thus, only by advancing to Gu Immortal can I stand above the mortal world. Dongfang Yuliang sighed in his heart. At this time, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stepped forward to fight. Wind Demon, get your ass out here and accept your death. He shouted loudly, calling out Wind Demon by name. Wind Demon was enraged. He growled, Hao Ji Lu, don't be so insolent. Saying so, he jumped down from the city wall, activating his Gu while he was still in the air. 2 4-leaf wind blades formed and shot out. Why do you only use these old tricks? Water Demon laughed and didn't dodge. Instead, he brazenly went up to meet it. Boom boom boom. The twin devils of wind and water had already fought more than 10 times, so they were very familiar with each other. Now that they were exchanging blows, the intensity of the battle reached a climax. The wind blades and water bullets collided in midair and exploded. Wind Demon's attacks were sharp, and he was good at weaving in and out, while Water Demon's moves were wild and majestic. These two people had been famous for a long time. For a moment their figures were entangled. Their auras were magnificent, but there was no clear victor. The Gu masters of the two armies focused their attention on these two people. Although many people had experienced the strength of a rank 4 Gu master before, they still felt a sense of fear when they saw it again. After a while, Water Demon gradually gained the upper hand. Wind Devil wasn't in a good state. A Gu master's battle strength had its ups and downs. Like now, the situation was set. Dongfang tribe's morale was low after being heavily surrounded by He tribe, and Wind Devil was naturally affected. Seeing his old opponent, who was originally evenly matched, being suppressed by him, Water Demon shouted in joy and attacked even more fiercely. The general was the soldier's courage. Alright little San, don't say anymore. I, as Tang tribe leader, have a responsibility to participate in this battle. At this time, Tang tribe leader walked out with a pale expression. Good. Dongfang snorted coldly, flicking his sleeves as he left. But father, your body. Tang Feng was extremely worried. It will be fine. Tang tribe leader lightly patted his son's shoulder. I have been recuperating these days, my injuries are almost healed. Today's battle is very likely to be the final battle between the two sides. If I don't fight, the situation will not be good. And to the entire tribe, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Tang Feng gritted his teeth. Then father, you have to be careful. Sister is still in the enemy's hands. If there is a chance, I will do my best. Tang tribe leader frowned, walking out of the tent. He came to the city wall and met with Dongfang Yuliang, before going down to the battlefield and engaging in an intense battle with Pan Ping. Tang Feng stood on the wall, his gaze fixed on his father. Young tribe leader, it's fine. Although Lord tribe leader still has poison lingering in his body, today's battle is different from the past. Everyone is holding back. A Tang tribe elder consoled. When Tang Feng saw that his father and Pan Ping were locked in a stalemate, the worry in his heart lessened by a lot. But at this time, Pan Ping suddenly erupted, pulling out the scimitar that was hanging on his waist. In front of everyone's eyes, a bright white light flashed and then disappeared. When they looked again, Tang tribe leader's head was separated from his body. Ah, father! Tang Feng was stunned for a while, before crying out in grief. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. Both sides were stunned for a few breaths of time before a noisy discussion broke out. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu has been captured by me, Pan Ping. Pan Ping's eyes shined with a bloodthirsty light. He raised Tang tribe leader's head and shouted excitedly. Tang Feng's vision turned dark, he fainted on the spot. What was that? I only saw a flash of light, it was too fast. I could not see it clearly. I wonder what goo it is. Or is it Pan Ping's killer move? Pan Ping suddenly killed an expert of the same rank. He was in the limelight. Even Feng Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at him. Northern Plains was vast. It was a battlefield of hundreds of battles. Countless battles had tempered countless experts. These experts might have some trump cards that they had been hiding all along, not letting anyone know about them. Although Pan Ping was a rank 4 Gu master, he was not famous among all the rank 4 Gu masters, he was not famous. But after this battle, he stepped on Tang tribe leader's corpse and became famous. Pan Ping's face was full of joy, he returned victorious. He Lulan laughed heartily. He ordered his men to bring his wine cup and rewarded it to Pan Ping. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader, for your reward. Pan Ping stood upright in the main tent. He drank the wine in his cup and looked around. He was in high spirits. He obtained this goo worm purely by accident. Once, when several tribes opened a market, he saw that this scimitar was exquisite and bought it to play with. But he did not expect to discover the secret of this scimitar when he played with it. There was a cold light on the scimitar's blade. This cold light was actually a mysterious goo worm. Pan Ping spent a lot of effort to refine this goo worm. Although he did not know the name of this goo, it had killed many strong enemies for him. Its attacks were extremely sharp. He had been looking forward to the upcoming battle for the imperial court. Originally, during the first battle between He tribe and Dongfang army, he had requested to be the first to fight. At that time, he wanted to use this goo to kill a strong enemy under everyone's watchful eyes. He wanted to become famous in one battle. But Tang Miaoming named him and challenged Wolf King Changshanin. This made Pan Ping very depressed. What made him even more depressed was that Feng Yuan did not act according to common sense. He directly attacked and skipped the challenge round, causing the two armies to fight. Pan Ping's long-awaited chance was gone just like that. Although there was an intense battle afterwards, it was not the environment Pan Ping wanted. However, in today's battle, I finally grasped the chance. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu is a famous person. After this battle, my status will rise sharply, and I can almost become He tribe's #1 battle general. After all, although Water Demon Hao Ji Lu is more famous, he has not taken down Wind Demon yet. As for Wolf King Changshanin, he is an enslavement path Gu master. I will not compete with him. Pan Ping looked around and felt that everyone's gaze towards him had changed. The pleasure in his heart became even more intense. Chapter 526. Inside the tent there was silence. On the vermilion table there was a tall pile of documents. From time to time, a gust of wind would pass through the curtains, bringing with it the fragrance of wild grass, flipping a few pages of the books on the top layer. Outside the window the weather was sunny, and from time to time, the neighing of warhorses or hump wolves could be heard. This instead added to the tranquility of the tent. As Ma tribe's young tribe leader, Ma Yingjie was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, bending over the table and helping his father with the alliance's matters. Ever since Ma tribe launched a sneak attack and exterminated Fei tribe, the biggest obstacle in the Heroes' Assembly was removed. In the following Tianquan Heroes' Assembly, Ma tribe suppressed Chang tribe and became the alliance leader. After swearing an oath, Ma tribe's military strength immediately rose to 600,000. Their army was at its peak. After that, Ma tribe fought in all directions, starting from Tianquan and marching towards the southwest. Along the way they looked for beast groups or stubborn local forces to attack, constantly refining their troops and consolidating their battle strength. Because of their successive victories, they absorbed the defeated tribes and grew stronger again, creating high morale. Now Ma tribe was near the Mirror Lake and finally met an opponent of the same level, Song Tribe Alliance Army. Currently Ma tribe was constructing the first line of defense. Report. At this time, an investigative Gu master's voice came from outside the tent. A glint flashed across Ma Yingjie's eyes. He knew that if there was a report it must be something urgent or important. Thus, he put down his work and called out, "Come in." The travel-worn investigative Gu master heard the call and was about to step into the tent, but was stopped by the guard. "Do you know the rules? Change your shoes, don't dirty the carpet in the tent." The investigative Gu master quickly apologized and changed his shoes before entering the tent. Seeing Ma Yingjie, he immediately knelt on one knee. Subordinate greets young tribe leader. "I have brought important military information from Yution's side." After he reported in a concise manner, Ma Yingjie asked him in detail, and after 15 minutes, he dismissed him. He tribe defeated Dongfang tribe and won the first crucial battle. Ma Yingjie's heart was heavy. The battle for the imperial court had been conducted countless times. At his level, he had already thoroughly understood the rules of the game. He knew the importance of winning the first battle. After He tribe defeats Dongfang tribe, they would receive a large amount of compensation. These war reparations included many of Dongfang tribe's newest Gu recipes, as well as a vast amount of war resources. As long as they digested these resources and absorbed the captives, He tribe army's battle strength would increase by 5 times. In the history of the struggle for the imperial court, the first battle is the most crucial. Once they won the first battle, they would obtain the basic capital. Losing the first battle would almost always result in elimination. There were very few examples of a comeback. He tribe has already obtained the first victory while our Ma tribe is still in a deadlock with Song tribe. Fei Kai cautiously came to the entrance of the tent, trying not to make any noise. The two Gu masters guarding the entrance glanced at him before shifting their gazes. Ever since the Fei family was annihilated, the ignorant Fei Kai was chosen by Ma Yingjie and luckily became his personal servant, avoiding the miserable situation of the other clansmen. His daily job was to place the shoes at the entrance of the tent. Ma Yingjie had a clean nature. Every time a guest entered his tent, they would have to change their shoes to avoid dirtying his luxurious carpet. After every guest's shoes were worn, Fei Kai was in charge of washing them before placing them on the ground. But this time it was different from the past. Fei Kai held the shoes worn by the investigative Gu master in his hand, and hesitated for a moment before stuffing the other pair of shoes into his pocket. No one noticed his small action. Fei Kai left without any danger, and after passing over 10 tents, he arrived at the side of the pond. He squatted beside the pond and started to wash the shoes that had been worn by someone. He was so focused that he did not even notice someone coming from behind him. "Hey, big idiot, why are you so serious about washing shoes?" A small hand suddenly slapped Fei Kai's shoulder. Fei Kai jumped in fright. He turned around and saw a little girl. She looked like she was carved out of jade. Her eyes were bright and sparkling. It was Zhao Lianyun. Ever since Zhao Lianyun used the 3 words, tiger, wolf and sheep, to persuade the Zhao clan leader. The Zhao clan migrated for a long distance. After a few twists and turns, they arrived at the Ma clan's camp without any mishaps and were personally welcomed by the Ma clan leader. Zhao tribe successfully merged into Ma tribe army and received the attention and warm hospitality of Ma tribe's higher-ups. "Oh, it's you, Lady Xiao Yun." Fei Kai saw Zhao Lianyun and immediately revealed a silly smile. His father's death caused him to sink into endless sorrow. By chance, he became Ma Yingjia's personal servant, and was also ostracized by the old slave's servants, and had no friends. After Zhao Lianyun made fun of him several times, he became his only friend. Thus, when he saw this little girl, he was extremely happy. "Lady Xiao Yun, I have something to give you." Fei Kai lowered his voice and moved his head close to Zhao Lianyun's ear. Zhao Lianyun pushed his head away and shouted unhappily, "Hey, you damn big head, don't get so close. Don't you know the difference between men and women?" Fei Kai was pushed away by her and almost fell into the water, but he didn't care and secretly opened his shirt, revealing the shoes he brought out, and said as if he was asking for praise, "Look, what is this?" Zhao Lianyun looked at it with disdain. "So it's a pair of smelly shoes, one look and you can tell it's been worn. Damn big head, you're so stupid, you actually gave me such a gift. I can't wear it, and I won't wear this pair of smelly shoes." Fei Kai said, "Lady Xiao Yun, didn't you say a few days ago that you lacked yuan stone flowers? This pair of shoes is exquisitely made. We can secretly sell it to the black market and exchange it for some yuan stone flowers." Zhao Lianyun raised his eyebrows and looked at Fei Kai in a new light. "Good big idiot, you actually thought of abusing your authority and reselling public property? Good, I didn't know you had such a trick up your sleeve. But how much can this pair of shoes be sold for?" "My daily allowance is more than 10 times the price of this pair of shoes." "You're so considerate, you should sell it. Your clothes are tattered, you should change them." Fei Kai rubbed his nose and shook his head. "No need, my clothes can still be worn. Actually, I didn't think of it. Those old slave servants all do this, there are a lot of shoes anyway, and Gu masters often wear them out. Lord Young tribe leader is also very clean, and every once in a while, he would get someone to change these shoes for a new batch." Zhao Lianyun nodded. "Snakes have their ways and rats have their ways. Servants have lowly status, but they also have their own way of survival. Especially people like Fei Kai, although he was a slave and lost his freedom, he was close to Ma Yingjia, and was usually the first to receive information about Ma tribe's higher-ups. Zhao tribe had now joined Ma tribe army, and Zhao Lianyun intentionally got close to Fei Kai. He actually had the intention of gathering information. Right at this time, a commotion was heard. "Where is Fei Kai? Come out quickly. Fei Kai, you've caused a huge disaster. You actually dared to steal young tribe leader's shoes." Young tribe leader wanted to walk out of the tent, but found that he didn't have his own shoes. "Fei Kai, you are simply too daring. Your crime is unforgivable." A group of old slaves shouted, and rushed in from the entrance, searching for traces of Fei Kai in the crowd. Fei Kai's face suddenly turned pale. "Oh no, I was discovered. Miss Xiao Yun, quickly leave, this matter has nothing to do with you, I can't drag you down. I'll go and beg for forgiveness from young tribe leader now." "Beg for forgiveness my ass." Zhao Lianyun growled, his expression extremely ugly. "You idiot, you still don't know that you've been schemed against. Quickly run with me." "Ah." Fei Kai was confused, but was pulled by Zhao Lianyun, and ran into the alleyway. "Damn it, the intersection here is also blocked." Zhao Lianyun relied on his familiarity with the terrain, and continuously brought Fei Kai, and in the end found that there were 4 entrances, and 3 small back doors were all blocked. "Miss Xiao Yun, quickly leave, if you don't leave now, it'll be too late." Fei Kai was dizzy from being led by Zhao Lianyun, and had long lost his sense of direction. His tone was anxious, as he was unwilling to implicate Zhao Lianyun, his only friend. Zhao Lianyun angrily stomped his feet, and continuously roared in his heart, "Do you think it's easy for me to find a spy? In this day and age, where could one find a fool like Fei Kai? Those old slaves were all as slippery as a rat, asking for money when I asked them to give me some information, and what they said was half true and half false and half true. They were jealous of Fei Kai, this newcomer, and wanted to get rid of him. As expected, wherever there are people there will be jianghu and there will be schemes. No way. I can't take this lying down. If you dare to touch my people, you're courting death. Zhao Lianyun's expression was gloomy, and he racked his brains, while the voices of the old slave came to his ears. So there's nothing, we've searched the pool, there's nothing. Could it be that he's already left? How is that possible? Our people have been watching, and they definitely saw that brat come in. We haven't searched there yet, let's go. Hearing the footsteps of the old slave, Zhao Lianyun suddenly thought of an idea. Big fool, the heavens have not forsaken you. Fortunately, I just came back from the market and bought a piece of silk, Zhao Lianyun said, and took out a piece of fine and smooth silk from his arms. This silk, she originally wanted to use it to make clothes. Big fool, as long as you listen to my arrangements, according to what I say, this time it may be a good thing for you. Zhao Lianyun stuffed the silk into Fei Kai's hands. Ah! Fei Kai looked confused. Zhao Lianyun quickly moved her lips, and told Fei Kai her arrangements. After a dozen breaths, Fei Kai took the initiative to walk out, and was discovered by the old slave. They were overjoyed and surrounded him, but Fei Kai clenched his fists, and as if he had gone crazy, he knocked several old slaves to the ground. Rebellious, rebellious. This dog actually dares to hit us old seniors. Fei Kai, you've made a big mistake. The young master is looking for you, and we're here to catch you, but you actually dare to resist. Chapter 527. These old slaves were all old and senile, and Fei Kai looked like he had gone crazy, so they could only surround Fei Kai, not daring to move forward. Fei Kai stared angrily, kicking away the old slave in front of him. Filthy thing, I am going to pay my respects to the young tribe leader, don't block my way. The old slave were ashamed and angry at the same time, their eyes flashing with a sinister and cunning light, but they did not dare to move forward. They could already see that Fei Kai's chest was bulging. Many of them sneered in their hearts. This silly lad, he really dared to steal. So be it if he stole the shoes, but he just had to steal the young tribe leader's shoes, ha ha ha. His luck is really bad. I wanted to push him down and make him sweep the latrine. But now I'm afraid he will lose his life. Serves him right. Is it so easy to be the personal servant of the young tribe leader? Fei Kai was half surrounded by the old slave as he walked towards the young tribe leader's tent. The two Gu masters guarding the tent looked at Fei Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. Jie stood at the entrance of the tent, his expression grim. He was tired from handling official business and wanted to go out for a walk, but he found that his shoes were gone. He called over his personal old slave, and the old slave told him that it was very likely that the new young slave had stolen it and sold it for money. The old slave also told Jie that this was actually not the first time Fei Kai had stolen. Jie was naturally furious. He did not expect that his moment of benevolence would attract a thief instead. Fei Kai was anxious and fearful, his heart was already filled with panic, but he remembered Zhao Lianyun's words and walked towards Jie with his head held high and chest puffed out, showing a heroic and spirited appearance. Jie looked at him secretly amazed. The old slave escorting Fei Kai followed behind Fei Kai as if they were escorting him. More importantly, Fei Kai did not panic at all. Could it be that he was not the one who stole it? Unknowingly, a part of Jie's anger was replaced by curiosity and doubt. This lowly one greets Lord Young clan leader. Fei Kai knelt on the ground and said in a loud and clear voice. Jie looked down at Fei Kai, who was at his feet, and shouted in a displeased tone, "Did you steal my shoes?" "This lowly one has never stolen your shoes, my lord. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to do it." Fei Kai flatly denied. "He's lying. His bosom is bulging. Just look at what he's carrying." Behind him, the old slave immediately shouted. Fei Kai snorted coldly and opened his clothes, revealing a ball of snow-white high-quality silk. He carefully took out the silk and slowly opened it, revealing a pair of shoes inside. When Jie saw that the pair of shoes were exactly the ones he was wearing, he couldn't help but sneer. "Good, very good. The evidence is here. For a thief to be able to act as righteously as you, it is really rare. Please investigate this, young clan leader." Fei Kai didn't refute. He only used his hands to support the shoes and respectfully placed them on the ground. Then, he put his forehead on the ground, looking like he was ready to be punished. Lord Young Clan Leader, the evidence is conclusive. Please punish this abominable dog thing. Yes, he actually dared to steal Young Clan Leader's shoes. In the future, he will steal even more things. His hands and feet are too dirty. In the opinion of the old slave, we should just cut off his hands. The old slave spoke one after another. The contents were vicious and ruthless. Fei Kai's heart trembled as he listened, but he kept Zhao Lianyun's words in mind and didn't open his mouth to refute. This kind of scene made Ma Yingjie a little interested. Executing a slave was not a big deal. However, Ma Yingjie had always flaunted himself as wise and benevolent. He restrained himself, hoping that he could take over the clan in the future and become a wise leader. Especially now, as the leader of the army, every move of the Ma clan was seen by others. Because of a small matter like stealing shoes, would it be called cruel to execute a slave rashly? Ma Yingjie also had such concerns in his heart. A good reputation was easy to build but hard to maintain. Therefore he asked, I've always been fair. Fei Kai, I'll give you a chance to defend yourself. Fei Kai immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He had waited for Ma Yingjie's words according to Zhao Lianyun's instructions. This gave him great confidence. He immediately secretly decided to answer everything according to Zhao Lianyun's instructions. Therefore, he answered, My father died because of the clan's internal strife. Young Clan Leader annihilated the Fei clan to avenge my father's death. Young Clan Leader is so wise and benevolent. Why would I do something like biting the hand that feeds me? When Ma Yingjie heard the words wise and benevolent, his mood immediately improved. He asked warmly, Oh? Could it be that you have some ulterior motives? But Fei Kai shook his head. There are no ulterior motives. It's just that I want to repay Young Clan Leader. But what can I do? I'm just a mortal and can't fight for Young Clan Leader. I'm stupid and can't give advice for Young Clan Leader. I'm just your personal servant. I only know how to wash your shoes and place them properly. I put myself in your shoes and thought, wouldn't Young Clan Leader's feet feel cold after wearing these shoes for so long? Therefore, I used all my savings to buy this piece of silk and wrapped Young Clan Leader's shoes in front of my chest. This way, Young Clan Leader won't feel cold when you wear these shoes. Oh, so it's like this. Ma Yingjie was greatly surprised when he heard this. He was a neat freak. If Fei Kai directly put the shoes in his chest, he would be disgusted instead. But using silk to wrap the shoes was different. Furthermore, this piece of high-quality silk was the real deal. Who would use this kind of fabric to wrap shoes? This Fei Kai is a good servant. He's really considerate. Ma Yingjie's thoughts turned at lightning speed. The gaze he looked at Fei Kai quietly changed. If what Fei Kai said was true, then his loyalty was clear and it was really touching. At this moment, Fei Kai kowtowed fiercely. Young Clan Leader, I'm guilty. Oh, what are you guilty of? Ma Yingjie looked at Fei Kai with an obvious smile on his lips. Fei Kai answered, I only cared about warming Young Clan Leader's shoes. I forgot that it would be extremely inconvenient if Young Clan Leader wanted to go out. I'm guilty. Please punish me, Young Clan Leader. Ma Yingjie let out a long sigh. I have more than one pair of shoes. I only called you over today because I saw that the pair I usually wear was missing. Fortunately, I nearly blamed my loyal servant wrongly. Young Clan Leader, you can't listen to his side of the story. Young Clan Leader, this kid is deceiving people with lies. He's crafty and full of flowery words. The old slave behind him shouted anxiously when they saw that the usually dull and foolish Fei Kai actually had a glib tongue and forcefully turned the tables in front of their eyes. At this moment, Fei Kai said again, Please investigate clearly, Young Clan Leader. Stealing shoes has indeed happened before, but I've never done it before. On the contrary, it's these old slave behind me who have done it many times. After I took up this position, these old slave hinted to me many times, so they developed jealousy and hatred towards me. I'm not afraid of investigation and punishment. I plead Young Clan Leader to send someone to investigate and clear my name. Fei Kai was naturally not afraid of investigation. This was the first time he stole shoes. He did as the old slave said inadvertently beside his ear, and stole the most exquisite pair of shoes to sell for a high price. Fei Kai was ignorant, and after following young clan leader for so long, he did not pay attention to the appearance of young clan leader's shoes, and so easily fell into the old slave's trap. Fortunately, he met a crucial person at the crucial moment. Zhao Lianyun became his savior, and under her guidance, Fei Kai successfully turned the tables and turned the situation around. The old slave's expressions changed when they heard that there was an investigation, becoming as pale as paper. A Gu master's methods were naturally rich and varied. It was naturally a piece of cake for him to investigate such a trivial matter. These old slaves were already regretting to death. They did not expect that they would end up losing their lives. Ma Yingjie looked at the old slave's expression change, and was already 70 to 80% sure of Fei Kai. But he was determined to be a wise leader, and naturally would not just give orders based on his thoughts. Immediately, he called the investigative Gu master and ordered him to investigate this matter. The investigative Gu master received Ma Yingjie's personal order, and naturally went all out to investigate. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the truth had come to light. In front of the truth, the old slave all knelt on the ground, crying and wailing in fear, begging for young clan leader's forgiveness. Ma Yingjie snorted coldly, "You slaves trying to flatter the superiors and bully the subordinates, you actually dared to deceive me. Originally, according to your crimes, you should all be executed, but considering that you have served me for so many years, and some of you were even my companions when I was a child, I will spare your worthless lives. I will spare your dog lives and send all of you to the supply camp to serve my army. Clean excrement, sweep the latrine. Thank you, young clan leader, for not killing us. Thank you, young clan leader, for not killing us." The old slave kowtowed like pounding garlic, expressing endless gratitude. "As for you," Ma Yingjie's gaze landed on Fei Kai, smiling mockingly. "You actually dared to steal this young master's shoes, how daring! From now on, I will send you to be a servant leader, to serve this young master well and make up for your crimes." Fei Kai was dazed, and after a long while he finally understood. Ma Yingjie said he would send him to be a servant, but it was actually a promotion. He quickly kowtowed to express his thanks. Ma Yingjie laughed heartily, waving his hand. "All right, quickly scram and think of a good way to serve this young clan leader." "Yes, Lord." Fei Kai retreated, and on the way back, he was in a daze. After a long while, he came to his senses. He had actually profited from this disaster, becoming a servant leader. All this is thanks to Miss Xiao Yun. Ah, that's right, Miss Xiao Yun told me that if there's nothing, I must quickly report to her. Fei Kai slapped his head, and immediately changed direction, walking towards the agreed-upon secret location. "What, you actually became a servant leader?" When Zhao Lianyun heard this news, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, and looked at Fei Kai in surprise. She thought that this arrangement, although ingenious, had its risks, and it completely depended on Ma Yingjie's mood. Chapter 528. Although the servant leader was also a slave, he was the crucial person in charge of the Ma tribe young tribe leader's daily life. With such an important position, if the Gu masters wanted to inquire about the higher-ups' intentions, they would have to go through the servant leader. "I earned big. I actually became the servant leader. I am indeed a genius." Zhao Lianyun laughed wildly in her heart. Her plan was not in vain. She stared at Fei Kai with shining eyes, saying softly, "Big idiot, now that you are the servant leader, you have to perform well in the future." Fei Kai's entire body instantly trembled, and he honestly muttered, "Miss Xiao Yun, I don't know why, but your voice makes me panic." Zhao Lianyun immediately turned hostile, fiercely kicking Fei Kai's calf, shouting, "You idiot, now that you are the servant leader, your situation is even more dangerous than before. Who knows how many people will come after you? Among them, there will even be those vicious and evil Gu masters." Fei Kai jumped in fright. "Then what should I do?" Luckily you have a friend like me. As long as you listen to me obediently, I guarantee you will live a good life." Zhao Lianyun stretched out her small hand, wanting to pat Fei Kai's shoulder, but found she could not reach it. She immediately bared her pretty teeth. Quick, squat down for me. Fei Kai squatted down obediently, and Zhao Lianyun successfully patted his shoulder, nodding her head in satisfaction, speaking with an air of seniority. Do you know what to do next? Fei Kai shook his head as if it was a matter of course. Humph, you idiot. Zhao Lianyun snorted coldly. Since you are the servant leader, and those old slaves have been sent out, you naturally need to recruit more people. Otherwise, how can you take care of everything by yourself? Oh, you are right. Fei Kai came to a realization, nodding his head repeatedly. Zhao Lianyun snorted again. But this is far from enough. You also need to familiarize yourself with the young patriarch's hobbies, lifestyle, and so on. You'll have to ask the old slave about these things. What? If I asked them, would they agree? Fei Kai's eyes widened. Zhao Lianyun sneered. You are now the head slave, your status is different. They are the lowest of the slaves. They must be afraid of your revenge. If you go and ask them, they will definitely tell you. Of course, if they don't know what's good for them, I naturally have a way to make them tell me everything they know. Oh. Zhao Lianyun couldn't help but roll his eyes at Fei Kai's blank expression. Her thoughts had already drifted away. I'm not a person of this world. Humph. I know too many ways to please these stinky men. As long as he was familiar with Ma Yingjia's lifestyle and habits, he would be able to deal with the problem accordingly. Wouldn't he be afraid that Fei Kai's position would be unstable? Chao Fu He Tribe Camp. All kinds of tents and gu houses covered the grassland. Banners fluttered in the wind as gu masters moved in and out. If one looked from a bird's eye view, they would look like a huge ant colony. In the supply camp, Fang Yuan held East Window Gu in his hand, quietly looking at the resources. The female gu master in charge of reception held her breath as she stood at the side, waiting for Fang Yuan's decision. Ever since they received Dongfang tribe's war reparations, the resources that could be exchanged with battle merits in the supply camp had increased by more than 10 times. Of course, not all of them were war reparations. Besides He tribe's previous accumulation, there were also large amounts of resources contributed by the tribes that joined He tribe's alliance army after they recruited captives. Just a few days ago, He Lulan held an alliance establishment meeting and made all the newly joined tribe leaders swear a poison oath. To prevent the good things from being exchanged by others, the moment the resources were calculated, Fang Yuan immediately entered the supply camp. Even if Shadow Sword Expert and the others joined He tribe army, they would not be able to shake his position second only to He Lulan. Fang Yuan had such a privilege, others naturally had objections, but no one dared to criticize him openly. Oh, there's actually a rank for self-reliance gu? Fang Yuan's heart moved, and soon found the gu he had always wanted among these resources. Self-reliance gu was very rare. Fang Yuan originally had a rank 3 gu from southern border, but after coming to northern plains it was suppressed to rank 2. Fang Yuan did not have the corresponding gu recipe, so it was hard to raise it. Earlier, he had exchanged for a self-reliance gu from He tribe's resources, but it was only rank 2. Without any other choice, he could only plan to collect gu recipes and refine gu using these 2 gu worms as the foundation. But this way, it was unknown how long it would take for him to obtain a high-rank self-reliance gu. If his luck was bad during this period, and he failed several times in the refinement, it would be even longer. Now that he found this rank 4 self-reliance gu, he had to get it without any hesitation. Other than the rank 4 self-reliance gu, he also found the rank 4 charging crash gu. But he had bought the rank 3 horizontal charge gu and vertical crash gu, and had already refined them successfully, obtaining a rank for charging crash gu. Shifting his attention from charging crash gu, Fang Yuan found many good things, especially some unique gu worms of Dongfang tribe. Even though Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, he could not help but be interested when he saw these things. Among them, the one that attracted Fang Yuan the most was Refine Essence Spirit Gu. According to its function, this should be a healing gu worm. Refine Essence Spirit Gu could transform the essence of a gu master's body into a mysterious primordial energy, nourishing and healing the soul. There were many gu worms that could heal the soul, but Refine Essence Spirit Gu's effect was far superior. Dongfang Yuliang had such a gu worm. It was a huge support for his wisdom path deductions. As for Fang Yuan, this goo was even more suitable. Different from Dongfang Yuliang, Fang Yuan cultivated both enslavement and strength path. He had a strong body and great energy, but his soul was often weakened and exhausted due to commanding beast groups. Refine Essence Spirit Goo was the bridge between the two paths. Among the resources there was not only Refine Essence Spirit Goo, but also Refine Essence Spirit Goo's goo recipe, which Fang Yuan took. It was said that this goo recipe was specially deduced by Dongfang tribe's goo immortal, Dongfang Naganori, for wisdom path cultivation. It represented Dongfang tribe's advanced wisdom path attainment that was at the forefront of the world. Fang Yuan had the goo recipe and Refine Essence Spirit Goo. It was the same as taking Dongfang tribe's fruits of labor for himself. The goo worm only needed a thought from the goo master to self-detonate. If this was during normal times, it would not be so easy for Fang Yuan to obtain Refine Essence Spirit Goo. The imperial court contest every 10 years was not only a way to get rid of the weeds, it was also a way for all the forces to interact. Goo path originated from immemorial antiquity. Renzu was the first goo master to use goo worms. After that came the remote antiquity era, followed by the olden antiquity era, followed by the medieval antiquity era, followed by the late antiquity era. Up until now, goo path had flourished. It could be said to be 100 flowers blooming and 10,000 clans contending for supremacy. Countless paths were like the waves of a long river. At the same time, countless flowers were extinguished. But because of the cruel living environment, the concept of trade could not be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Each force researched it on their own, keeping it to themselves. Back then, one of the invincible sovereigns, Giant Sun, felt this and specially made arrangements. Because of the war reparations, the Huangjin tribes grew endlessly, firmly occupying the overlord position of northern plains, lasting for a long time. After the baptism of countless imperial court contests, Northern Plains was publicly recognized as the place with the strongest martial strength among the 5 regions. In terms of overall strength, Central Continent is the strongest, second is Northern Plains. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He was very clear about the strength ranking of the various regions. During the 5 Regions War, Northern Plains was the place that resisted Central Continent's invasion the most fiercely. The other 3 regions had a huge geographical advantage compared to Northern Plains, but they were always suppressed by Central Continent. Only Northern Plains had formed a counterattack army and invaded Central Continent. Northern Plains could have such strength because of Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. He made use of war and limited it to a certain scale, allowing Northern Plains' military strength to flourish. Unfortunately, his arrangements were still too small, only thinking about his own benefits. On the other hand, Central Continent's strength was due to the structural reform. It was a fundamental advantage. Fang Yuan came from Earth. He had a unique perspective, and with his 500 years of experience he had a clear understanding of the nature of society. There are actually more than 10 amplify effect goo? Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts and continued to inspect. He had a pleasant surprise. Amplify effect goo belonged to the rule path. It was specialized in assisting other goo worms. It could increase the effect of the goo worm. As for the amplification, it depended on the rank of amplify effect goo. The higher the rank, the greater the effect. Of course, there were gains and losses. The goo master would expend more primeval essence. Amplify effect goo was very popular among goo masters, because goo masters of any path could use it. Fire path goo masters could use it. Water path goo masters could also use it. To Fang Yuan, both enslavement and strength paths could be amplified by amplify effect goo. Among He tribe's resources, there was actually a rank 5 amplify effect goo. There was also one rank 4 rank 3, and the rest were all rank 2. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to pick the best. He directly chose that rank 5 amplify effect goo. It could amplify the goo worm's effect by 5 times. But this way a problem arose. Lang Wangda, you want to exchange for so many goo. I'm afraid your battle merit is not enough. The female goo master in charge of receiving him cautioned after considering her words. I know. After all, there is a rank 5 goo and amplify effect goo at that. Moreover, Refine Essence Spirit Goo is Dongfang tribe's unique goo worm. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. But his next words were different. It's alright if you don't have enough battle merit. You can borrow another 500,000. Ah! The female Gu master was stunned. She carefully said, Lord, you borrowed 500,000 battle merit last time, but you only repaid 300,000. According to the rules, you have to pay off the debt before you can borrow more. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows, not caring. So what rules are set by people? Since they can be set, they can be changed. Borrow another 500,000, no 800,000. I will personally explain to He Lulan. Give me the things now. Chapter 529. The weather gradually turned cold. The strong winds caused the wild grass to sway, and the beast groups were restless. The aura of the 10-year blizzard had already started to appear. In the huge northern plains, heroes were vying for supremacy. The flames of war were rising everywhere. Mirror Lake. Ma Tribe Army and Song Tribe Army officially started fighting. After setting up 3 to 4 defense lines, the two armies faced each other. In Ma Tribe's main tent, Ma Tribe leader Ma Shangfeng sat on the main seat, looking far away with a gloomy gaze. He saw that the Song Tribe army was orderly and full of fighting spirit. Although they were weaker than him, it would not be easy to win. Lord Alliance leader, please let me fight and kill the enemy general to raise our army's morale. Alliance leader, Fei Sheng requests to fight. This first battle has to be me. No one can compete with me. In the main tent, the Gu Master experts requested to fight, already rubbing their palms impatiently. Ma Shangfeng looked around, his gaze lingering on Fei Sheng and Cheng Hu. The two were rank 4 Gu Masters. Fei Sheng was Wood Path. Ma Tribe had taken him in after annexing Fei Tribe. Cheng Hu was Transformation Path from Cheng Tribe. Cheng Tribe was suppressed by Ma Tribe in the Heroes' Assembly, and was now the second most influential force in Ma Tribe army. Ma Shangfeng's thoughts changed, and he smiled at Cheng Hu. Cheng Hu will fight first to raise our army's morale. Cheng Hu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed and rushed to the front of the two armies. Hey, I am Cheng Hu, who dares to court death? Cheng Hu shouted. Arrogant. Let me Sui teach you a lesson. From the Song Tribe army, a rank 4 expert flew over. Cheng Hu did not say anything, pouncing towards him. Bam bam bam. The two's fighting methods were fierce and unparalleled. Their momentum was grand. For a moment they were evenly matched, the two figures entangled with each other, causing grass and mud to fly around the battlefield. The two armies were watching with rapt attention. The low-rank Gu Masters were shaken, while the high-rank Gu Master experts felt their blood boiling. Northern Plains was full of heroes. The blood of warriors flowed in the bones of Gu Masters. Alliance leader, Fei Sheng requests to fight. Fei Sheng shouted, his eyes shining brightly. He was a newly surrendered person. He had been suppressing his drive to express his loyalty. Ma Shangfeng smiled and nodded, agreeing to his request. When Fei Sheng stepped onto the stage, the Song family army immediately sent out a general to face Fei Sheng. The two of them had just exchanged 3 blows when Cheng Hu suddenly let out a loud roar, and his whole body erupted with a dazzling orange light. After the orange light dissipated, he actually turned into a multicolored tiger, king the size of a giant elephant. Cheng Hu was a transformation path Gu master. During normal battles, he would only transform into tiger tail, tiger claws, tiger skin and so on. Once it changed completely, it would be a killing move. This was the advantage of transformation path. Every transformation path Gu master, as long as they gathered enough Gu worms, they would have at least one killer move. Sui turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. Tiger King pounced over. Sui activated his movement Gu and dodged at the crucial moment. The Tiger King didn't even turn around and merely swung its tail. The tiger's tail was like a steel whip. It swung through the air and immediately produced an explosive sound. Sui quickly activated his defensive Gu. His body was covered in a layer of light. However, the tiger whip's offensive power was peerless. When it landed on the light barrier, it immediately broke it. The defensive Gu was destroyed, and Sui suffered a backlash from the Gu worms, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly retreated, but it was already too late. An intense fishy smell assaulted his face, and at the next moment, he saw a tiger's mouth open wide, covering his head. Crack! Tiger King fiercely bit down, directly crushing Su Yi's head. Chenghu won. Ma tribe won the first round of the general challenge. At once, Song tribe's higher-ups were slightly moved, while Ma tribe cheered. Victory! A good start is half the battle won. In the main tent, Ma Yingjie clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining with a strange light. His heart was filled with excitement. On the other side of the battlefield, in the vast battlefield, one side's battle cries resounded in the sky, as flags fluttered in the wind. The other side's battle formation was wavering, their morale was low, and there were signs of collapse. Alliance leader Luo, the enemy's momentum is too fierce, we can't stop them. Retreat quickly. As a commander, we need to judge the situation. Right now, Lu tribe's general is like a tiger. Our army cannot match him. Several higher-up Gu masters fought to speak. They were all flustered. Luo Bojun looked around, smiling bitterly. Retreat? Everyone, where else can we retreat to? This is already our last line of defense. Forget it, since the start of the battle with Lu Wenwu, which defense line has lasted for 3 days. The enemy is too strong, we might as well surrender. In the first battle, Luo Bojun was heavily injured by Lu Wenwu, Mo Shirkwang and the others, and had not recovered. These days, Luo tribe's army was in constant defeat. No matter how much effort he put in, he was unable to reverse the situation. He thoroughly recognized the huge difference in strength between the enemy and his side. He was disheartened and had no more fighting spirit. After hearing Luo Bojun's words, the higher-up Gu masters let out a sigh of relief. They were hindered by the poison oath and could not say it out loud, but since Luo Bojun took the initiative to surrender, there was no problem. The order to surrender was quickly passed down, and the battle quickly calmed down. Ha ha ha, I said it. As long as us 3 brothers work together, we can trample the world. Mo Shirkwang raised his head and laughed, feeling extremely proud of himself. Lu Wenwu laughed, his heart filled with great joy. Lu Tribe Alliance's leader had won. Next, it was to annex the enemy forces, take in the captives, expand the army, and set off again. Mengqiu! The leopard group roared, starting a bloody battle with the rat group. The Gu masters of the 2 armies instead became the background. New Heir 2 stood proudly with his hands behind his back, mutated leopards circling around him, giving off a dignified aura. In contrast, his opponent Zhang Baoya, one of the publicly recognized enslavement masters of Northern Plains, was sweating profusely, his face pale. Zhang Baoya, you have already lost. Do you know where you lost? Your rat group is too large, reaching 650,000. Quality is more important than quantity, and beast groups are the same. In today's battle, you will obediently become my stepping stone in Northern Plains. New Heir 2 spoke lightly, his calm voice resounding in everyone's ears. No, I haven't lost, I still have trump cards. Zhang Baoya shouted hysterically. I will let you see the enslavement path killer move that I have been hiding for a long time. Rat plague. The moment he finished speaking, over 100,000 rats self-detonated at the same time. The leopard group suffered heavy casualties from the successive explosions. The earth shook slightly, grass flew, mud and rocks flew, and large amounts of yellow poisonous gas were produced. The surviving leopard group, under the cover of this poisonous gas, immediately became sickly. Their movements became sluggish and their battle strength fell. On the other hand, Zhang Baoya's rat horde was completely unaffected by the yellow poisonous gas. Ha ha, the final victor is still I, Zhang Baoya. Young man, if you want to step on my body to rise, you will need to cultivate for another 500 years. Zhang Baoya laughed wildly. I had wanted to hide it, but since you are courting death, don't blame me. New Heir 2 snorted, a sinister smile appearing on his face. He suddenly shouted, Killer move, leopard rush. Howl! The leopard group roared, unleashing an incomparably berserk charge. This! Zhang Baoya stared with wide eyes. The leopard group's battle strength had increased by more than 2 times, and their speed had even reached an astonishing 8 times. Under everyone's dumbstruck gaze, the leopard group quickly charged out of the yellow poisonous gas, breathing in the fresh air like a terrifying tsunami, drowning and devouring everything. Du Jiao! A huge battle had already ended. Scarlet flame soared to the sky. The whole battlefield had turned into a burning sea of fire. In the sea of fire, a Gu master stood proudly, like a fire god descending to the world. He played with the fire in his hand, changing it into all kinds of shapes. His slender eyes looked at the surrounding Gu masters. His voice was extremely cold in the burning sea of fire. Being defeated by my peak stage fire path, it is your honor. Surrender, otherwise, you and this lowly grass will all turn into charcoal. The surrounding Gu masters looked at each other in a daze. After a few breaths, they knelt on the ground. We surrender. After He tribe defeated Dongfang army and obtained victory in the first battle, the curtains fell on all the major battles in northern plains. The losers did not lose everything, some surrendered, some fled, and once again chose a new force to rely on. In this early stage of the imperial court contest, there was still hope and possibility. The victors would annex the weak and obtain large amounts of war reparations, strengthening themselves. The countless corpses of beast groups, Gu masters and ordinary mortals would turn into the grassland's nourishment, sinking into the icy snow in the future, never to be seen again. Winner takes all. After resting and reorganizing in Chaofu for more than 10 days, He Lulan absorbed the surrendered people, increasing his military strength by 60%, and set off again. This time his target was Guanxi. Gu tribe army was stationed there, and because their military strength was weak, it became the best target for He Lulan to expand his military strength. 7 days later, He tribe army faced Gu tribe army. Gu tribe was no match for them in the first battle, suffering a huge loss. Gu tribe alliance leader Gu Guolong decisively gave the order, abandoning the 3 defensive lines and holing up in his tribe's main camp. He Lulan laughed loudly, leading his army and advancing with a crushing momentum. But when he arrived at the final battlefield, he was dumbfounded, asking to his left and right, "Why is there a mountain here?" Even though Gu tribe army was weak, they had their own methods. They piled up soil into a mountain and stationed themselves on the mountain, setting up countless traps at the foot of the mountain. They had a high vantage point and had a huge geographical advantage. Their intention to defend to the death was clear. He tribe army attacked several times, but were repelled, leaving behind large numbers of corpses. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. Not using his full strength and only using the wolf group, he only acted on the surface. Adding that there were many trees and shrubs on the mountain, the wolf group could not spread out their army. Instead they were separated and killed one by one. Thus, although the battle progressed, it was very slow, especially when Gu tribe army continued to build the mountain, causing it to become taller and taller. He Lulan flew into a rage. Gu Guolong is as stubborn as the rumors say. After I win, I will definitely trample him to death. However, the military situation was still not optimistic. Just the rolling stones thrown by mortals with their bare hands would have the attack power of a rank 1 Gu after they fell. If I had known this, I would not have gone to bite this tough bone. He Lulan already had the intention to retreat. At this time, a person came from outside the camp. This person used a token to arrive in front of He Lulan. "I am Tai Bai Yunsheng. I received a letter from my benefactor to lend you a hand." He Lulan was overjoyed, grabbing the person's hands. "With old sir's help, there is hope." Chapter 530. Tai Bai Yunsheng was tall and had a strange appearance. His hair was white like snow and his face was full of wrinkles. He was already over 80 years old, but his eyes were not blurry from old age. Instead, they had a gentle nature that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind, as well as the calmness of seeing through the mortal world. Since he was 7 years old, he had made up his mind to roam northern plains and save the people. His life was full of ups and downs, suffering from the ups and downs of fate. His clan was destroyed and he became a slave Gu master. He was betrayed by his wife and became a captive of variant humans. In a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a time path Gu immortal inheritance and was saved by his brother when he was about to die. Now, he had already become a living legend. Although he was a loner, he was a publicly recognized righteous Gu master. His benevolence was deeply engraved in the hearts of Northern Plains people, and his prestige far surpassed people like Chang Shan-in, He Lulan, Lu Wenwu and others. Just when He Lulan was at his wit's end and had the intention to retreat, he arrived outside the camp alone with a letter in his hand. He Lulan opened the letter and read it, immediately understanding the reason. It turned out that back then, He tribe's supreme elder He Bai had taken a fancy to Tai Bai Yunsheng and had given him pointers or saved him many times. Now that He tribe army was in a difficult situation, He Bai, who had been observing secretly, sent a letter to Tai Bai Yunsheng, asking him to come and reinforce them. He Lulan knew of Tai Bai Yunsheng's ability and was overjoyed. That night, a banquet was held to entertain them. On the second day, just as dawn broke, He Lulan impatiently arranged the formation and invited Tai Bai Yunsheng to make a move. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly walked to the front of the formation and looked at the tall mountain in front of him. Gu tribe was proficient in earth path and was already famous in Northern Plains. Piling stones into a mountain, this was an unimaginable and unachievable tactic on earth. But in this world, the new mountain in front of them, which was built more than 10 days ago, told them that nothing was impossible. Alliance leader Gu Guolong was at the peak of the mountain, looking down at the foot of the mountain. Seeing a white-clothed, snow-haired old man coming out of the formation, the surrounding Gu masters burst out in laughter or ridicule, but Gu Guolong had a bad feeling in his heart. He knew clearly that this earth-into-mountain move was built on the foundation that he had many Earth Path Gu masters. Although it was difficult for other families to imitate it, it was not impossible to break it. Gu Guolong was defeated several times by He tribe's army, his military strength was damaged, his original ambition for hegemony had already faded. After much consideration, he decided to rely on the Lu family. Lu Wenwu of the Lu family was kind and wise, generous to others, strict to himself. His reputation was much better than that of He Lulan. A few days ago he had secretly sent a letter to Lu Wenwu, expressing his intention to side with him. Young Master Lu Wenwu has already replied and agreed to join our clan. He is currently leading an army to reinforce us. As long as I defend and wait for reinforcements, and hold on for another 7 days, I'll be able to clear the clouds and see the blue sky, and escape from this predicament. Gu Guolong inwardly encouraged himself. Right at this time, Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly stretched out his hands. His palms were wide, full of calluses and wrinkles, making people think of the bark of an ancient tree. He slowly mobilized his primeval essence, his hands emitting a weak silver light. The silver light was weak at first, but soon became stronger and stronger. In a few blinks of an eye, the silver light was so strong that people could not look at it directly. Mountain as before. Tai Bai Yunsheng leisurely chanted, his voice resounding through the clouds. On the mountain peak, Gu Guolong heard this voice and immediately showed a shocked expression. Not good, he is actually Tai Bai Yunsheng. In the blink of an eye, only to see the silver light explode, turning into a straight light pillar that directly bombarded the mountain peak. Countless Gu masters saw that the situation was bad, and immediately activated their defensive Gu worms or attacked to block it. But the silver light ignored all obstructions and shone on the mountain peak. Humans and beasts were safe and sound, but the mountain rocks under Gu tribe's feet, no matter how big or thick they were, under the illumination of the silver light, they were like snow under the blazing sun, turning into nothingness at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they had never existed. The Gu tribe army lost their support and started to fall. For a moment, men and horses were thrown off their feet, falling from a height of 5 to 6 feet and onto the mountain rocks. There were countless casualties. Even the stupidest Gu tribe Gu masters realized the danger at this moment. They cried out in alarm. Such strength, this is Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng's mountain as before. Oh heavens, why is old Sir Tai Bai helping tyrant He Lulan? Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng was the benefactor of our tribe when he restored our spirit spring back then. But now he wants us to fight him? The mountain under Gu tribe army's feet was the source of their confidence, but now it had collapsed. Tai Bai Yunsheng's personal prestige was a huge factor that shook their morale. Ha ha ha, as expected of Tai Bai Yunsheng. His first move is already extraordinary. He Lulan was sitting in the main tent, and seeing this scene he laughed arrogantly. He had not expected the tribe to have such a hidden move. However, every super tribe's supreme elders would choose seeds they favored from the demonic path and righteous path's mortal Gu masters from time to time, and nurture them. Once these seeds become Gu immortals in the future, they would often be taken in by the super tribes and become their external supreme elders. This was one of the development strategies the super tribes used to maintain their status. Evidently, Tai Bai Yunxing was the seed that was favored by the rank 6 Gu immortal He Bai, and was considered to be the hope of advancing to Gu immortal realm in the future. Seeing the enemy's miserable state, He tribe army's morale rose greatly. Many people laughed loudly, and there were even some who shouted that they would slaughter the enemy, regardless of their age. In the main tent, the Gu master experts were also celebrating. Only Feng Yuan was calm. Tai Bai Yunxing's appearance was already within his expectations. In his previous life's 500 years of memories, Tai Bai Yunxing had joined He tribe army from this point, and had assisted He Lulan along the way, giving great help. He Lulan being able to defeat all the experts was largely due to Tai Bai Yunxing. But Tai Bai Yunxing had a benevolent nature, and during the process of assisting her, he deeply understood He Lulan's cruel and tyrannical nature. Thus, when he entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he advanced to Gu immortal there, and did not agree to He Bai's request to become He tribe's external supreme elder. Kill them, these dogs. They actually dared to pile up soil into a mountain and resist stubbornly. He Lulan shouted excitedly. Tai Bai Yunxing, who was at the front, frowned after hearing He Lulan's words. He heaved a long sigh, but did not continue to attack. Instead, he transmitted his voice to He Lulan. Alliance leader, heaven is benevolent. Why must you start a massacre? In the history of imperial court battles, blood flowed like rivers, and there were disastrous casualties. Since Alliance leader wants to stay in imperial court, why don't you take in Gu tribe army? I am willing to be your mediator. Gu tribe army piled up soil into a mountain to resist He tribe, but against Tai Bai Yunxing, this mountain became their fatal trap. The current situation was that He tribe army had tightly surrounded Gu tribe. Not a single trace of wind could escape. As long as Tai Bai Yunxing moved casually, he could destroy more than half of Gu tribe. Gu tribe would not sit still and wait for death, but when the new mountain was destroyed, their military strength would also be depleted, and their final assault would not pose any threat. But Tai Bai Yunxing did not do so. He Lulan's eyes shone with a fierce light. Although his killing intent was already boiling in his heart, he had to consider Tai Bai Yunxing's face. Tai Bai Yunxing was not an ordinary Gu master. He was an extremely rare time path Gu master with rank 5 peak stage cultivation. His prestige in northern plains was like the sun in the sky, and his influence spread all over the grassland. He Lulan pondered for a while before replying. Then let's listen to Old Sir for a while. But it is too dangerous for Old Sir to go up the mountain alone. I will send 6 rank 4 experts to escort Old Sir. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded and went up the mountain under heavy protection. His prestige was extremely high, and his benevolence was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Wherever he went, the enemy troops automatically opened up a path in the middle. I did not want to see Benefactor again at this time. Gu Guolong smiled bitterly and went up to greet him. Back then, Gu tribe's spirit spring had dried up and they were ostracized by several large tribes. It was very dangerous to migrate, so they invited Tai Bai Yunxing to save them. Tai Bai Yunxing did not charge any fee and helped for free. He was the benefactor of Gu tribe. Under Tai Bai Yunxing's persuasion, even though Gu Guolong admired Lu Wenwu, he had no choice but to lower his head due to the circumstances. Tai Bai Yunxing went up the mountain for only a while before going down. When he went up, there were only 7 people. When he went down, he brought over 100,000 people. In this battle, Tai Bai Yunxing succeeded in persuading Gu tribe army to side with He Lulan, and He tribe army's military strength rose sharply. Tai Bai Yunxing changed the battle situation with his strength alone. With his deep prestige, he saved over 100,000 people's lives, and at the same time made great contributions to He tribe. On the first day that Tai Bai Yunxing came to He tribe army, he climbed to the top of the battle merit board. On the opposite side was Feng Yuan. Wolf King Chang Shan Yin's name was at the bottom of the battle merit board, with a bright red and huge negative number. It formed a clear contrast with Tai Bai Yunqing's battle merit. That night, He Lulan ordered a celebratory banquet to welcome Tai Bai Yunqing. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The bonfire blazed to the sky. Toasts were exchanged as music resounded in the sky. Beautiful young girls wearing Northern Plains robes with gold, silver, and jade ornaments were dancing around the bonfire. He Lulan repeatedly toasted Tai Bai Yunqing. He praised, "With old Sir here, any defense line is useless." Tai Bai Yunqing had 2 rank 5 gu that were known to the people of Northern Plains. One was called Mountain as before. The other was called River as before. They were both time path gu worms. The former could restore the earth, mountains, hills, and valleys to their original appearance. The latter could restore the rivers, lakes, streams, springs, and waterfalls to their original appearance. Gu Guolong created a new mountain. This place was originally a flat grassland. Thus, under the effect of Mountain as before Gu, it was restored to its original appearance. Gu tribe Spirit Spring was restored to its original state by River as before Gu, and could produce Yuan stone again. Chapter 531. Northern Plains, middle of the 6th month. It was the height of summer, but the aura of the 10-year blizzard was already thick. The sky was gloomy and cold winds blew. The frost was getting heavier by the day. And the struggle for the imperial court that spread throughout Northern Plains was going on like wildfire. In Mirror Lake, Ma Tribe Army and Song Tribe Alliance Army started fighting. Ma Tribe had a huge advantage, breaking through 2 of Song Tribe's defensive lines. During this period, Song Tribe Alliance leader Song Qing led the army to counterattack. Ma Tribe was ambushed and had to give up a defensive line. But soon after, Ma Tribe's enslavement master Ma Zun made his move, using his trump card Pegasus group to surround and kill Song Qing in the air. Song Tribe army was like a group of dragons without a leader, and with Ma Tribe secretly sowing discord, they finally fell apart. Ma Tribe annexed most of the tribes, and only a few remnant members were left, fleeing in all directions. After this battle, as one of the few flying masters in Northern Plains, the rank 5 initial stage water immortal Song Qing died, establishing the fame of enslavement master Ma Zun. The strength that Ma Zun displayed was shocking. Faintly, some people were already calling him the #1 enslavement master in Northern Plains. In Mengqiu, New Heir 2 fought against Zhang Baoye. New Heir 2 was not an enslavement path gu master originally, but had switched to it halfway. He led the leopard group and actually suppressed the veteran enslavement pathmaster Zhang Baoye, eventually defeating him. Just based on this battle achievement, New Heir 2 entered the ranks of enslavement pathmasters in Northern Plains, becoming one of the 5 beast kings along with Zhang Baoye, Yang Paring, Ma Zun and Chang Shan. However, although New Heir 2's battle of fame was realized, the price was not cheap. Zhang Baoye's counterattack caused New Heir's army to suffer heavy casualties. Even though they annexed the enemy's remnant forces and received war reparations, New Heir's army's momentum was hindered. As the Rat King, Zhang Baoye luckily escaped and gathered his remnant forces. His rat group of over 600,000 was reduced to less than 30,000. But even so, as the defeated general, he was still favored by all the large forces. More than 10 forces had already sent invitations to him. And in the Single Horn area, Yi Luisang had the support of an immortal gu. And with his rank 5 peak stage fire path strength, he suppressed everyone and got rid of the final obstacle, successfully dominating the Single Horn area. However, just as the Yellow army, like a raging fire, began to spread in all directions, they encountered the joint attack of the 7 armies. Each of these 7 armies had at least 100,000 soldiers. Although they were not super clans, they had famous gu master experts. The 7 armies joined together in a menacing manner. The Yellow army, which had just opened up the situation and was about to go all out, fell into a dangerous situation. At the same time, He tribe army was also facing a great enemy. They could not even take care of themselves. Lu tribe, Lu Wenwu personally led the army towards He tribe. It turned out that Gu Guolong had asked Lu Wenwu for help. Lu Wenwu was delighted when he saw the letter. He knew that this was a rare opportunity. As long as Gu Guolong's side could hold on, then his Lu tribe army would pincer attack He tribe from behind, and they would definitely gain the upper hand, causing He tribe to fall into a passive situation from the start. But in the end things changed too quickly. Lu tribe's army had just advanced halfway when they received battle reports that Gu tribe was defeated, and had no choice but to submit to He tribe. And the key person who caused all this was Tai Bai Yunsheng. After Lu Wenwu received this battle report, he was greatly shocked. A legendary character like Tai Bai Yunsheng had actually taken the initiative to help He Lulan. He Lulan obtaining this person was like obtaining a magnificent army. Lu Wenwu quickly understood that this was the power of He tribe's Gu immortals. According to the rules set by Ancestor Giant Sun, in the Imperial Court contest, Gu immortals could provide some help to mortals to a certain extent. Of course, there was a limit to this kind of help. At least the Gu immortals could not personally take action. Whether it was the immortal Guan Yi Luisang or Tai Bai Yunsheng who helped He Lulan after receiving the letter, they were all the work of Gu immortals. Lu Wenwu naturally had the authority to ask for help from the Gu immortals supporting him. He Lulan obtained Tai Bai Yunsheng's help. In Lu Wenwu's opinion, this was even more terrifying than obtaining Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. Tai Bai Yunsheng's reputation was extremely high, be it the righteous path or demonic path. Many people had received his kindness. Among these people, as long as a small portion had thoughts of repaying his kindness, this force would be very terrifying. Moreover, once He tribe gets stronger, the scattered demonic path Gu masters who were still observing would see the hope of entering the imperial court and take the initiative to join them. Tai Bai Yunsheng's existence would make them more inclined to choose He Lulan. This way, He tribe would become stronger and stronger. As time passes, they would leave the other competitors far behind. He Lulan defeated Dongfang Yuliang and obtained the war reparations from the super tribes. She had already made a huge profit. In contrast, we did defeat several allied armies, but they were all large-scale tribes. The war reparations we obtained were lower than He tribe. Now that He tribe has the living signboard of Tai Bai Yunsheng, if he is given time to grow, it would be hard to deal with them in the future. Lu Wenwu thought for a moment before decisively giving the military order. Lu tribe army maintained the original plan and advanced towards He tribe. He Lulan received this news and laughed loudly, saying, "Good." He immediately ordered to construct defensive lines at their original location. After the first defensive line was constructed, the army slowly moved towards Lu tribe army. Every 1,000 li, they would stop and station for a few days to construct a new defensive line. 12 days later, He tribe army set off from the 4th defensive line and advanced 500 li to face Lu tribe army. The two armies lined up and started to pick their generals. He tribe's general Hao Ji Lu was the first to charge to the front. Lu Wenwu saw this and sent Pei Yin Fei. Hao Ji Lu had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, but Pei Yin Fei was the same. The two fought for 20 rounds without a clear victor. Hao Ji Lu's attacks were vast, causing people's hearts to tremble. Pei Yin Fei, on the other hand, was sharp and fierce, moving back and forth in the flood, sweeping everything in his way. After fighting for a while, the two's primeval essence was running low. Gu masters were not good at prolonged battles. Once their primeval essence was used up, their battle strength would fall sharply. We can't go on like this. Both of them had the same thought at the same time. Waterfall Gu. Hao Ji Lu was the first to attack. He pushed with both palms and a waterfall appeared out of nowhere, crashing towards Pei Yin Fei with a loud rumble. Pei Yin Fei did not fight it head-on. He activated his movement Gu and charged towards the sky, dodging the waterfall's attack. Rank 4 Golden Coat Gu. Rank 4 Swallow Wings Gu. Rank 4 Rainbow Transformation Gu. Killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. Pei Yin Fei staked it all on one throw, using his signature killer move. In an instant he turned into a golden rainbow and tore through the sky, with lightning speed. He easily broke through the waterfall and accurately hit Hao Ji Lu, causing him to explode. But Hao Ji Lu was turned into liquid. It was not real flesh and blood. Water Image Gu. Hao Ji Lu had fought for a long time. and with the information he had, he knew that Pei Yanfei's investigative gu was not strong. Thus, he sent out the waterfall, and while the flood was blocking Pei Yanfei's vision, he quietly activated water image gu and entered the waterfall. This could be said to be extremely secretive, deceiving most of the gu masters in the two armies. Pei Yanfei exploded the water image, and immediately cried out in his heart. He did not hold back anymore, activating his remaining primeval essence and pouring it all into Swallow Wing's gu. The two pairs of swallow wings on his back flapped rapidly, bringing him away from the battlefield. Hao Ji-lu stood on the spot, his whole body drenched in water. He had won a small battle, but he was not happy. The opponent's killer move was extremely powerful. He used water image gu to deceive him this time, but what about next time? Big brother, let me fight. Pei Yanfei returned in defeat, causing Emo Shirkuang to blow his beard and stare with wide eyes, impatiently requesting to fight. Lu Wenwu smiled, not replying. Third brother, don't be impatient, you were the one who fought earlier. This battle should be my turn. An extremely tall and thin bald gu master with a tough and vigorous appearance stood up and patted Emo Shirkuang's shoulder. Second brother. Emo Shirkuang called out helplessly. This person was called Ouyang Bai Sang, a demonic path gu master. In his early years, he met Lu Wenwu and Emo Shirkuang in a historical remnant by chance. The three worked together to break through the situation and obtain the inheritance, and because of their mutual feelings, they became sworn brothers. I am Ouyang Bai Sang, who wants to spar with me? Ouyang Bai Sang slowly walked to the front of the two armies, lightly shouting. Next, he looked at Hao Ji-lu. If Water Demon wants to fight with me, you might as well rest for a while and recover your primeval essence. Water Demon chuckled but did not reply. No hurry, there will be a chance to fight. Saying so, he retreated back into the formation. The Imperial Court contest had progressed to this point, and the information of all the forces and experts had spread far and wide. Ouyang Bai Sang was Emo Shirkuang's second brother. Just this identity alone was not to be underestimated. His performance in the previous battles in Lu tribe was also extremely stunning. He was a transformation path expert, and gu masters of this path had at least one killer move. His cultivation was rank 4 peak stage, and like Emo Shirkuang, he had rank 5 gu master battle strength. In his first battle, he killed the enemy's rank 5 alliance leader. Challenging higher realms, this was a dazzling battle achievement that many people looked up to for their entire lives. Facing such an expert, even if Water Demon Hao Ji-lu was at his peak condition, he would not win. Moreover, in today's battle, his energy had already been expended by Pei Yanfei. A gu master's condition did not depend on the amount of primeval essence in their aperture. Seeing Ouyang Bai Sang's appearance, He Lulan felt a slight headache. Compared to Lu Wenwu, he now found that he lacked a valiant general. After absorbing Gu tribe army, He tribe army now had 3 rank 5 gu masters in the main tent. They were He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng and the newly joined Gu Guilong. As the alliance leader, He Lulan could not be moved easily. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a medical gu master, and was not good at fighting. Gu Guilong was a rank 5 earth path gu master, but the opponent was rank 4 peak stage. If he was sent, it would be against the rules of the selection and would be ridiculed. Looking at the rank 4 gu masters, only Wolf King Chang Shanin, Water Demon Hao Ji-lu, Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian, Little Fox Marshal Tang Miaoming and Soul Blade General Pan Ping could be used. Chang Shanin and Tang Miaoming were enslavement path gu masters, so they were eliminated first. Water Demon Hao Ji-lu had already left, so He Lulan only had 2 choices left. His gaze moved between Pan Ping and Bian Xixian's faces. Pan Ping knew that he was not Ouyang Bai Sang's match just by relying on his trump cards, so he felt uneasy. Bian Xixian's face was covered with a black cloth, her gaze cold. He Lulan turned around and said to Bian Xixian, "This battle, I will have to trouble Shadow Sword expert to take action. Then I can only guarantee I won't lose my life, but I can't guarantee victory." Bian Xixian said coldly. He Lulan gave a hollow laugh. Although he was the alliance leader and Bian Xixian had made a deadly oath, He Lulan could not force Bian Xixian to fight to the death. Chapter 532. Bian Xixian walked to the front of the formation and quickly fought with Ouyang Baisang without saying anything. The fight between the two attracted the close attention of countless people. In terms of reputation, Shadow Sword Expert was several streets ahead of Ouyang Baisang. But in terms of cultivation strength, Ouyang Baisang was rank 4 peak stage and could kill a rank 5 expert who was 1 rank higher, while Shadow Sword Expert was only rank 4 upper stage. The goo worms on Shadow Sword Expert's body were very well matched, and did not have any shortcomings. At the same time they focused on movement. She turned into a black shadow and moved around Ouyang Baisang, occasionally activating multiple sword shadow goo to attack. Ouyang Baisang stood on the spot, passively defending, his body unmoving like a reef on the seashore. After a while, this sworn brother of Lu Wenwu gradually felt impatient. If you only have this level, then go die. He growled and his body underwent a drastic change. His teeth grew rapidly, becoming as sharp as swords, and 2 pairs of fangs protruded from his lips. He was originally bald, but now large amounts of horrifying green hair appeared. Not only the top of his head but his whole body grew green hair. His body creaked and his blood flow became extremely slow. His tall and sturdy body became even thinner, but the dangerous aura was 10 times denser than before. His eyes were no longer human eyes, but a pair of cold green pupils, emitting a glossy green light. Rank 5 Azura Zombie Goo. This goo belonged to the most classic Zombie Goo series of transformation path. Zombie Goo was widely spread throughout the 5 regions. From rank 2 Roaming Zombie Goo to rank 3 Hairy Zombie Goo to rank 4 Jumping Zombie Goo all the way to rank 5 Flying Zombie Goo. The 5 great flying zombie goo in the world were Azura Zombie, Heavenly Demon Zombie, Blood White Zombie, Nightmare Zombie and Plague Zombie. Many goo masters did not have much lifespan left, and did not have lifespan goo to increase their lifespan. They would often choose to transform into zombies, turning into monsters that were neither human nor ghost to prolong their lifespan. Blood White Zombie Goo, Feng Yuan had already seen it in this life. Back on Qingmao Mountain Peak, Guyue's generation had turned into a blood white zombie in an attempt to defy heaven and change their fate, but was thwarted by divine investigator Tai Shuelong and others. The Azura Zombie Goo that Ouyang Baisang was using now was a powerful goo worm on par with Blood White Zombie Goo. Clang clang clang. When Bian Xixian's sword shadow cut Ouyang Baisang's body, it unexpectedly only produced sparks and cut off a few clumps of green hair, unable to harm his skin. Overlapping shadow goo. A sharp light flashed in Bian Xixian's eyes. Multiple sword phantoms suddenly superimposed on each other, turning into a single sword phantom that was as deep as ink and extremely dense. That's more like it. Ouyang Baisang's eyes shone with the green light. Seeing the sword shadow attack, he was not surprised but happy. He suddenly stretched out his right hand. His right hand formed into a claw and moved like a fleeing rabbit, grabbing the sword shadow in an instant. This, Bian Xixian revealed a look of horror. She held the sword shadow in her hand, unable to advance any further. Jijia. Ouyang Baisang let out an extremely haggard and unpleasant laughter as he fiercely grabbed with his right claw. Pooh! There was a soft sound. The sword shadow was actually crushed by him, and Bian Xixian flew back. The exploding sword shadow was incomparably sharp and ruthlessly cut Ouyang Baisang's body. Not only did it leave several bone-deep wounds on his body, but his entire right hand was also almost completely cut off, with 4 of his fingers flying off. Bian Xixian's overlapping shadow goo was exchanged from He tribe army with the battle merits she had painstakingly accumulated in several small battles. Under its effect, the multiple sword shadows superimposed on each other, and could compare to a rank 5 attack goo. Ouyang Baisang was cut by the sword shadow, but he did not feel any pain. He had transformed into a zombie body, and the pain also disappeared. At the same time, only a small amount of pale green blood flowed out of the wound. The bone-deep wound automatically healed in a few breaths of time, and green hair grew again, covering the wound. His broken fingers also grew back, giving people a feeling that it was very easy. Bian Xixian's complexion turned pale at this scene. Ouyang Baisang forcibly grabbed the sword shadow. It seemed reckless, but it was actually a psychological tactic. After he transformed into an Azura zombie, His defense and recovery ability had increased by several times. Bian Xixian's strongest attack method could not cause any effect on him. Unavoidably, Bian Xixian's fighting spirit was severely weakened. What affected a Gu master's battle strength was not only the primeval essence in the aperture, but also the Gu master's mind and mental state. I am a killer and assassin. I am most proficient in movement and sneaking and undetected. Now that the two armies are fighting, it is fair and aboveboard. Fighting head-on is not my style. Ouyang Baisang's performance greatly reduced Bian Xixian's fighting spirit. For the next few rounds she continuously moved around Ouyang Baisang, but compared to before, it was clear that the number of times she attacked had decreased, and she was mostly dodging. After another 10 rounds, Bian Xixian lightly shouted and quickly pulled apart the distance between her and Ouyang Baisang, returning to He tribe army. Seeing this, Lu tribe army's morale rose again. He tribe's morale was shaken, and the higher-ups' expressions were not good. Bian Xixian lost. Ouyang Baisang is really so strong? His killer move is Azura transformation, and with this killer move he killed a rank 5 expert. Now, he only used Azura Corpse Gu and did not use his full strength, but he defeated Shadow Sword Expert. Shadow Sword Expert's fighting spirit is not strong, but the continuous moving also weakened Ouyang Baisang's primeval essence. We can send more people to fight him one after another. After the discussion was settled, He tribe army sent Pan Ping to fight. But after fighting for a while, Pan Ping showed he could not hold on any longer, and hurriedly took out the scimitar on his waist and activated Soul Blade Gu. A cold light flashed, but it had no effect. Although Soul Blade Gu could ignore defensive methods, it could not work every time. There was a certain probability. Moreover, this rank for Soul Blade Gu needed to rest for 8 hours after being activated once, and could not be activated continuously. Ouyang Baisang was shocked. Although he had paid attention to the relevant information, Soul Blade Gu's speed was far faster than he imagined, and he had no time to react. We can't let him live. Ouyang Baisang's killing intent surged, and he pounced towards Pan Ping. Pan Ping saw that his method had failed, and knew the situation was far from good, and hurriedly retreated. Ouyang Baisang chased relentlessly, and He tribe quickly sent 3 rank 4 experts to stop Ouyang Baisang and rescue Pan Ping back to the army. The 3 rank 4 experts surrounded Ouyang Baisang and attacked fiercely. Ouyang Baisang was about to use his killer move, Azura transformation, but Mo Shi Kuang had already lost his patience, and rushed out of the main tent, shouting, "Second brother, I will lend you a hand." But Ouyang Baisang alone had caused He tribe army to be badly battered, and now that Mo Shi Kuang had also joined the battle, the situation had become even worse. "Third brother, don't interfere. So what if you have more people? Look at my Azura transformation." Ouyang Baisang was attacked by 3 people, and with a furious roar, he brazenly activated his killer move. His aura suddenly rose sharply, and his body enlarged, turning into a 3-meter-tall giant. The muscles all over his body swelled up like balloons, quickly forming exaggerated muscles that were as sturdy as rocks. Under the original pair of arms, 2 new pairs of arms grew. His skin turned completely dark green, and his large feet broke his leather boots, creating deep pits on the grass. His fangs turned dark brown. A 3rd vertical pupil opened between his eyebrows. Roar! Ouyang Baisang opened his mouth and roared. The berserk sound waves immediately intimidated the whole area. The 3 He tribe Gu masters' movements were sluggish. Ouyang Baisang waved his fists, like swatting a fly, and sent one of them flying far away. The other 2 attacked fiercely. Golden blades shot out and thunder rumbled. But Ouyang Baisang forcibly resisted, and his huge body did not waver in the slightest. Die! His 6 hands attacked together, fists, palms, and grabs. His moves were ferocious, and their coordination was incomparable. The remaining 2 rank 4 Gu masters could not resist his attacks, and could only retreat. Ouyang Baisang was insatiable. Every punch produced a sonic boom, and the might of his voice caused people's expressions to change. A rank 4 Gu master could not even endure for a moment under such ferocious attacks, and was beaten into a bloody pulp. The other Gu master was grabbed by Ouyang Baisang. "Don't kill me, don't kill." His begging stopped abruptly, and blood gushed out of his 7 orifices. His ribs were all broken, and his body shriveled. He was actually squeezed to death by Ouyang Baisang's 2 hands. He is actually so ferocious. Cunning gentleman's son Shirhan cried out involuntarily. He Lulan's expression was extremely unsightly, and Tai Baiyunqing's expression was also grave. Lu tribe army let out deafening cheers, while He tribe's Gu masters were slightly in chaos, and their morale fell to rock bottom. Lu Wenwu saw this and laughed heartily, waving his hand. Start the battle. Everyone attack. Immediately, the army was like a flood that had opened the floodgates, rushing over with the momentum to engulf the world. Emo Shirkuang, Pei Yanfei and the others took the lead. He Lulan gritted his teeth and ordered the army to face the attack. Both sides started a huge battle, and battle cries pierced the 9 heavens. In the intense battle, Lu tribe's fierce men charged and slammed, weaving and weaving. He Lulan and the others had just started fighting, and immediately fell into a disadvantage. But at the lower levels, He tribe had the advantage. The wolf group, under Fang Yuan's command, slaughtered Lu tribe's Gu masters to their heart's content. Lu tribe army's Gu masters had no choice but to waste their precious primeval essence on the attacking wolves. Thus, every death of the wolf group was an outstanding contribution. Lu tribe's Gu master experts sensed something amiss, and were looking for Fang Yuan's figure. But Fang Yuan used the same trick, and hid in a corner of the battlefield. Right now, he already had 3 rank 4 lurking soul coat Gu. With the concealment of these Gu worms, as long as Fang Yuan did not use more than 80% of his strength, he could conceal the fluctuations of his soul. This huge battle lasted from dawn to dusk. The setting sun was like blood, and the dusky sunlight shone on the grassland that was littered with corpses and blood. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Lu tribe's army suffered heavy casualties, and the wolf group made a great contribution. And after Lu tribe could not find traces of Fang Yuan, they focused their attacks on He tribe's Gu master experts. He tribe's Gu master experts had suffered heavy losses. Emo Shirkuang and Ouyang Baisang were unable to restrain them, and He tribe's experts were almost terrified by their slaughter. He tribe's fighting spirit was slack, and they could barely hold on. When night fell, the night wolves became more ferocious, and Lu Wenwu did not want the lower-level Gu masters to suffer more casualties, and had the thought of retreating. Chapter 533. Inside the main tent, the atmosphere was very stifling. Including He Lulan, almost everyone was injured. The Gu path experts who were usually proud and arrogant were now in a pathetic state. Lu tribe's offense is too fierce. Lu Wenwu, Luo Bojun and Ye Yiqing are rank 5 experts, while Emo Shirkuang and Ouyang Baisang are rank 4 peak stage with battle strength comparable to rank 5. There are also Pei Yanfei, Chang Biao and other fierce generals. Such a lineup is rare even in the previous 10 imperial court contests. Cunning gentleman's son Shirhan sighed. Rank 4 Gu masters were already rare. They were usually the leaders of small to medium-sized forces, or elders of large-sized forces. Rank 5 was even rarer. It had a high requirement for aptitude. Even super forces only had 2 or 3 rank 5 Gu masters on the surface. Actually, He tribe's current higher-ups were already quite strong. He Lulan, Tai Baiyunsheng and Gu Guolong were 3 rank 5 experts. Chang Shanyin, Tang Miaoming, Hao Ji Lu Bian Xixian, Pan Ping and other rank 4 experts numbered over 20. However, even among Gu masters of the same rank, there was a difference in their battle strength. Gu master was a fighting profession where the individual was superior to the group. The strength of the individual surpassed the accumulation of the group. For example, Fang Yuan alone could slaughter small to medium-sized tribes. In today's battle, Ouyang Baisang alone slaughtered 5 rank 4 Gu masters and 12 rank 3 elders. It was not that He tribe was weak, but that the Lu tribe army's higher-ups were too strong. Especially after the first battle, large numbers of higher-ranked Gu masters were slaughtered by Lu tribe. Almost half of the rank 4 Gu masters were killed, causing the gap to become even bigger. How to deal with Lu tribe's huge advantage? This became a problem that everyone needed to solve. If I have time, I can annex a few armies and use Old Sir's prestige to subdue some experts. I might be able to contend with their higher-ups. He Lulan sighed, secretly hating Lu Wenwu for choosing this time to start the battle, not giving him any space to develop. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately understood the deeper meaning behind He Lulan's words, saying, I once saved Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives. They said they would repay me. This old man can write a letter. Perhaps it can call them over. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were known as the twin demons of the demonic path in Northern Plains. They cooperated with each other and always acted together. These two were rank 4 peak stage Gu Master experts and had once joined hands to kill a rank 5 expert. The pressure in He Lulan's heart eased. If I can get Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's help, I can slightly bridge the gap between the two armies. However, military affairs are related to everyone's lives, so you can't place your hopes on someone else's gratitude. In today's battle, it was all thanks to the Wolf King that slaughtered large numbers of low-rank Gu Masters, causing Lu tribe to suffer huge losses. If Lu Wenwu didn't have such misgivings, why would he retreat so easily? Everyone turned to look at Feng Yuan, wanting to hear his opinion. Feng Yuan's expression was calm. There was not a trace of injury on his body. Previously, he had hidden in the army and commanded the wolf pack, but he had obtained the greatest military merit. Such a situation had already made everyone in the main tent jealous and envious. But because of the big picture, they did not dare to flare up. After the battle, Feng Yuan had been digging through his memories, trying to find out how He Lulan defeated Lu Wenwu. But no matter how hard he thought, there was no result. 500 years of memories were too complex. There were many things that were forgotten. Right now, this was a huge problem that troubled everyone, but in the 500 years of his previous life, it was just a small detail in the long river of history. Sensing everyone's gazes, Feng Yuan raised his eyelids and said plainly, although Lu tribe has enslavement path Gu masters, the strongest is only Bei Chao Chuan. His grass soldier army is useless. Right now both sides have strong points. It is like two giants stabbing each other with spears. Lu tribe army's strength lies in their high-rank Gu masters. While we have the help of the wolf pack, we can slaughter large numbers of low-rank Gu masters. Thus today both sides suffered heavy losses. The way to victory is to restrain the enemy's strong points, while strengthening our own strong points. It is not impossible to restrain the enemy's Gu Master experts. As long as I have a batch of trump card wolf group, I can restrain the enemy. But that way, I will have to control them with all my strength. And with just the rank 4 lurking soul coat Gu, I will not be able to conceal my traces. I will fall into the enemy's attack. Feng Yuan's words made everyone's eyes brighten. Trump card wolf group. He Lulan lowered her head and muttered. Currently, Northern Plains' 5 great enslavement pathmasters were called the 5 Beast Kings. Among them, Horse King Ma Zun had a mutated Beast Pegasus group. Eagle King Yang Paing had a mutated Beast Thunder Eagle group. Rat King Jiang Bao Ye had a mutated Beast Mountain Drilling Rat group. The new enslavement pathmaster Leopard King Nu Air 2 had a Tube Leopard group. Only Wolf King Chang Shan Yin did not have such a mutated beast group. Every mature mutated beast had the battle strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Once mutated beasts formed a group, their battle strength was even more terrifying than the same number of Gu masters. That was because the beast group did not fear death under the command of the enslavement path Gu masters. And the Gu masters had their own thoughts. Even if it was an oath to establish the alliance, they could not risk their lives to fight to the death. If they had a mutated beast wolf group, there was a high chance they could even kill a rank 5 expert. After all, even a rank 5 Gu master was still immortal. Their primeval essence was limited, and there were times when they could not do anything. However, the formation of a mutated beast group took a long time, and the amount of energy and resources consumed was also an enormous figure. In such a short period of time, to find such a mutated beast wolf group for Feng Yuan, there was only one way. That was to seek help from He tribe's Gu immortals. Everyone in the main tent, even if they did not know of the existence of jewel yellow skies, they understood the might of Gu immortals. In Northern Plains history, there were several examples of Gu immortals gathering resources and forming mutated beast groups to support their respective forces. Mutated beast wolf group. This is indeed a good idea. Let me try it. He Lulan thought for a while and said vaguely, but everyone was clear that He Lulan's words meant that she wanted to seek help from the Gu immortals behind her. Immediately, everyone's gaze towards Feng Yuan changed again. This Wolf King Changshan, how could his luck be so good? He was able to make Gu immortals help him form a mutated beast wolf group. If he had to do it himself, he might not be able to accumulate so many resources in 20 to 30 years. Why didn't we receive such nurturing? Everyone's eyes turned red with envy and jealousy. In the end, it was because Feng Yuan was using Changshan Yin's name, an enslavement pathmaster who could turn the tide. If He tribe wanted to win against Lu tribe, the most sensible way was to focus on Feng Yuan and give him resources. If I remember correctly, even with the mutated beast wolf group, Wolf Wangda's battle merits are still at the bottom of the battle merit board, right? Cunning Gentleman was filled with jealousy as he pretended to think of something and reminded with good intentions. I can't get a mutated beast wolf group out of thin air. Feng Yuan nodded righteously. Our rules cannot be broken. I will use battle merits to exchange for them. Of course, I don't have enough battle merits now, so I can only borrow a bit more. This is something that can't be helped. Everyone was speechless. Many people shouted in their hearts, "You still have the cheek to say this? You are really shameless. You have already borrowed 1,300,000 battle merits. You still want to borrow more. In the whole He tribe army, you are the only one borrowing battle merits. That rank 5 amplify effect Gu. Don't you feel uneasy holding it in your hands?" In fact, not only did Feng Yuan not feel uneasy, he even pushed his luck. Just the mutated beast wolf group is not enough. I also need the rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. Unfortunately, the success rate of refining a rank 5 Gu is too low. I have 3 rank 4 Gu in my hands, but I don't dare to advance to rank 5. He Lulan gritted his teeth. The number of times he asked for help from the tribe was also limited, and the more he asked for help, the lower the tribe's evaluation of him. But there was no other way. In order to defeat Lu Wenwu, he could only nod and say to Feng Yuan, "I will think of a way." While He Lulan and the others were plotting, Lu Wenwu and the others were also considering how to fight He tribe. In He tribe army, Wolf King Changshan is the biggest problem. In today's battle, it was because of him that our army suffered disastrous losses. At least 30,000 Gu masters died in the wolf's mouth. Sigh, this number makes my heart bleed. Everyone came to join me because they trusted me. But it was because of my incompetence that caused such heavy casualties. In the main tent, Lu Wenwu sighed with tears in his eyes. "Big brother, how can we blame you? We can only blame these Gu masters for being useless." Emo Kwang almost jumped up, consoling loudly. Wolf King Changshan might have a great reputation, but he is not a true hero. Ouyang Baisang proudly snorted, commenting in a disdainful tone, "The Grand Wolf King is actually hiding in a dark corner like a mouse, acting sneakily and sneakily. It is truly disgraceful. But such a Wolf King is the most troublesome." Lu Wenwu sighed inwardly, but on the surface, he opened his eyes and asked, "Does anyone have a method to deal with Wolf King?" Emo Kwang and Ouyang Baisang did not speak. They were proficient in battle. This kind of scheming was not their forte. "I have a plan." Bei Chaochuan stood up and spoke with assurance. Wolf King Changshan was originally a Chang tribe member. Although he said he would take revenge, his bloodline relationship with Chang tribe cannot be severed. The current Chang tribe leader Lord Chang Biao was once Changshan Yin's best friend. After Changshan disappeared, Chang Biao married his wife and raised his 3-year-old son. He is the current Chang tribe young tribe leader Chang Jiyu. To deal with Wolf King, we can start from this aspect. It might be effective. Oh, this is a good idea. Lu Wenwu's eyes brightened. After the discussion ended, Feng Yuan returned to his large lizard house Gu. How to refine rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu had been a problem that had been troubling him recently. If he could borrow the strength of He tribe's Gu immortals to build a mutated wolf group and refine the rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu, that would be the best. Feng Yuan felt this was highly possible. Although he could not remember the details of this imperial court contest, He knew that He Lulan could not enter the imperial court without the support of the Gu immortals behind him. After this battle, both sides need to rest for at least 3 days. At this time, He tribe's Gu immortals will definitely receive He Lulan's request for help. Before that, what I need to do is Chapter 534. Shaohun Blessed Land. Dense dark clouds permanently shrouded this place. Female trees were growing on the ground. These trees had peculiar appearances. Their trunks were graceful and their branches were intertwined like naked women, making all kinds of enchanting postures. The female trees were continuous, forming a forest. In the deepest part of the forest there was the largest female tree. It was over 100 feet tall. Its roots were rooted in the soil, covering an area of 10,000 li. This female tree king, however, was not enchanting, instead emitting a pure and holy aura. The tree king's trunk was straight, giving off a spirited and energetic feeling. 2 enormous tree branches formed arms, folded in front of its chest. The forked branches formed 2 palms, plump and broad, holding up a green treehouse. The treehouse was covered with bright red vermilion fruits, and the reddish-brown vines were intertwined, like a red heart. In this treehouse, 2 Gu immortals were sitting, both wearing black robes. The one on the left was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He was called He Tribe Rockman when he was young, clumsy with words, simple but elegant inside. It was He Bai. And the one on the right had eyes like paint, a jade-like face, full of spirit, handsome and elegant. He was He Tribe's supreme elder He Chung, the father of He Lulan, a famous handsome man in Northern Plains, the male lead of Su Xian's night elopement. That means you just returned from Inayu Blessed Land. Did you see Dongfang Naganori? How is he? He Chung took a sip of tea, asking leisurely. He Bai nodded. Senior Dongfang did not find lifespan Gu. He does not have much lifespan left. I'm afraid he can only live for another 2 to 3 years. But he is broad-minded and open-minded. He has already seen through the difficulties of life and death, and now wholeheartedly wants to nurture a successor, Dongfang Yuliang. Open-minded and broad-minded? He Chung snorted, shaking his head in disdain. Brother, you are wrong. Dongfang Naganori is a true villain. He schemed against Northern Plains. He is extremely sinister. He is hated to the bone by Gu immortals. If not for this, he would have already bought lifespan Gu. How could he have fallen to this state? These years, I have vaguely found out that sister-in-law Su Xian'er's death was also a scheme plotted by him. He Chung revealed the secret. The words he said made He Bai extremely shocked. What? There's actually such a thing? He Bai exclaimed. He Cheng's main wife was called Su Xian'er. 200 years ago, Su Xian'er was just a concubine's daughter of the Su family. At a banquet, she served as a maid and poured wine for young master He Chung. She fell in love at first sight. During that banquet, He Chung was poisoned by Su tribe leader. His strength fell to rock bottom and he was chased by others. After Su Xian'er accidentally found out about it, she resolutely ran out of the family camp in the middle of the night to save He Chung, who she had only met once. At that time, Su Xian'er only had rank 1 cultivation. Wild beasts roamed the northern plains at night. Killing intent was everywhere. It was not something she could contend against. But by coincidence, she found He Chung, who had fainted on the ground. He Chung was thus saved, his life preserved. He then asked Su Xian'er in confusion, I was plotted against by your Su family's patriarch, and you are a member of the Su family. Why did you come to save me, the enemy of the Su family? Su Xian'er replied, Young master has the spirit of a hero. I fell in love at first sight. Su tribe leader was short-sighted. He was incited by a villain to plot against young master, but did not consider the consequences of offending He tribe. If he was allowed to act willfully, Su tribe was destined to become a sacrificial pawn between the 2 super tribes. People often say, young master will repay kindness with a gushing spring. I saved young master today. I only hope that young master can take me in. Young master taking revenge on Su tribe is a matter of course. But I only hope that young master will be merciful and leave a bloodline of Su tribe alive. Under the moonlight, the beauty was like jade. Her hands were soft like silk. Hei-chung was deeply moved. He tightly grabbed Su Xian-er's hands and made a vow. Your love is as deep as the sea. I, Hei-chung, am not a heartless person. How can I not repay you? From today onwards, you will be my only wife. No matter how beautiful other beauties are, they have nothing to do with me. In this life, I will not let you down. Su Xian-er saving Hei-chung was equivalent to betraying the tribe. Hei-chung was grateful and became her husband, tying the knot. In the days to come, the two supported each other and became close friends. 100 years later, they both became Gu immortals, becoming a legend in northern plains. And the story of Su Xian's night elopement also spread far and wide, inspiring countless women in northern plains to bravely take the initiative for love. Hei Bai's tone became heavy. Could it be that 20 years ago, sister-in-law didn't die because of the blessed land's earthly calamity? Hei-chung sneered. It was indeed an earthly calamity, but an earthly calamity can also be influenced by people. Brother, don't forget, old ancestor giant sun immortal has such a method. Dongfang tribe as a Huangjin bloodline has entered the imperial court many times. They might have obtained a related inheritance from 88-point Jinyang Tower. Sigh, I have only found a trace of evidence now. It is not enough to prove that Dongfang Naganori is the culprit. Hei Bai was dazed and speechless. After a long while he sighed. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Hei-chung patted his shoulder and consoled warmly. Brother, you have just become a Gu immortal for less than 10 years. Although the Gu immortal circle is not big, there are more treacherous plots and conspiracies than mortals. Hei Bai was about to speak, but at this time, his expression froze. There is a letter from Hei Lolan's side. Hei-chung nodded and willed, releasing a trace of Shaohun Blessed Land's defense. Immediately, the void broke open and a butterfly flew in. Hei Bai stretched out his right hand and this butterfly fluttered in the air, lightly landing on his palm. This was a rank 5 butterfly letter Gu. Hei Bai lightly closed his eyes and probed his mind. The butterfly letter Gu brought Hei Lolan's request for help. What, my disappointing child is asking you for help again? When Hei Bai opened his eyes, Hei-chung snorted coldly and asked with an unhappy expression. Hei Bai smiled bitterly. Brother, Hei Lulan is the son of you and sister-in-law Su Xian-er. Although sister-in-law Su Xian-er's body deteriorated after giving birth to Hei Lulan and her strength was greatly reduced, she died in the Blessed Land's earthly calamity a few years later. But the child is innocent. You can't keep treating him coldly because of this. You even passed him to the 27th concubine, Fairy Jiangyu, and don't allow him to pay respects to his mother every year. Hei-chung snorted unhappily but did not reply. Hei Bai sighed and said, logically speaking, this is brother's family matter. I really shouldn't be nosy. But I have seen it all these years. Brother has put in a lot of effort and passed Hei Lulan to the childless Fairy Jiangyu. You wanted to use Fairy Jiangyu's immortal Gu Dark Limit to preserve Hei Lulan's life. Hei Lulan has one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength, true martial physique. To stimulate his fighting spirit, you made a request to him that he can only pay respects to his mother after advancing to Gu Immortal. I deeply admire you. But brother's way of doing things will only deepen the misunderstanding between father and son. In the long run, it is not advisable. Hei-chung sighed and did not directly answer Hei Bai's words, instead asking, what did that kid say in his request for help? Hei Bai clapped his hands and smiled. See brother, you are cold on the outside but warm on the inside. You are still very concerned about nephew Lulan's safety. In the letter, nephew hopes that we can prepare a mutated wolf group for him, and also needs a rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. This kid is really impolite. Forget about lurking soul coat Gu. Our Hei tribe doesn't have mutated wolf groups. Right now our Hei tribe is at war with Lu tribe. Lu tribe's current generation tribe leader Lu Wenwu is a junior that cannot be underestimated. Back then, Unity Immortal's inheritance fell into his hands. He has 2 sworn brothers. Both are fierce warriors that can easily take down the enemy's leader in a crowd of 10,000. However, nephew Lulan also has a general under him, called Wolf King Chang Shan-in. His request for help this time is probably because he has placed his hopes on Chang Shan-in. Hei Bai explained. Hei-chung pondered. Rank 5 Lurking Soul Coat Goo is easy, I have one here. But mutated wolf groups need to be purchased from Jewel Yellow Skies. I will have to rely on you for this. Heibai quickly waved his hand. Brother, no need to be so polite. I still need to rely on nephew to enter the Imperial Court and find Wooden Chicken Immortal Goo in 88-point Jinyang Tower for me. Hei Chong heaved a long sigh, his voice revealing a trace of exhaustion. If great strength true martial physique wants to advance to Goo Immortal, we need a strength path Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, Immortal Goo are hard to find, and our Hei tribe also doesn't have a strength path Immortal Goo. Success or failure is decided by heaven, we just need to do our best. We have already helped what we can. Everything will depend on Hei Lolan's hard work and luck. Parents are truly pitiful. Heibai sighed inwardly as he bid farewell to Hei Chong. After returning to his Kumu blessed land, he immediately contacted Jewel Yellow Skies to purchase mutated wolves. Wolf emperors were the foundation of the blessed land. It was very rare to meet a Goo Immortal who would take the initiative to sell them. But mutated wolves were only equivalent to rank 4, this was much easier. Heibai was not worried, as long as he had enough Immortal Yuan Stone, mutated wolves were not something rare. He could naturally buy a large batch of them. Of course, buying mutated wolf groups at a high price was naturally a loss for Heibai. But in order to scheme for 88-point Jinyang Tower's Immortal Goo, it was proper for him to invest in the early stages. Who asked Imperial Court blessed land to be arranged by Giant Sun Immortal. Unless one reached rank 9, no Goo Immortal could enter. After releasing the news of buying mutated wolf groups at a high price, Heibai soon received a divine sense from Fox Immortal. Fox Immortal had over 100 mutated wolves in her hands, and her asking price was also quite high. She was clearly taking advantage of Heibai's difficulties. Heibai had already expected this situation, but he did not expect this Fox Immortal to act so quickly and accurately. He gritted his teeth and bought this batch of mutated wolves. The one selling this batch of mutated wolves was naturally not someone else. It was the land spirit Little Hu Immortal who had received Fong Yuan's instructions. Ever since Fong Yuan resold the Immortal Goo recipe last time and obtained over 10 Immortal Yuan Stone, he had instructed Little Hu Immortal to purchase Purple Crystal Relic Goo on one hand, and also to pay attention to Jewel Yellow Skies on the other to buy any cheap wolf groups. Until now, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already accumulated over 100 mutated wolves, including Blood Forest Wolves, Frenzied Wolves, Shark Fin Wolves, White Eyes Wolves, and so on. And just now, Little Hu Immortal sold these mutated wolves at a high price to Heibai, making a huge profit. Chapter 535. Walking on the muddy swamp with difficulty, Ma tribe's army's morale remained high. The joy of swallowing Do tribe's army and the excitement of victory were still on everyone's faces. Sitting on the horse, Ma Yingjie looked at the soldiers beside him in satisfaction. At this time, the investigative Goo Master brought the latest battle report. He opened it and read, Hei tribe and Lu tribe's two armies have started fighting. Both sides suffered heavy losses in the first battle. They are currently in a stalemate. Yi Lui tribe's army is being attacked by the alliance army of the Seven Routes. Yi Lui Sang cannot hold on alone. Even though he has great strength and defeated 6 rank 5 experts, he is still unable to turn the situation around. Right now, Yi Lui tribe's remnant army is escaping towards Green Coast region. Rat King Jiang Baoya agreed to Yang tribe's request, officially announcing that he is joining Yang tribe's alliance army. New Air Army did not continue to attack, instead resting and gathering strength. They are capturing wild leopard groups. This battle report made Ma Yingjie exultant. He was inwardly happy. Hei Lulan and Lu Wenwu are popular candidates for imperial court this time. To think they would fight so early, both sides suffered heavy losses. Ever since Yi Lui Sang obtained an immortal Goo, he has been relying on his own strength. But Yi Lui tribe is suddenly being attacked by 7 routes. I'm afraid Snowy Mountain is behind this. In order to become a super tribe, Ma tribe had secretly colluded with the demonic path Goo immortals who were eyeing 88-point Jinyang Tower. Ma Yingjie was Ma tribe's young tribe leader, He knew this very well. Northern Plains was like a huge chessboard, and Gu Immortals were the chess players. Besides Righteous Path Gu Immortals, Demonic Path Gu Immortals were also supporting their own chess pieces. And as tribes with Huangjin bloodline, in order to survive better, they were willing to cooperate with Demonic Path Gu Immortals. After losing in the Imperial Court Blessed Land contest, these tribes, often, they would enter the blessed lands of Demonic Path Gu Immortals to avoid the snow calamity. Immortal Gu were hard to come by. Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder had entrusted his immortal Gu to Yi Lui, saying, "It was like placing a bet on this chessboard." According to the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal, as long as the immortal Gu was taken by mortals in the Imperial Court contest, the Gu Immortal could not regret it. Since he had placed such a heavy bet, there had to be a corresponding risk. It was because of the immortal Gu on Yi Lui Sang that he became the target of the Gu Immortals. Thus he secretly instigated the 7 armies. They surrounded the Yelu family's troops. The Rat King joining the Yang family means that the Rat King and Eagle King Yang Poing have joined forces. The Yang family, which was initially looked down upon, has now become the new favorite to fight for the throne of the Imperial Court. However, the Yang clan's foundation is far from our Ma clans. The Rat King has also been crippled, so he's not a threat to us. Although Nertu is known as the Leopard King. However, the leopards under his command suffered heavy casualties. He actually did not ask for help from the Gu Immortals behind him, instead plundering the wild leopard groups himself. This is a bit strange. But overall, the situation is good for our Ma family. Our next opponents are all weaker than us. As long as we keep winning and keep annexing, if we continue to grow stronger, our chances of entering the Imperial Court will only get greater and greater. Thinking of this, Ma Yingjie could not help but clench his fists, and his eyes lit up. A man's lofty aspirations incited him to achieve great feats. At the same time, amidst the army's high morale, a little girl was hiding in the carriage. She was sobbing. "Lady Xiaoyun, don't be sad, your father's death is very sad. But you still need to eat, otherwise you will faint from hunger." Beside the little girl, the anxious Fei Kai consoled her clumsily. This crying little girl was none other than Zhao Lianyun. Her father, the Zhao tribe leader, had sacrificed his life in the battle just now. Without the protection of her doting father, Zhao Lianyun immediately felt like she was in a precarious situation. Her stepmother remarried to the new Zhao tribe leader on the night her father died, and Zhao Lianyun's status plummeted. People will always die in big tents. This is a common thing. My father was also killed. Fei Kai saw that Zhao Lianyun was still crying, and continued to console her. Zhao Lianyun sobbed and suddenly raised her head, using her red eyes to stare fiercely at Fei Kai. Still not satisfied, she then kicked him. "You idiot, you don't even know how to comfort people." The sorrow in her heart was not fake. Although she had mysteriously come to this world, and it had not been long, but her father's love was indeed full of sincerity. This love that came from the heart filled her with gratitude, as well as love that gradually spread from dependence. But now that her father had died on the battlefield, she immediately became a lonely person. "Miss, you were hiding here. It really took me a long time to find you. Quickly come with me, your mother is calling for you." At this time the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and an old nanny came in, grabbing Zhao Lianyun's thin arm. Zhao Lianyun used all her strength to struggle and shouted, "My mother died a long time ago, she is not my mother. I am not going." "That is not up to you." The old nanny sneered, and forcibly dragged Zhao Lianyun out of the carriage. She was the one who once served Zhao Lianyun, and was repeatedly teased by Zhao Lianyun. Now that she saw Zhao Lianyun's miserable state, the old nanny's heart surged with a sense of revenge. "Let go of Miss Xiaoyun." Fei Kai roared, and with one punch, he knocked the old nanny down. The old nanny was hit hard by this punch, and rolled out of the carriage. She stood up, touched her bruised eye and screamed, "You hit me, you are a slave and you dare to hit a commoner like me? How dare you, who gave you the courage? I am going to report you and you are dead. According to the rules, your tendons will be pulled out, your skin will be peeled, and your corpse will be hung up in the sun, until you become a dried corpse." The old nanny was extremely angry, her disheveled hair and sinister gaze made her look like an old hen stamping its feet. But her screams attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Fei Kai clenched his fists, angrily glared at the old nanny, and firmly protected Zhao Lianyun behind him. Zhao Lianyun pushed away Fei Kai's arm and stood on the steps of the carriage. Her fair face still had traces of tears, and she sneered at the old nanny. "What? You want to punish Fei Kai? Good, very good. Go report him, but according to the rules you have to inform his master first, and ask for compensation. Since that is the case, go find the young clan leader. Fei Kai is the leader of Mingjia's slaves." "What?" The old nanny was shocked. The screams stopped, and the anger in her heart dissipated like a tide. All that was left was disbelief and fear. How could he, a dumb kid, be the personal slave of Lord Mingjia? And he was the leader of the slaves in charge of Mingjia's daily life? One had to look at the master before beating a dog. Although the old nanny was immortal, and her status was higher than that of a slave, since Fei Kai was the leader of Mingjia's slaves, it was a different matter. If she recklessly reported him, she was afraid that she would be sacrificed by the matriarch of the Zhao clan. After the shock, the old nanny felt that she had lost a lot of face. Her face darkened. She stared at Zhao Lianyun. "Little girl, even the leader of Mingjia's slaves can't protect you. You are a member of the Zhao clan, and your death is the Zhao clan's ghost. Your mother is the current matriarch of the Zhao clan. Listen carefully, the matriarch has already arranged a marriage for you. You will be married to the eldest son of the Pan clan. You'd better behave yourself." "What?" Zhao Lianyun cried out involuntarily. "Marrying the eldest son of the Pan clan is your good fortune." The old nanny laughed sinisterly. Zhao Lianyun's body went limp, and she immediately collapsed onto the wooden planks of the carriage. "Miss Xiaoyun." Fei Kai hurriedly went to support her. When the old nanny saw this scene, she was overjoyed. Incomparably elated, he proudly turned around and left. She still needed to report to the matriarch of the Zhao clan. Zhao Lianyun's face was expressionless. The huge blow caused her heart to die, and she allowed Fei Kai to carry her into the carriage. For 3 consecutive days, she hid in the corner of the carriage, not saying a word, not moving. Fei Kai tried to persuade her to no avail, and could only helplessly feed her some food and drink. Zhao Lianyun was like a puppet, and was at the mercy of Fei Kai. Fei Kai could not always accompany her. Every time Mingjia summoned him, he had to immediately rush over. It was a sudden change. The icy cold world shattered Zhao Lianyun's pride as a transmigrator. It was shattered. All of a sudden, she came to a profound realization. Even a transmigrator was nothing more than this. Why was it that she was ordinary in the original world, but could summon the wind and rain in this world? And as a woman, she was manipulated in Northern Plains, and was a natural commodity for political marriages. Northern Plains women could only rely on men, and could not reject a man's forced marriage. This was the rule set by Giant Sun Immortal. In the past, when she heard of Giant Sun Immortal's deeds, she felt it was like listening to a story, a legend of a hero. But now, she was personally experiencing the hardship that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had given her. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. This was Giant Sun Immortal's mantra. He had single-handedly created the extreme inequality between men and women in Northern Plains, and had now become the person that Zhao Lianyun hated the most. No wonder the story of Su Xian's night elopement was so deeply engraved in people's hearts, causing Northern Plains girls to imitate her. Rather than passively accepting the manipulation of fate, it is better to take the initiative to pursue one's own happiness, even though this action is filled with unknown risks. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun's understanding of the vile living environment deepened. Wei Clan's eldest young master is famous for being a trash. He is as fat as a pig, his face is full of pockmarks, and his cultivation is only rank 1 peak stage, but he is lustful and fickle. Because of his incompetence, Wei Clan appointed his younger brother as the young clan leader. "Even if I die, I will not marry this stupid pig. But what should I do? I am only a mortal, I am not 13 yet, I cannot awaken my aperture, I cannot cultivate. It is very likely that I do not have the aptitude to cultivate. And my father's murderer is Do-yi, a rank 5 Gu master. He has now surrendered to Ma clan, and is a higher-up of the Alliance army. Who can I rely on? Where should I go? Bewilderment, hesitation and fear filled Zhao Lianyun's heart. Until the morning of the 4th day, Fei Kai opened the carriage's curtains, and brought food and water into the carriage. The light of dawn shone on Zhao Lianyun's face. Zhao Lianyun woke up, and slowly opened her swollen eyes. You brought food? She grabbed the food from Fei Kai's hands, and started wolfing it down. Lady Xiaoyun, are you all right? Fei Kai was pleasantly surprised. Yes, I have thought it through. It is better to rely on myself than others. Although I have an engagement, it can only be carried out when I am at least 16. Zhao Lianyun's eyes shone brightly. Ah, Lady Xiaoyun, you don't want to accept the engagement? Fei Kai was stunned. In his impression, once a Northern Plains girl was engaged, she could only accept it. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and said in a matter-of-fact tone, Humph, I am not a mortal, I will definitely not compromise. But I cannot return to the tribe now, I can only stay here for the time being. I will have to rely on you, Fei Kai. No problem. Fei Kai patted his chest and laughed foolishly. Zhao Lianyun felt warmth in her heart, and her tone became gentle. Fei Kai, your father also died on the battlefield? Yes, he died. During that time I was very sad. But in our northern plains it is normal for people to die. Father dying in battle is a man's glory. Fei Kai chuckled. As expected, the winner takes all. Under the dazzling throne there are thousands of bones. Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly and then cursed. What a scam, I was actually transmigrated to this world. My body has not even matured, and I am already booked. I really can't take this. A letter was placed in front of Fang Yuan. This special letter came from the enemy general's hand, publicly sent, and was now brought by cunning lord's descendant Shi Han. Fang Yuan opened it. This letter was personally written by Chang Biao. It was filled with reminiscence of the past, but he had to serve 2 masters. Before the battle to the death, he invited Wolf King out of the camp for a detailed discussion, to reminisce about old times. At that time, Chang Jiyu will accompany you, father and son, to meet. Good plan. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart after reading it, and put down the letter. Chapter 536. Lu Tribe Defense Line inside the tent. Mother, what kind of person is father? Chang Jiyu's expression was hesitant. His lips moved for a long time before he asked the question he wanted to ask the most. He had never seen Chang Shanyin before. Back then when Chang Shanyin's mother was poisoned and Chang Shanyin and Ha Tugu fought to the death, Chang Jiyu was still an unborn baby. His mother, Anai Shuetong, sighed with a worried expression and said in a loving and nostalgic tone, My child, has your heart wavered? Don't forget our current situation. Don't worry about your father. He is a legend of Northern Plains. Back then he killed Ha Tugu's bandits alone. He is a great hero who got rid of a scourge for the people. Chang Jiyu interrupted his mother. Mother, I'm already tired of hearing your words. Ever since I made my move, I have grown up listening to these stories. No matter where I go, no matter what I do, there will always be people saying, look, he is indeed Chang Shanyin's son. Father is like an eagle in the sky, flying in the sky and casting a huge shadow on the ground. In a few days I will see him. My heart is in a mess. I just want to hear him. Chang Jiyu had not finished speaking when the tent's curtains were pulled open, and a middle-aged man with an imposing aura walked in. It was Chang Tribe's current tribe leader, Chang Shanyin's former brother, rank 4 upper stage wind path expert Chang Biao. Greetings to Lord Foster Father. Chang Jiyu quickly paid his respects. My child, go out first. I have something to say to your mother. Chang Biao said warmly. Yes. Chang Jiyu could only leave the tent. The curtains were pulled down, and with guards standing guard, only Chang Biao and Anai Shuetong were left in the tent. Husband! Anai Shuetong threw herself into Chang Biao's embrace, her eyes shedding weak and helpless tears. Sai, I know you have been feeling terrible these days. Chang Biao held Anai Shuetong in his arms, gently caressing his wife's hair. At the same time, he activated goo worms to isolate their voices. And I Shuetong sobbed. You is asking me about Chang Shanin again, what should I say? Do you know, just now I had the urge to tell him the truth, to tell him that he is not Chang Shanyin's flesh and blood, but the product of our love. Chang Biao's body trembled. Wasn't his heart also conflicted and filled with pain? He said in a low voice, this is all because of my incompetence. Back then we were childhood sweethearts. It was Chang Shanin who interfered. He lusted after your beauty and snatched you away on the day of our wedding. I wasn't his opponent, so I could only secretly come with you and have Chang Jiyu, this child. But once Chang Jiyu was born, his blood meridians would be tested, and the truth would be revealed, then he would be finished. Thus, I discussed with Ha Tu Gu and decided to frame Chang Shanin. Later, I used the name of Chang Shanyin's brother to marry you and adopt Chang Jiyu as my son. These past few years, although the tribe's situation has not been good, it has been the happiest time for us. Chang Jiyu was also successfully appointed as the young patriarch by me. But it is precisely because of this that you cannot reveal this secret. Once this secret was revealed, Chang Biao and Nai Shuetong would become the target of public criticism. They would have to bear the infamy of adulterer and wife, unable to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. They even framed the experts of their own tribe for their own selfishness, disregarding the big picture. Their sins were grave. And Chang Jiyu would also become a shameful, illegitimate child. Be it his position as the young patriarch or Chang Biao's position as patriarch, they would both be in danger of being affected by the schemes of the ambitious schemers. The righteous path had its own rules of the righteous path. All along, Chang Biao had taken care of his deceased brother's wife, and treated his adopted son as his own. Such loyalty was worthy of admiration. Such virtue was worthy of praise. Precisely because of this, Chang Biao became the new Chang tribe leader with a slight advantage. Once this truth was exposed, he would have nothing left. The ambitious schemers in the tribe would not let him off. In order to recruit Chang Shanin, Lu Wenwu, who had a sliver of a chance, would not let him off. By then, his only way out would be to elope with Nai Shuetong and his own flesh and blood Chang Jiyu, becoming a demonic gu master. He would be spurned by the righteous path, chased by the tribe. Why? Why is longevity heaven treating us like this? We clearly loved each other, but we ended up in such a situation. Chang Shanin was the culprit, a villain, but why is he being praised? And we can only live under a mask, even deceiving our own son? And Nai Shuetong cried bitterly. She was extremely agitated. These days she had been under immense psychological pressure. Ever since Chang Shanin reappeared, she had not been able to sleep well. The nightmare of the past had revived, causing her to fall into deep worries and worries. Say, do you think Lu Tribe Alliance leader wants to recruit Chang Shanin? If Chang Shanin agrees, will we have to live the same days as before? Chang Shanin is spreading his vengeance everywhere. Did he find out that we were the ones who schemed against him back then? If he really returns to the tribe, what should we do? In her lover's embrace, Nai Shuetong raised her head and asked repeatedly. No, don't think of it as such a serious matter. Don't take things so seriously. Chang Biao gently comforted the woman he loved the most in his life. Firstly, Chang Shanin should not have found out that we are the culprits. Otherwise, with his character, he would have spread the news long ago and ruined our reputation. He only suspects that there is a traitor in Chang tribe, but he is not sure who it is. Lu Tribe Alliance leader indeed wants to recruit Chang Shanin. He is the Wolf King after all, an enslavement pathmaster. There is no alliance leader who does not want his help. But young Master Lu Wenwu is not a mediocre person. He is clear in his heart that there is little hope of recruiting him. His biggest goal is to sow discord and shake the Wolf King's fighting spirit. Think about it, Chang Shanin still does not know Chang Jiyu's true birth. He is sure that this is his son. As a father, what thoughts would he have? His blood is thicker than water, thinking about how Chang Jiyu might be killed by his wolf group. In the future battle, will he still go all out? Is that so? Nai Shuetong heard this and gradually calmed down. Alright, don't worry, I am here. Chang Biao had a gentle expression as he patted Nai Shuetong's back. The tent was filled with a warm atmosphere. But how long could such a moment last? Be it Chong Biao and I Shui Tong, they did not have any confidence. Bam! A figure broke through the large lizard house Gu's window and flew out. Cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan fell to the ground. Climbing up with a swollen face, he was furious with hatred and panic as he screamed, "The Wolf King is attacking me! The Wolf King is attacking me! He is rebelling, he is going to kill, save me, save me!" Sun Shirhan was He Lulan's favorite. His cry for help quickly attracted many Gu masters. Fang Yuan snorted and jumped out of the window, kicking Sun Shirhan again. Sun Shirhan did not dare to activate his Gu worm first. He could only dodge. But Fang Yuan changed his move in time, his right fist sweeping horizontally and hitting Sun Shirhan's nose. Sun Shirhan screamed in pain. Just as he got up, he fell to the ground again. His face was full of blood. His nose was broken by Fang Yuan. He even lost 2 front teeth. He was in a miserable state. But the Gu masters who came after the commotion did not make a move. Instead they sighed in relief. Be it Fang Yuan or Sun Shirhan, they did not use their Gu worms. This was not breaking the rules, it was at most a quarrel. When people interact with each other, there would always be conflicts and conflicts. It was normal for them to quarrel with each other. As long as they did not use their Gu worms to fight, it was not a violation of the poison vow. Changshan, you are too arrogant. Your wife and son are in the enemy camp. I only came to persuade you out of goodwill, but you actually got angry and beat me up. You are guilty. Sun Shirhan crawled up and screamed. His voice was sharp and piercing to the ears. These words caused the surrounding Gu masters to whisper to each other. Changshan and Chang tribe's relationship was known to everyone. These days, He tribe army had been talking about it. Looking at Sun Shirhan's smug and sinister gaze, Fang Yuan laughed in disdain. He did not reply, but waved his fist again. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan's moves were heavy and powerful. Although Sun Shirhan had some foundation in Strength Path, how could he compare to Fang Yuan's huge investment in Strength Path? After a few moves, he was knocked down by Fang Yuan again, lying on the ground and getting beaten up by Fang Yuan. Wolf King is amazing, although he is an enslavement path master. His foundation in Strength Path is also very strong. Everyone was shocked. Good hit. I wanted to beat up this scoundrel cunning gentleman for a long time. Another army higher-up praised. Changshan, you really think I am easy to bully? Sun Shirhan was beaten up. There was no part of his body that did not hurt. His head was dizzy, but his heart was filled with anger and humiliation. You still have the strength to speak. Fang Yuan snorted, attacking again. Sun Shirhan's face was covered in wounds. He spat out blood. All his front teeth fell out and his molars were shaking. Wolf King is so fierce. Sun Shirhan is a rank 4 expert after all, but he is being beaten to a state where he cannot retaliate. He is too weak? Stupid. This is because he swore not to use his Gu worms. In terms of close combat, Wolf King is an enslavement path master, but he is still being suppressed by Sun Shirhan. Everyone's discussions became louder. Be it Changshan or Sun Shirhan, they were both people with high status. Now they were fighting barehanded. This was a rare sight. Everyone's eyes were shining. Sun Shirhan could vaguely hear the discussions around him. The humiliation he felt almost made him grind his teeth, even though he did not have many teeth left. He wanted to resist, but be it strength or moves, he was not Fang Yuan's match. He could only be pressed down on the ground and beaten up. Bear with it, I must bear with it. If I use my Gu worms, I will truly lose. As long as Alliance Leader arrives, he will uphold justice for me and teach Changshan a lesson. Sun Shirhan screamed madly in his heart. Alliance Leader is here. Greetings to Lord Alliance Leader. The spectators were in chaos. They quickly opened up a path. He Lulan, Hao Jilu and the rest arrived at the scene. Seeing this, He Lulan frowned, questioning Fang Yuan coldly. What is going on? Sun Shirhan's body shook. A surge of strength came out of nowhere. He struggled to get up and shouted, Alliance Leader, please uphold justice for me. Plop. Before he finished, Fang Yuan stepped on his head. This kick was so strong that Sun Shirhan's entire face was buried in the soil. He Lulan shouted, Stop! Wolf King, what are you doing? Begging for food. Begging for food. Sun Shirhan shouted. His mouth was stuffed with mud. He could not speak clearly. Fang Yuan sneered. He exerted strength and stepped on him 3 times, burying Sun Shirhan's voice in the soil. Sun Shirhan's mouth and nose were blocked. His head was also hit. He felt dizzy and suffocated. His limbs were struggling, but he could not resist Fang Yuan's strength. He Lulan's face turned black like coal. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a blade. He stared at him and the Gu master experts behind him. Can't you see what I am doing? I am beating him up. He Lulan stared at Fang Yuan angrily, shouting, Wolf King, you need to explain yourself. Why are you beating him up? Don't tell me you really want to betray us? Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, saying slowly, Hey tribe leader, no need to be angry. If I wanted to rebel, why would I need to do so? Saying so, he let go of him. Sun Shirhan was no longer suppressed. He immediately turned around and lay on the ground, breathing heavily as he breathed in fresh air. But Fang Yuan stepped down again on his right cheek. Sun Shirhan used both his hands to push Fang Yuan's leg. But he was already out of strength, his hands were weak. His face was trampled on in front of everyone, and the reputation that he had built up for most of his life was lost. Fang Yuan said slowly, Although I have never thought of rebelling against the enemy, I also do not want to plot against my wife and son. In the battle in the future, I will use all my strength and do my part. At that time, if they die in my hands, it would be an honor to die on the battlefield. Since I, Wolf King, have joined He tribe's army, I will not waver because of love. But, saying so, he raised his head and laughed arrogantly. Your suspicions are your own matters, it has nothing to do with me. If I can get support from mutated wolf groups, I will use my battle merits to exchange for them. This is a fair trade. I don't owe you anything. Hey tribe leader, if you suspect me, you can hold back the mutated wolf groups and not let me command them. In the battle in the future, I will use my name as Wolf King to guarantee that I will still use all my strength. You. He Lulan was furious. Fang Yuan was not threatened by him at all. Instead he turned around and threatened them. If you suspect me, you can choose not to give me the mutated wolf groups. But if we lose the battle, it will be your responsibility. How could He Lulan not give it to him? He had the great strength true martial physique. Even if he used dark time immortal Gu, he could not suppress it. He needed a strength path immortal Gu to advance to Gu immortal. Moreover, now that Wolf King had caused a ruckus, everyone knew about it. If he did not give the mutated wolf groups, what would the entire army think of him? They would think that He Lulan had the Wolf King but did not use him. As the saying goes, do not use a suspicious person. If he lost the battle, everyone would blame him. He Lulan. Good Wolf King, you did well. He Lulan's gaze was filled with cold intent. He laughed from extreme anger. Of course I know your loyalty, Wolf King, but you beat up Sun Shirhan, so what? He is your comrade, the enemy is right in front of you, but you are fighting amongst yourself. What are you trying to do? Fang Yuan shrugged. This is all my fault. Sun Shirhan is too ugly. The more I look at him, the more unhappy I get. So I beat him up and fixed his appearance. I think he looks much better now. This is my personal action. I will take responsibility for it. According to the rules, I need to compensate Sun Shirhan with 10,000 battle merits. No problem, I will compensate him. Sun Shirhan heard this and was overwhelmed with anger. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Once he said this, some Gu master experts could not hold back their laughter. This was too satisfying. Some people were already unhappy with Sun Shirhan, this hypocritical and treacherous villain. Fang Yuan's actions had helped them vent their anger. Even Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Fang Yuan with admiration. He felt that this Changshan Yin, although ruthless, did not attack his kin. He maintained his stance and righteousness. He had a bottom line and did not lose his true nature. He Lulan's expression turned even darker. Sun Shirhan was his man. Fang Yuan beating up Sun Shirhan meant he was slapping his face. Fang Yuan said it so easily. His battle merits were all on credit. But what could He Lulan do? To deal with Lu tribe army, he needed to rely on Wolf King's strength. Threatening Wolf King was to make him bear the crime of slaughtering his kin. His reputation would fall, and it would be easier for He Lulan to control him. But since threats were useless, He Lulan only had one choice: to compromise. Chapter 537. The morning of northern plains was getting colder. Patches of white frost condensed and covered the grass. People breathed out puffs of hot air. Two armies with hundreds of thousands of people faced each other. Banners fluttered in the wind and soldiers were as numerous as a forest. After the first battle, Lu tribe and He tribe rested for over 10 days before issuing a challenge and leaving the camp today to fight again. Second brother, last time you fought, this time it is my turn. Emo Shi Kuang was already restless. He shouted and impatiently rushed to the front. Emo Shi Kuang's snow-white hair fluttered. His skin was black and his eyes were like a leopard's as he shouted, "Who wants to die? This He bastard again." He tribe's higher-ups looked at this person with anger and fear. In the previous battle, many rank 4 Gu masters had died in Emo Shi Kuang's hands. Emo Shi Kuang's fierce and fearless fighting style was frightening. He Lulan sneered, but his expression was calmer than before. He turned his gaze towards the 2 new faces in the main tent. I wonder who will go first? These 2 were Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. They had rank 4 peak stage cultivation, and were known as the Demonic Path's twin demons, famous in northern plains. In the early years, the Demonic Path's twin demons had received Tai Bai Yunxing's kindness and swore to repay him. Not long ago, Tai Bai Yunxing tried to use Letter Gu to recruit them. Just a few days ago, they took the initiative to join He tribe's army. With their addition, the gap between He tribe's alliance army and Lu tribe's alliance army was immediately closed. He tribe's higher-ups' battle strength was no longer in a tight spot. The Demonic Path's twin demons had always been inseparable. But the rule of the challenge was that each side could only send out one person to fight alone. The 2 looked at each other. According to He tribe's information, they had already discussed this. At this moment, Zhu Zai stood up and bowed. I will go first. He Lulan nodded in agreement. Zhu Zai went to the battlefield and Emo Shi Kuang's eyes opened wide, revealing a joyful expression. A rank 4 peak stage has come. Good, very good. However, you'd better not be all bark and no bite. Don't let me knock you down in a few hits. Zhu Zai snorted coldly, activating his Gu worm and charging forward like a cannonball. Emo Shi Kuang remained motionless, licking his dry lips as he stood on the spot. Boom! Zhu Zai fiercely collided with Emo Shi Kuang, creating a thunderous boom. As the berserk energies interacted, Zhu Zai retreated a few steps while Emo Shi Kuang was sent flying. Third brother, be careful. This person is Zhu Zai, one of the twin demons of the demonic path. He walks the path of strength. Lu Wenwu loudly warned in the king's tent. Ha ha ha, strength path Gu master? Very good. I like to fight with this kind of exciting opponent. Emo Shi Kuang vomited blood from his injuries and jumped up from the ground. The pain on his body made him even more excited. A crazed expression appeared on his coal-black face. With an explosion, Emo Shi Kuang charged towards Zhu Zai. You're courting death. Zhu Zai sneered and pounced forward. Bang bang bang. Both sides engaged in close-quarters combat as they fiercely attacked each other, producing a series of trembling sounds. Emo Shi Kuang was a Chi Path Gu master, but he was not at a disadvantage when fighting against the Strength Path Gu master Zhu Zai. Strange, does this Emo Shi Kuang dual cultivate Chi and Strength Path? He tribe's tent was shaken. That is not the case. Emo Shi Kuang looks like he is fighting in close-quarters combat, but every time he attacks, his fists do not land on flesh. Instead, he is wearing a transparent Chi armor, and using Chi Explosion Gu to instantly cause the Chi armor to explode, forming an explosive strength comparable to Strength Path. Cunning Lord Sun Shirhan said in a deep voice. His speed was extraordinarily fast, and he intercepted Gao Yang halfway through. Gao Yang was worried about Zhu Zai and did not have the mood to fight with Ouyang by saying, activating Cloud Rope Gu from far away. Surging Cloud Chi suddenly surged around Ouyang by saying, the milky white Cloud Chi condensed into a rope, firmly binding him. Gao Yang was proficient in restraining and defending, while Zhu Zai was proficient in attacking and scouting. The two complemented each other and complemented each other. Ouyang Baisang struggled for a while, but the cloud rope was shattered and condensed again, showing an unending momentum. Ouyang Baisang was furious, pouring his primeval essence into the Azura zombie goo in his aperture, temporarily transforming into a zombie. Once he transformed into an Azura zombie, his defense immediately increased greatly, and his strength surged at the same time. Ouyang Baisang growled and used his strength 3 times, completely breaking the cloud rope. His feet stepped on the ground and he flew into the air, blocking Gao Yang again. Azura zombie goo was one of the 5 great flying zombie goo. It naturally had the ability to fly. Gao Yang did not want to tangle with Ouyang Baisang, and seeing the latter blocking in front of him, he frowned deeply, knowing that the other party wanted to buy time for Mo Shikuang to kill Zhu Zai. So he directly activated his trump card goo. Rank 5 Treacherous Cloud Wave Goo. Immediately, the primeval sea level in his aperture fell sharply, almost consuming half of it. A lump of grayish-white cloud, only the size of a horse carriage, surged with dark red light rippling inside, rapidly flying towards Ouyang Baisang. Ouyang Baisang moved his body and dodged a few times, but this cloud followed him like a shadow, and was finally covered by the gray cloud. Ouyang Baisang was hit by Treacherous Cloud Wave Goo, immediately losing his sense of direction, the thoughts in his mind moving extremely slowly, slowing down by several times. He could not distinguish east, west, north and south, and even lost his sense of up, down, left and right. For a moment he was covered by the gray cloud, like a headless fly, flying up and down in the sky. Mo Shikuang, don't be arrogant. Gao Yang cast aside Ouyang Baisang and finally arrived in time to support Zhu Zai. The two worked together with great tacit understanding, and even though Mo Shikuang was fierce and fearless, he was gradually suppressed. But the three had only fought for over 20 rounds when they heard Ouyang Baisang's loud shout, Azura transformation. Immediately, 6 thick and solid arms that looked like they were cast from bronze stretched out of the gray cloud with a bang. Outside, one could vaguely see the body inside the gray cloud expanding like a balloon. Ouyang Baisang used his killer move, his battle strength rising by several times, and with a shake of his body, the dim and lightless gray cloud was completely dispersed. You two despicable and shameless scoundrels, die! Ouyang Baisang's anger surged as he flew into the sky, pincer attacking with Mo Shikuang. With such a great expert participating in the battle, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang blocked from the left and right, and the situation rapidly turned for the worse, turning into a precarious situation. Alliance leader, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai are indispensable experts on our side. We cannot let them die like this. Tai Bai Yunxing saw the situation was far from good and quickly spoke. Sir's words are reasonable. He Lolan's expression was solemn as he suddenly stood up from his seat. Although Gao Yang and Zhu Zai had joined, He tribe was still weaker than Lu tribe in terms of higher-level battle strength. He Lulan simply waved his hand, learning from Feng Yuan, and directly gave the order for the entire army to attack. With one command the army moved together. Lu Wenwu sneered. You can't beat me in a duel, so you want to gang up on me. Alright, I will accompany you to the end. The bugles of the army bugled and the war drums shook the sky. Lu tribe army also moved. Hundreds of thousands of people from both sides swept towards the other side like a torrential flood. The distance between the two sides rapidly shortened, and when they were only a few hundred steps apart, the Gu masters attacked almost simultaneously. At once, large numbers of pill-fire icicles, bone spears and wind blades flew towards the other side. Light armors, bone shields, water shields and other kinds of weapons also rose up. The originally simple scene was painted into a colorful and dazzling picture. Bam bam bam. Both sides' attacks landed on the other side at the same time. Chapter 538. At once, even Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's battle with Mo Shikuang and Ouyang Baisang was disrupted by the vast number of people. The two armies were completely entangled, battle cries resounded, shaking the clouds. Waterfall Gu. In the chaotic battle, water demon Hao Ji Lu pushed his palms forward. A majestic blue torrent burst out and washed away all the Gu masters in front of him, regardless of friend or foe. Great Tornado Gu. An enormous dark green tornado over 100 feet tall swept through the battlefield. Wherever it went, be it man or beast, they were all thrown high into the air by the intense winds. The tornado dissipated, revealing Chang Biao's figure. He was floating in the air, wearing a green robe, looking fierce and imposing. He was not far from Hao Ji Lu, so naturally, the two rank 4 experts' gazes met. The next moment, the two did not speak any nonsense and directly fought. A golden lightning pierced through the battlefield, instantly killing all the He tribe Gu masters along the way. The golden light dissipated, turning into a valiant man with broad shoulders and a thin waist. It was Pei Yin Fei. Chang Shan Yin, in today's battle, I will behead you and take revenge. Pei Yin Fei's battle intent was like fire, burning fiercely. Suddenly, his gaze focused and he activated his defensive Gu worm in time. Behind him, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. The shadows were deep and serene, transforming into multiple sword images that slashed at his back, causing Pei Yin Fei to stagger. It's you, Shadow Sword Expert. Pei Yin Fei regained his footing, looking at the Gu master who attacked him with a solemn gaze. Bian Xian, who was wearing a black cloth, laughed lightly. Lord Pei Yin Fei is too polite. Her words were polite, but her actions were not. The pitch-black sword shadows appeared once again like a rotating screen, shrouding towards Pei Yin Fei. Then I will kill you first. Pei Yin Fei laughed loudly, brazenly pouncing forward. Our battle has not ended yet. What are you two thinking? Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shi Kuang found the demonic path twin demons again. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai complained incessantly, but could only brace themselves and continue fighting with Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shi Kuang. As the Gu master experts fought one by one, a fixed battle circle was formed, and the chaotic battlefield gradually became clear. There were dozens of battles, all of them were rank 4 and 5 experts. Outside the big battle circle was a small battle circle, which was presided over by 3rd transition experts. Outside the small battle circle, low-rank Gu masters formed groups and cooperated with each other in battle. As the commander-in-chief, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu sat in the main tent and oversaw the battle. From time to time, Xiao Chun would give orders to send the elite troops in his hands to various parts of the battlefield, either to stabilize the situation or to take the initiative to attack. The huge battlefield was soon filled with the thick smell of blood. Gu masters continued to fall. Some were frozen into popsicles, some were burnt to ashes, some had their limbs chopped off, and some were poisoned to death. The originally fresh grass seemed to have become a monster, devouring fresh lives every minute and every second. The battle was so intense that after a while, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu's foreheads were gradually dripping with cold sweat. The large number of casualties made people's hearts turn cold. The tragic battlefield was a ghastly sight. In order to maintain the battle situation, the two of them quickly sent out their trump card, the elite troops. Only their own tribe's Black Banner elite troops and White Crane elite troops were left to suppress the battlefield. As time passed, the casualties started to decrease. After the initial battle, the Gu Master's primeval essence expenditure was intense, and they started to consciously conserve their primeval essence. This way, the intensity of the battle decreased by a lot. The battlefield fell into a deadlock. The two armies were like two giants wrestling with each other, and they were evenly matched. Whichever side could accumulate a small advantage bit by bit would be able to turn a partial victory into a victory for the entire battlefield. The higher-level battle strength can still be maintained for now. Wolf King, you have rank 5 lurking Soul Coat Gu and the mutated Wolf Group. The rest is up to you. He Lulan transmitted using a Gu worm. At the start of the battle, Fang Yuan was not in the main tent, but was hiding somewhere in the battlefield. As for his exact location, even He Lulan was not clear. Fang Yuan received He Lulan's transmission, but did not reply. Instead, he directly mobilized the wolf group to run towards the two sides. Lu tribe's Gu masters subconsciously chased after them. This way the tight formation was torn apart. Howl! A mutated wolf group of over 800 wolves, including white eyes wolves, blood forest wolves, frenzy wolves, and shark fin wolves. Like a sharp arrow, the pack of wolves suddenly shot out and directly charged in the direction of the Lu family's main tent. Fang Yuan's first move was a fatal blow. It was extremely ruthless, attacking the enemy's vital points. As expected, a mutated wolf group came to reinforce them. Lu Wenwu saw that the wolf group's charge had messed up his tribe's formation. A large number of Gu masters lost their lives to the wolves. He frowned deeply. The news of He tribe's Gu immortals reinforcing the mutated wolf group was easy to obtain. It was not a secret. Lu Wenwu was calm. He also had Lu tribe's Gu immortals behind him. He also had Lu tribe's support. Since he had deduced this mutated wolf group, he naturally had methods to resist them. Bei Chaochuan, it is your turn. Lu Wenwu instructed the Gu master beside him. Bei Chaochuan was expressionless as he stood up from his seat, frowning deeply. I can only last for 5 minutes. Lu Wenwu nodded. No worries, go ahead. Bei Chaochuan walked out of the main tent. The primeval essence in his aperture was being expended as he activated the Gu worms he had obtained not long ago. A refreshing aura of grass and trees emitted from his body, spreading over 100 li. Within the range of this aura, grass grew rapidly. In a few breaths of time they were taller than humans. The large grass leaves intertwined, forming rank 2 grass soldier puppets. Soon, the number of grass soldier puppets increased to over 1,000. Bei Chaochuan activated his Gu worms. A jade rain of light rained down. The grass soldier puppets absorbed the green rainwater. A portion of them turned into rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers. At the same time, large numbers of rank 2 grass soldiers were still forming. Bei Chaochuan activated his Gu worms again. An orange warm wind blew on the grassland. Due to the orange wind, a portion of the rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers advanced to rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the sparse central army was filled up by the dense army of grass soldiers, becoming the thickest and densest place on the entire battlefield. The mutated wolf group's momentum was thus obstructed. Fang Yuan frowned as he manipulated with all his strength. He hit on the blood forest wolf's back, wearing the rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. It was like a green-gray wolf skin cloak. Lurking soul coat Gu was indeed powerful. It concealed Fang Yuan's soul fluctuations, allowing him to attack with all his strength. But at this moment, Fang Yuan felt like he was fighting an enslavement pathmaster. Bei Chaochuan controlled the grass soldier army as he cried. He had 2 souls in one body now. To defeat Wolf King Chang Shanin, Bei tribe's elder Bei Chaosheng sacrificed himself, placing his soul in his body. Using the Gu worms that Lu Wenwu requested, Bei Chaochuan absorbed the strength in Bei Chaosheng's soul, allowing him to have attainment not inferior to an enslavement pathmaster in a short period of time. Bei Chaochuan was a rank 4 enslavement path Gu master. He was also the leader of Bei tribe. He had the resources of the tribe. His soul foundation was not weak. Now that he obtained Bei Chaosheng's soul, he was like a tiger with wings. His enslavement path battle strength rose sharply. But this move had huge repercussions. Because using other people's souls would cause Bei Chaochuan's soul to be impure. His memories would be erroneous. He needed to spend a huge amount of effort and resources, as well as special soul path Gu worms to heal himself. But now, to defeat He tribe army and take revenge, Bei Chaochuan could not care about the repercussions. He tribe invited Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to make up for the difference in their battle strength. And Lu tribe wanted to make up for the difference in lower-level battle strength. They thought of this method to raise Bei Chaochuan's battle strength to enslavement pathmaster level to restrict Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan's mutated wolf group was barely blocked by the enemy's grass soldier army. Did you block it? Ha ha ha. Hey Lulan, you are going to lose today. Lu Wenwu saw this and his worries disappeared. He laughed loudly, his laughter resounding throughout the battlefield. Damn it. He Lulan clenched his fists as he gritted his teeth. The situation was very bad for him. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were in imminent danger, while the mutated wolf group that he had high hopes for was pinned down at the center of the army. They were already in deep trouble. Without a choice, he could only order Black Flag Army to move out. Brothers, it is finally time for our Black Flag Army to make a move. Black Flag General Commander received this order and shouted excitedly. Black Flag Army was indeed the trump card that He tribe had nurtured for a long time and spent a huge amount of resources to create. The moment they moved, they were like a sharp black blade that pierced into the battlefield, easily cutting through tofu. Black Flag Army was strengthened by battle thought Gu. They were all fearless and did not fear death. Their 100% battle strength burst out to 120%. Finally unable to endure it? Lu Wenwu's eyes shined brightly as he stared at Black Flag Army's movements on the battlefield. When he saw Black Flag Army moving in an arc from the right flank of the battlefield and pouncing towards his center, he immediately understood He Lolan's intention. So this is what you want to bet on. You want to concentrate your advantage and defeat the Grass Soldier Army. Bei Chaochuan is already having a hard time blocking Chang Shanin. If he gets pincer attacked by Black Flag Army, he will definitely collapse. By then, He tribe will have a small advantage and the mutated wolf group, the most crucial force, will be released. Thinking of this, Lu Wenwu smiled proudly. Your He tribe has Black Flag Army, famous in northern plains. And my Lu tribe also has a White Hair Army, famous far and wide. The battle between Black Flag and White Hair has already lasted for hundreds of years. Let's see the results today. Under his orders, the White Hair Army that was already prepared directly used one of the 3 killer moves. The White Hair Army let out a dazzling white light. The white light condensed and formed a huge light pillar that pierced through the clouds. The beam of light shot up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it shot down from the sky. The light pillar shot towards the direction of Black Flag Army. The 3 commanders of Black Flag Army saw this familiar killer move, and immediately ordered the entire army to be on guard. The light pillar dissipated and revealed the tight formation of the White Hair Army. The White Hair Army was mainly infantry while the Black Flag Army rode horses. But in terms of mobility, the White Hair Army was superior. The reason was because of this killer move. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.